Hey guys, Anime Night here. I am back. It is Sunday. It is Sunday, this October 26th, 2025. Hope everybody is having a fantastic time. And a fantastic Sunday. Happy Sunday all around. I had a very good time at the convention over the weekend and also a really wonderful time just hanging out with everybody and everything in between. And I'm hoping to continue that. I had a great time. I had so much fun. I got to meet some of the cast members for the uh the um for the for the Cowboy Bebop mo anime. They all the voice actors were there, and it was so much fun. It was a lot of fun. I got to meet Wendy Lee, and I got to meet Bo. Really, really wonderful people. Could not have asked for a better time. I will meet Melissa eventually. It will happen. I just didn't have enough for the common days and everything. I was just so it was a lot of fun. It was a lot of fun, and also got to see a whole bunch of cosplayers and everything in between. Excuse me a moment, guys. And 1 second, I'm just editing a thumbnail at the moment. There it is. Metallic. Make that blue. No, that's way too bright. Nope. There it is. Hope everybody is having a great time. Hope everybody is having a fantastic Sunday. I will unveil what I did get from the convention momentarily. It was a lot of fun, and I cannot wait to see more. Oh, I'm sorry. Ham, let me sorry about that. I meant to send the link. Give me a moment here. Let me get that going. There we go. Alrighty. And yeah, it was a lot of fun. I enjoyed the convention and everything, and I could not wait uh to show off what I got and everything from the convention. I had to wait though because I didn't want to spoil anything and ruin the surprise, and also just a whole mess of fun and everything. Just a whole mess of fun. Uh, I did have a good time nonetheless. And Bob has joined us.
You're getting a little rusty and getting these things going here.
Well, this is what happens when you take a week off and everything. It's like
Mm-hmm.
in the swing of things. Hey, Matt. Matt is back.
Hey everybody.
Hey, how you doing, Matt? Hey, Batty Commander, what's up, buddy? Yeah, it's the post on chill. Yeah, I got back from the convention.
There we go.
From last Sunday.
Oh, really?
Yes, and I got some goodies.
Oh, okay.
I got a few. I got a few Pokemon notebooks.
Kind of, which con was this again?
It was called UwuCon.
Well, I'm not
It's
surprised.
it's exactly as it is. Exactly what you
Mhm.
think. But this is the first mini notebook I have. Wonderful lady for the booth and everything.
Here, there we go.
Ooh, nice.
Yep, and then this one I fought off a lot of people because everybody knows the most expensive Pokemon card in history.
Whoops. Okay.
Yep, it's Charizard. I got the big one. I had to get this one because I do remember Charizard being one of the holographic cards I did get in the first pack as a kid. Unfortunately, that got stolen on the same day. And I never found out who did it, so I'm just like, fantastic. And then I did get some waifu cards. I got some waifu cards. I got the lovely Ryoko. Yes, this is SFW. Don't worry. SFW cards. Don't worry. I know
Just
what
the
I'm
midriff.
doing.
Nothing.
Yep, and then Black
Just
Rock
the belly
Shooter,
button, kids. Put the pitchforks away.
and Black Rock
A little bit of
Shooter.
rib cage.
And then my all-time favorite Sailor Moon, Sailor Neptune. I had to get this one because I caved and I saw it. And this is gonna piss off Outlaw, but I really don't care. I got Sailor Jupiter. I couldn't find Venus.
Dude, Jupiter's my favorite Sailor Scout, man.
Meanwhile,
Yeah.
I fished a Yu-Gi-Oh!
I mean,
Binder out of the trash today.
she's basically got a hot body.
Matt, I don't know if you saw this already or not, but here you go. This is the big one.
Oh, Charizard. Nice.
The holographic version. The holographic.
No way. I think your screen's lagging.
Well, if you're doing a big binder, you might as well go with the
We good? Good.
Yeah, I think we're good.
Alrighty.
No, it's lagging again.
Here's the small. Oh, shit. Here it is. Here's the smaller one. I had to get this one.
Oh.
I had to get this one because I'm like sold, and then I got 2 free pens because of the purchase and everything. They came with the pens automatically, so I got them for free. Now the funny thing is, many people think, "Oh, it's from the top." No, this is not from the top. It actually opens from the bottom.
Well, yeah.
An interesting pen. It's a sword with it's Japanese inspired, so that's actually pretty cool.
It's about good size for a G.I. Joe.
Now for the fun part. I did get Storm. I got a poster for Storm. In her original outfit, not the current one, not the
the old Dave Cochran one,
yeah, the Dave Cochran art style. This is by far my personal favorite, but I'll happily take the animated series with all the white, all white everything as a close second.
I think it was supposed to be silver, but that never translates well.
Yeah, and then
same thing with the Iron Man suit for what looked like Santa Claus. No, it's supposed to be silver. No, it's white. Okay.
And of course the Gooner in me, and I use that term proudly. I got this.
Okay.
Don't worry, it's SFW.
The naughty bits are barely covered, but they're covered. Yeah. She's kind of.
I had to get this one because I'm getting it. They had another one. They had another one with a different female. Unfortunately, that one sold out, and I was so pissed. I was like, fuck? I wanted
Hmm.
both of them. I'm like, God damn it. Oh, hey, hey,
Yeah,
on Outlaw.
yeah. It seems like I'm seeing movement on your YouTube's fine, but the your StreamYard's kind of lagging.
Uh-oh.
It's fine on my end, so I don't know what's going on.
Uh-oh. I'm running fine. Chat, is everything running fine on your end as well? We're just trying to make sure we're getting everything together.
It's doing fine on my end, so I don't know what's going on there.
And then for the next one, I'll save this for last. I'm gonna save that for last. And then I got more stuff from the convention. I had to get this print because you know me. I love my Gengar.
Okay.
I love my Gengar, my Haunter, and my Ghastly.
Mm-hmm.
And a Halloween themed too, so it's perfect for this time of year.
Listen, did you run the intro?
No, I didn't run the intro.
Let me drag that up. We're gonna make this official. Let me drag that up here.
Okay, go ahead.
I gotta find it.
And let's see, what else did I find? Let's see. Is the figure okay?
Where are you?
Yeah. Go ahead and get the intro while I get a bit set up.
Gotta find it here.
Yeah. Meanwhile, I was arguing with retards on the internet.
Ah, I see. Yeah, they are in full force today. They were in full force, and I'm just like, oh, it took them long enough.
It's in here.
Let's see. Show these.
Where the hell did I put it?
Oh,
Let's see. Yes, I can. Hey, Vanessa Kitty, what is up?
I should be ready for moments like this. What the hell?
No, you're okay. Hey, we're all rusty. We had a week off and everything, so we're not exactly perfect, but it's completely fine.
I think I got it now. Hold on.
Let's see. That's Kiala.
I hope I remember what I called the damn file.
Cosmo.
Wait.
And then here it is. Okay, there's that one.
There you are.
There we are. And then
And
make sure that this is everything I wanted to show. Oh, actually, there was something else in here.
this is probably the 6th.
Here we go.
Maybe the final version.
Hold on.
Alrighty, I'm gonna set this down for a moment. All right, I'll play the intro real quick. All right. Uh-oh. Haha.
oh yeah.
Man,
Okay,
man, don't worry, I got it. I got it.
All right.
There's Outlaw. All right.
Hey there, MGTOW Outlaw.
Hello, brother. Hello.
So
I swear, the retards on Twitter are just getting even more insufferable. Like I'm even seeing them in my timeline, and I'm just like, what the fuck, Elon?
yeah.
Someone's got all the algorithms. I'm getting stuff forwarded to me. It's like, why would you think I have any interest in this?
Oh, I know.
You know.
I know.
So
That should get thoughts. I mean, you shift and swallow. What? No, I will tell you your treasonous swine to your face, and then block in your ass. Okay.
So Outlaw, I'm just showing off
Lisa,
what
come
I
on.
got from
Right.
what I got from Comic-Con.
Oh, yes. I made it just in time. So, we didn't meet last week. So, one of the birthday gifts that I got was the Noble Gundam model kit from G Gundam.
Ooh, Noble Gundam.
Oh.
Yes, the one that looks like the Sailor Scout.
Oh, yeah.
So fucking
Dude,
it's awesome.
you have no idea how much I love G Gundam, man. Like, it's my
Okay, there
favorite
we go.
alternate universe Gundam, hands
It is
down.
worth it.
Oh, mine
Especially
too.
for it.
Oh, mine too. The
There we go.
soundtrack is
I'm back.
amazing.
There we go. I'm back. Sorry for that little delay. Anyway, since I was
Yeah, I think Captain Bob's is having audio issues or something. I don't know.
I'm just stepping away for a minute while I get dinner started. Huh?
Dude, the soundtrack to G Gundam is beautiful. I love the intro and the outro.
And not to mention the storytelling in G Gundam. Fire, dude. Like, but then again, what do you expect from Yasuhiro Imagawa? The dude makes super robots cool. Technically, G Gundam is more a real robot wearing the skin suit of a super robot, but you get what I'm going with.
It was an interesting take. I enjoyed it. It's too short of a series, though. I like it. See, I've got to where I like multiple seasons and sagas, like Dragon Ball or One Piece. You know, I just
I thought it was the perfect length. I thought G Gundam ended pretty well. Like, I'm not really big on anime series that are way too long, like your Dragon Balls, your One Piece.
I get attached, man. Like, it's hard for me to watch a series and then have to, move on. So if it's long,
I usually like it when sagas end. I mean, that's usually why. But then again, that's usually why Gundam has lasted so long, because it knew when to end and make a sequel, and then you knew when to end and make room for a sequel.
Yeah.
But anime, it is the Japanese version of Noble Gundam, the packaging and all, and it's simply called the Noble. What is it? The Noble. Hold on. The Noble Prize Sailor Moon on the box.
Ooh, nice.
Oh,
it's all in Japanese.
Yeah, that is some virtual on shit right there, dude.
Oh, dude. Yeah.
So MGTOW, as I was saying, G Gundam's awesome.
I mean, where else can you watch a Mexican Gundam with a sombrero literally fight? It's fucking awesome.
Yeah, answer that, Professor Otaku.
Dude,
hey, you son of a bitch.
I mean, dude, look. Okay, they were clearly on acid when they designed the Gundams in that series, but they got it right with Shining Gundam and Burning Gundam. I'll give them that. I mean,
I would say something. I would say something, but
the Windmill Gundam still makes me laugh every time I see it.
Yeah, I like the Windmill Gundam. Windmill Gundam's pretty good. Oh, and don't even get me started on how badass the Master Gundam is.
Oh yeah, Master Age is one of my favorite characters.
I did get since I was Cosmo over the weekend. I got 2 Cosmo buttons.
Nice.
I got the Cosmo Con. I was looking for this one. This one is a favorite of mine. And then of course there he is in all his glory. Outlaw. I'm gonna piss you off. Look who I got.
Okay. Now I'm just getting mad. Ooh, Sailor Mars.
I did tell the lady. I did put in a request for the lady to make a Sailor Neptune one of those, and then I got some waifu cards.
Ooh.
I got, and these are SFW. Don't worry, I'm being my best behavior right now. I'm trying. I got Ryoko.
Nice.
Oh nice. Yeah, Ryoko's best girl.
And then I got And then I got Blackrock Shooter from the anime series. One of my friends, Bolt Blue, one of my good friends, he loves this character, and he got me into the anime as well. And then Sailor Jupiter.
Oh, you. And it's holographic too. Nice.
It's holographic with the kanji on
Oh,
it.
Sailor Jupiter's best girl.
Okay, Matt, you're gonna hate me then because I have a 10-inch figure of Sailor Jupiter.
I have a
Son of a
figure.
bitch.
I have a figure of her over there.
I have a 10-inch figure of Sailor Venus too. I have both of them together.
And now to annoy the little tourist, Matt, are you ready? Are you ready, Matt? Are you ready, buddy?
Aren't I always?
There you go, Dark Magician Girl.
Ooh.
Oh yeah!
Hey, I have a figure of her too. I have a Dark Magician Girl figure too on my shelf.
And
It took
then
me a while to find too.
And
for all,
it is
for all you
swimsuit too.
and for all you X-Men fans out there, here is Emma Frost, aka the White Queen. I had to get this one for reasons. For reasons. And then from Chainsaw Man.
Ooh.
There you go.
Makima.
Watch, they're gonna cry. They're gonna cry on that one. I
Matt.
know for a fact they are gonna cry.
Matt,
Like,
you
oh, why?
Matt, you a fan of My
This
Hero?
is so unnecessary. It should be banned from everything in all media.
Are you a fan of My Hero Academia?
I can't say I am. I haven't watched any of it. I'm more focused on watching 80s and 90s anime, really.
Lupin the Third, yeah, stuff like that. Gundam.
Yep. And then I got a Yu-Gi-Oh card inspired token. It's
Oh.
Mirako. Speaking of My Hero, here you go.
Oh, dude, he's got the bunny. He's got the bunny.
and
Bro,
and to cap
I'm
this
jelly right now.
and to cap this a little bit off a little bit.
Nice.
Complete with Shippo. So
Nice.
this is my 4th Inuyasha figure. I have Shishomaru, I got Sango, I got Kikyo, and now Kagome.
Oh, nice.
Also, I got 2 of Kiala. I got 2 of Kiala.
Oh,
flip
nice.
it? There you go. I have the one in the box and then the one out of the box. So I'm like, you know what? I'm not gonna complain. I am not gonna complain one bit. Go ahead.
I need to find a proper Artemis cat figure for my Sailor Venus.
And also, here you go, Outlaw.
Oh,
I wish there was an NSFW version of this because I would have bought that too.
Oh, I looked online. The figure for her is ridiculous, just like Mount Lady. Ooh.
Bro.
Okay.
Hey, Matt, how much you want to bet that this would cause an aneurysm for the fake ass anime fans?
Their heads are more than likely to explode like that one dude in Scanners. Yeah.
No, Callie.
I had
Callie.
so much fun.
Callie, there's no such thing as having enough anime stuff. Ooh, Dragonair.
Nope,
Just the
Dratini.
same, you can
Oh, is
never
it
have too much
Dratini?
Becca.
Yeah, it's Dratini.
Oh shit.
Yeah, because Dragonair is the horn is
Second
usually longer.
Okay, yeah.
I got this in a claw machine. I nearly got Lugia and Dragonite. I nearly got
Ooh.
those 2 to complete the but that damn claw, oh, it fought. I'm like, uh-oh.
I've got from Pokemon. I've got a Tauros figure that I need to put on my shelf,
What did I put?
and I've also got my eyes on a Arcanine figure that I'm fixing to probably pull the pin back and buy.
Nice. Also, I did get. Here he is. Speaking of which, speaking of Gengar, there's a booth there that I paid a visit to, and they make Pokeball inspired Pokemon.
Oh, dude, that's cool as shit.
He had each one, and he had the legendaries as well. You should have seen the Kyogre and the Rayquaza, Groudon, and he had Ho-Oh, he had Lugia, he had Entei, Raikou, Suicune, Mew, and Mewtwo.
Oh my god.
Oh,
I'd love to have an Entei. I always liked Entei.
They were really nice. Outlaw. I'm gonna show. I
not
showed
much
Matt.
the Pokemon myself, but Digimon, I'm definitely a Gallantmon guy. I mean, dude
Well,
basically looks like a Gundam.
give it to me now. Give it.
I
That's
had to
cool.
get that.
Is
This
that a
was-
notebook? That's
Yeah.
cool shit.
This was the last one.
Oh, dude.
I had to snag
Oh,
it. I'm
wow.
like, this is mine. Like these is
Dude.
mine.
He's awesome.
And
I've
then-
never.
Hey,
And
Eagle Rider.
Ooh.
Hey, guys.
Oh,
Hi, Eagle Rider.
dude, that's awesome.
Not feeling great. I kind of passed out a while.
Uh-oh.
That's okay.
Matt,
I figure I start just to be safe, and then let everybody slowly come in.
Matt, you and me are backwards. I'm a Pokemon nerd. Digimon was the one I never really picked up on and watched.
Okay. Yeah, that, and I'm also more into Shin Megami Tensei.
Yeah. See, I mean,
I,
I
I
watched
didn't
it.
really watch either. I was more into things like Tenchi and Golden Boy and stuff.
Oh, Tenchi Muyo is a great anime.
It's straight.
So in here is a mystery bag that I got from that I usually do every convention, and I just opened it. So I'm gonna reach in blindly and see what I pull out. No pun intended.
But yeah, Callie, as an anime collector, you can never have. There's no such thing as too many figures on a shelf. The only problem is there's not enough room.
Got an Animal Crossing figure. I can't remember the character, but hey, I'll always accept a plushie. Let's see what else is in here. Ooh, I got oh crap. This is I believe Jujutsu Kaisen.
Ooh,
Mega Man Fushiguro.
cool.
Good thing I have shelves. Because believe me, the figure collection is growing. Let's see, what else do I have?
So, what have you guys discussed so far today? Or is it just him doing this the last half hour?
This was just me doing this for 30 minutes while I wait for everybody to come in.
Anybody want to state any opinions about what happened at TwitchCon?
I'm not caught up. What happened?
One of the stream girls actually had a guy just walk right up to her, grab her, and try to kiss and sexually assault her. And their staff did nothing. Her security had to break it up. And then literally the only thing they said to her after was, oh yeah, well, we banned him for 30 days
What
from Twitch.
the fuck?
And she literally had to raise hell publicly to get him even permanent banned on Twitch for sexually assaulting her.
That is
And it's
fucking-
on video. Him doing it.
Oh god.
It's like, if you ever wondered if Twitch treats the girls there like they're sex objects, I think they just answered that question, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
It's going to get to the point to where they're probably going to have to start doing it behind glass or
And she said she doesn't care anymore. She quits because they forced her into this because she's one of their top creators. And she said she
By the way,
because
I'm
how
back.
tense
Dinner
things
time.
are publicly. And then as she said, picture all these small creators. Whoa, where'd he go?
Oh, he said dinner time, so
Yeah.
he left.
And as her big thing she's saying right now is picture all the small creators who don't have their own private security to help them and how dangerous this is for them. I'm not going back.
that's fucking awful.
And I the fact that she's not playing herself as a victim here, she's constantly talking about, well, this shouldn't have ever had to happen in front of the people there to visit us. It shouldn't have to be a danger for the smaller creators and stuff. It shows that she's not thinking just of herself.
Yeah.
And that you don't get very often out of the big stream girls, especially the Twitch ones. So
Mhm.
it's like, are you freaking kidding me? There's literal video footage of him just walking up, strutting past a group of guys that are next to her and grabbing her. And their response was, we banned him for 30 days without having to have more pressure to do more.
That's fucking awful.
I was like, oh, what? I mean, look, can we just, as she talked about in the video here, and something I didn't even hear about because they don't talk about it, that one of the guys that she knows who was a streamer, literally had a guy come up and grab him by the chest and the nipple at one of these conventions.
Oh god. Oh god.
And it's like, she's sitting there going, this isn't just the girls. We got to protect all of these guys out here.
Yeah.
And the fact that she talked about a guy going through it and trying to protect the men as well, she didn't just say us poor girls. It's like, no, actually, this happens to everybody in this community. Crazed fans are scary no matter who you are, you know?
Oh yeah.
But the fact that she's really seems to be focusing on trying to protect the smaller creators and the guys and girls out there besides her.
Yeah.
I give her credit for that one. It's like Emmy Rue or something like that.
Yep. Me and Joker, we really went off on that take. Oh, we were not the happiest man in the room.
I figured somebody in the group heard about what happened with that.
Yeah, Joker and I were really trying to keep our composures and
Because this is, again, I deal a lot with the, social aspects of a lot of this stuff, and I deal a lot with activism for both men and women and stuff like that, and I've done the outreach for so long. I watched through her stream that she did from an empty conference room that they let her have to talk to her fans about what happened after it got leaked during the convention. And the whole thing, you can tell she's freaking out. You can tell she's scared. She's sitting there talking about the fact that, oh my God, I could have died. What if it was something he was trying to do more than that?
Oh god.
But at the same time, she had those moments. Most of the stream, she spent talking about how she's going to push Twitch to try to change this so nobody else gets hurt like she did. It wasn't about herself on most of the stream. It was about other people. And that was while she was panicked right after it happened. So it's like, I can give her credit, right?
I mean, yeah, it's like she was trying to sound the alarm, but yeah, it's probably going to get to the point where they're going to start requiring them to go behind glass or.
Well, they had literally they had a whole bunch of the top people that were supposed to be part of this TwitchCon quit right before the convention and refused to go because of how little protection they were adding, especially in the wake of what happened with Kirk and all these others and how violent rhetoric is getting on every side. And they're going, unless you're going to do more security, unless you're going to do more screening people, unless you're going to do more to protect people, I will have no part of it.
Yeah.
And they basically, because so many of them quit, they've basically bullied her into it, or else she was going to lose her standing and a bunch of her money.
It's fucking ridiculous.
And she's like, nope, I don't care anymore. I'm staying home and playing my games. If they try to push me into it, then I'll go stream on something else. It's like, I don't blame her, do you?
No,
Well, I can't blame her on that one, though.
It's like,
You got to stay safe. I mean,
and it scares, because those of us who are small content creators, we still get the obsessive fans and haters, even if we only have a few followers. And we don't have the means to hire private security or take people with us to these things or stuff. There is an amount of scary.
that's the whole reason I stay anonymous. I just don't show my face anywhere.
hmm and that's why I'm based here in Arizona, because I would need a lot of people to go with me to like San Diego Con, Anime Matsuri, or WonderCon. I need someone to go with me because a lot can happen when you're alone.
Well, being a part of the
Hey, Jeremiah Norris, what's up, buddy?
well, that's a good rule of thumb, because in the urban exploration and the stuff that I used to do, that was what we went by. That code of conduct. You always have somebody with you, and you always have backup equipment. You never go alone.
You never catch me alone in the convention. Usually my roommate or my sister, or one of my friends that I've got to know through connections and everything. Someone is close. Someone that does know me is close by.
And that's the thing is, I've done a lot of stuff over the years. I do a lot of outdoor work. I do a lot of zoo work, stuff like that. And people wonder why I stay armed, and if I'm not in a place where I can stay armed, I have people with me. Why I had people make comments, why are you dragging all these people with you across states just to go to a comedy show? It's like, because I'm not going alone to a crowd, especially as a woman with my tics and other stuff. It's not safe. You know?
Yeah.
The moment you have a public face in any form, it's not. There's going to be people who have an opinion of you, good and bad. And the thing is, the last time I saw Drew, I'm standing in line to check in with my husband, with Lydian, and Net and his wife, and I'm literally standing in line, and I can hear in the line behind us for a while whispering, and see him pointing at me, the video, her. I can literally hear them talking about the public videos of me. That's nerve-wracking, because you don't know if they like it or they hate it or what's going on, And so it's like, it's a weird moment, especially for those of us who have really small channels or stuff, to be recognized publicly for something. And I've actually had that moment several times since Drew released that video a year ago. I have had several people recognize me from it publicly. The thing is that they usually are more supportive when they do, thank God. But it's kind of scary, especially when you're not when you're on your own somewhere, or just trying to run errands or something, to have somebody recognize you. And I can't imagine what it's like to be any of these people with a huge following. And I cannot understand the influencer in the wild attitude of acting like it's normal to have everybody and their uncle talk to you about things that are stupid every time you go anywhere. Yeah. Because honestly, it's so bizarre. The internet culture makes celebrity over a lot of things that shouldn't make celebrity, honestly.
Yep.
But I'm not a big supporter usually of the cause girls from Twitch, but I want to support the fact that she's been very selfless in how she's handled this, and because nobody deserves what happened there. To have somebody walk up and grab you physically like that should never be allowed to happen.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you'd think that the security would have stopped him when they saw him get up.
Not only
Actually,
did you could see security in the video around her. They did nothing. Her security came running across the field and clocked him off away from her.
Golly, man.
The guys that were near her did nothing.
yeah, there's a lot of reports going around that they actually laughed about it too. Afterwards, come to find out, and her original security guy got banned for doing his job.
At a different
What?
convention for the same kind, at a different convention for the same kind of stuff, he got banned for physically removing somebody who tried to grab her at a previous one.
What? Hold on. He got fired for doing his job.
He got
No,
fired because
Emery didn't fire him.
TwitchCon banned him for stopping somebody who tried to assault her at a previous show.
What? Wouldn't they be for him?
That's like giving that's the equivalent of giving the bank robber the key to the vault and letting him walk out.
Yeah, like wouldn't Twitch be for somebody stopping that? Like that,
especially since the first one that they banned from the grounds and wouldn't let her bring to this, he didn't even hurt the guy who did it. He managed to subdue him peacefully and get police to him, which is exactly what you're supposed to do as security if you can.
Yeah.
Already.
Well, he's lucky that's all that guy did to him, because usually they beat you to a bloody pulp over that.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not yelling at anybody. He's doing what he has to do, but I'm gonna think the game is rather insulting.
It's so sad, honestly.
Okay.
And that's why I never streamed on Twitch ever again. I saw what was going on, and I'm like, yeah, I'm leaving. Because not only is they're after people like Emaru, but they also continue their assault on the VTubers. A lot of them didn't get their gifts from the fans. They were like thrown away, stolen, and just plain destroyed by the staff there.
They put up with idiots like Destiny and Pike.
And actually, Iron Mouse. I know Iron Mouse and a lot of others vocally spoke out about it because they never got the gifts. Everybody was lined up, ready to hand the gifts, like fan made stuff, and actually, which is nice.
The problem I'm seeing is, look at the solution we have. We have Twitch, which is literally spitting in the face of everybody that they used to do. They're treating the girls like they're sex objects. They won't protect them from deranged fans and stalkers. They're laughing and trying to do a slap on the wrist of somebody who literally publicly tried to sexually assault a girl.
Hold on.
Meanwhile, you got YouTube and their crazy censorship and the bullshit they've done and the unjust shit and the censoring of certain topics, even if it's from the actual victims, especially when it comes to anything racial. I can't talk about the native stuff, or I get shadow banned so bad it's not even funny. They're censoring stuff about the MIW stuff, the missing Indigenous women. They're censoring it hard. If you say certain phrases at certain volumes, that's it, you're done. There's no way you should be censoring something about something that's being done to innocent victims who need help and support.
I could tell you're choosing your words very carefully.
Yeah, both about what they're censoring and about what I want to say about them. You've got Kick and Rumble, who basically have both had a lot of legal trouble for allowing people to do criminal shit on air on streams repeatedly.
My first experience with Kick was actually going out to track down outright porn.
Hey, Neri.
Put up hey, this isn't yours. I'm on the stream, you numbnut. God.
And do we even want to talk about Instagram that did nothing for hours while one of their guys actually kidnapped and murdered his ex-wife on stream?
That's new.
On stream.
That's
That
new.
happened. That happened a couple of years ago, actually. And he shot her
First
on
I heard
stream
is
live.
wow. Where have I?
I'll send you some stuff on it later.
So, object
And he-
lesson, ladies: be careful if your man is gaming; he gets into the mood. Okay.
No, this was a whole separate thing, and this was Bulgaria,
Ugh.
and he was one of the tape
Especially,
kind of guys.
especially areas
And
like
she
that,
left-
like they used to screening themselves.
She left because of how violent he was and all the other stuff and the threats. He kidnapped her and the kid on stream and killed her on stream and abandoned the child in the middle of nowhere.
Whoa.
Yeah.
And literally ended up the child luckily was okay. One of the people who knew him and her saw it and rescued the child before anybody else could get to it, and it ended up adopting it. That's one positive.
I can get rid of this now.
He did that. He went on to another part of the stream where he actually shot at several people and before he ended up taking himself out. He killed several people on that stream.
Oh, jeez.
And Instagram didn't take it down while thousands of people were flagging it. Her own grandmother saw her die on it.
These algorithms are so jump on certain words and things, but actual violence, it's like, no, we'll leave it up.
This is why we've got to stop with all this algorithm and AI and, you know, auto responses to reports of things and stuff, and start actually having humans quick looking at things. Because there's no way that should have been flagged that many times so that people had stayed up while all that was happening.
Yeah. That should have been yeeted immediately.
So should he, but that's a whole other rant.
Well, yeah.
And the thing is that she literally had tons of evidence that he did this up before. He had a violent track record, and this female judge in Bulgaria didn't only refuse her a restraining order and police protection against him, but basically laughed it out, basically making fun of women who need protection.
So much for the Bulgarian justice system.
So yeah, I don't like any of these stream services right now. None of them are doing shit to help the people or protect them that are working there.
Yeah.
Damn.
You shouldn't be able to have things like nuisance streamers and people committing crimes on stream and people driving down highways going 90
That was just the
doing
oven.
drugs and shit. You shouldn't be able to have this happen the way it's happening time and time again on every stream service, while innocent people are being flagged and censored over nothing.
Yep.
Yeah. Time and time again, though, you've got these horrible people doing this kinds of shit. And if anybody wonders why so many women are so disgusted by that Alpha Bro community, when this one happened and he did this to her on air, there's a whole bunch of these Gym Bro streamers in the chat chanting, "Do it, kill her," and stuff like that, and encouraging it, saying she deserved it for leaving him.
It's all a video game to them. They have no idea what real violence is anymore.
That's unfortunate.
It's the same thing with, oh yeah, Charlie, I thought it was like, taking out the top boss and the thing. No, that's a real human being that just got in front of God and everybody, including his own children.
That was,
And you're cheering it on, you psychopath. Come on. That's
And
a
that was live too. A lot of people who were watching the debate saw it live, and myself included.
Yeah.
that was even more unfortunate.
That's beyond unfortunate. It's fucking
But as I understand it, some if not all,
should die.
as I understand it, some if not all of them, of the celebrators got fired.
Well,
Or
those are going to be
starting
identified.
to.
Yeah, this person's a nurse in the state. You don't want them treating people, do you? If this is their tendencies, or this is a teacher, you don't want them teaching 5-year-olds and while they're cheering on an assassination? No.
The thing is that I'm seeing so much more of this rhetoric on every side of every aisle. The extremists are becoming so emboldened. And I'm seeing more and more violence on every side. And
The
something's
extremists,
got to give at some point.
the extremists have been on every side forever.
Not like
That's-
this. This is
That's
getting
not
bad.
what I'm saying here. And again, I'm not saying it's one side or others because I've seen this.
I
violent
said
rhetoric
every
and these violent-
side.
Let me finish. What I'm saying is it's amping up. They're playing the sides against each other very successfully. The amount of people willing to commit violence, the amount of people cheering violence on, the amount of people laughing and joking about it after the fact is exponentially growing.
One of those cases
And
where where Bill Maher kind of slid into
society's-
something.
I absolutely believe at this point that this isn't even about trying to divide people in this political community or this part of this country or stuff. I truly believe they're pushing for a global world war that's actually a civil war.
Oh yeah.
Every group turning on every group in every country.
That's the old playbook. Cause as much chaos as possible so you can swoop in and be the hero and
Well,
they'll follow you.
I
It's
don't think
but
they will
we
be
ain't
able-
doing that this time.
I don't think they'll be able to control whatever they can. I don't think they will.
That's the dangerous part of the game. It's like they think they're gonna we're going to be the hero. No, we know too much about it. We've read your goddamn playbook.
And
It's kind of
Stick
Bill
to
and
the
Maher.
people
people you
are-
know, right?
Like Bill Maher said a
and-
while back, said the right is not playing it anymore.
and people
Where
are.
it's like,
what do
you
you
want to do that? No, we ain't doing that.
What do you think? What do you
Yeah.
think they'll do? People will do if you just walk up. If a random person just walks up to, say, your fortified settlement, pow!
What?
No, I was making a point.
Well, I think there's so many people I'm watching. So just if I was there, I'd just have to fight there. Just walk up and just slap them. Not
think
punch
it's-
them, just walk up. Just like
One sec, one sec,
like
one
a
sec,
cranky little
guys.
thing. Just
One sec,
how
guys.
dare you?
The
You
thing
think you raise
is-
you read it all.
Stop. Wait a sec, Bob.
Mm-hmm.
I was trying to speak.
Mm-hmm.
The thing is, we're not going to change this by going along with the rhetoric because it's been designed
No.
to divide us. So the more we
Oh, yeah.
respond with divisive rhetoric, the further it'll go, and the further it'll go. It was designed this way so that every time something goes wrong, people on the other side will be amped up even more, and it's intentional.
Mhm.
They want people to be hurt.
Mhm.
They want people to be angry, but they want them to not know how to use that anger properly.
Honestly, I just laugh at all the headlines.
Well, some of these people, it's like they're acting like they're 5-year-olds, so I think they treat them like they're 5-year-olds. Start mouthing off. Shut the hell up!
Yep, that's
You're
why.
teaching kids smack. Don't you even think about doing that?
That's why I think anime will agree with me. That's why when Phil says turn off the news, turn off the fucking news, no matter if it's right wing or left wing.
Start
Well,
doing
I
your
got
own
a
damn
conga line of
research.
videos over here that I'm trying to get through. And I'm
On
pick and choose what I'm watching.
everything, people. Start doing your own damn research. Don't believe the
There we
pundits on
go.
either side. Don't believe the media on
Mhm.
either side.
I
If somebody says this law is being pushed and they want this, go out there and read the bills. Go out there and see what you're going to do. Do what the Congress won't and read a fucking bill. I mean,
Yeah.
I will
There you
be
go.
completely honest that that I don't have I don't think I can because of my interest level and and attention span
which
and
is
all that.
another thing. But don't believe either side and
Yeah.
don't get hyped into a situation you don't know
It's
the
like
story of.
the resources
That's
are
the
there.
point.
Yeah. The
That's
access
what I'm
is
saying.
there.
If people want to say things, if they want to watch all this news, if they want to get involved in the system, then you have to actually be actively involved. You can't just believe your media, no
Yeah,
matter
that's
who they are.
I don't.
That is one thing Newt Gingrich set up when he was speaker. Is like online access. So here's the bill. Look it up for yourself.
I don't.
You can read and see who's co-sponsored and everything else.
I
I'm
don't.
pretty sure it's still working.
Now the bills are like 1,000 pages and full of legalese that you need a lawyer to translate.
They've always
that's what
been
they're
that
banking
way.
on.
They've always been that way. Look, as somebody who's been a part of the whole political system and has been read the bills and stuff, and has researched and read historical bills, this is the legalese and the multiple pages and the tons of work and all that is not new. It was even happening in bills in the 1800s. It's not new.
Mhm.
It was probably happening in England too.
Well, that's what we got for electing lawyers.
is.
Okay, come on.
There's the old joke. What do you call 500 lawyers buried up to their necks in sand?
A good start.
Not enough sand.
No, but it probably happened in England, and it probably
No, it's not
happened in
probably
Rome,
happened.
and
It
it
absolutely
That's where we got.
happened in England.
That's where I think they got the idea.
probably happened
So much
in
of our legal
Greece.
system is based on British law.
One sec. You have to realize that Parliament is basically Congress if they had a 4-drink minimum. Whereas we'll sit there and go, my worthy opponent in Parliament, they'll yell, fuck you, you bloody wanker shit.
Mrs. Thatcher, please sit down. Meanwhile, the Senate thinks it's a House of Lords. So,
I remember all the people in the U.S. who were offended that the guy yelled at Obama, you lie. I'm sitting there thinking, have they heard half the shit they yell at each other in Parliament? I mean,
watch Prime Minister's questions sometime. Just any of them. It's like,
Well, England has been taken over by the foreigners.
they're trying.
So,
that's not complete yet.
One lady,
It's
I saw
it's
one thing. Some gal telling off a couple of, refugees or asylum seekers. That you don't want to piss off the Anglo-Saxon. We don't engage in terrorism. We start world wars. We don't harass you. We wipe out civilizations. Don't piss us off.
I saw a video, and I don't know the full context behind it. That I saw a woman was trying to walk her dog, and the police stopped her because there were maybe foreigners in that direction.
I'll lay out that it was England. There's probably also Muslim cops. They've been hiring
No,
a
it
lot of
looked
Muslim
like
cops.
an
too.
English cop.
Well, yeah, they're but the English police they've been hiring a lot of Muslim cops.
Well, it's not always necessarily when they're doing that they're saying the person's doing anything wrong either. Some of this is their protective measures because they know they can't do enough to stop these guys. They don't want them walking into it too.
What I think is hilarious in France, some people are taking pigs out for a walk.
I don't think
Big old pig on a leash and this. Oh my god!
They hate
but-
dogs too.
Yeah, but
But
the pigs
what-
especially.
No, they're both actually considered violations of their faith.
Yeah.
But
I think the pig
there
makes a
was-
better statement though.
But it appeared that I think, and I don't know for sure that just maybe Muslims are in that direction and they might get offended by that dog.
Well, they've been putting out. No, please don't walk your dog. It is offensive to harassment. That would get me to buy 2 more dogs. Okay.
I have a weapon to deal with Muslim extremists. Read the private chat.
This should be fun. Yeah.
Oh.
Bone in. Yeah.
Yeah, sideways.
Giggity.
No, I think walking a big old 200-pound sow down the same as that's a much better statement. Because everyone's got a dog, but hey, you got a pig. That's commitment.
It was a golden retriever, too.
Maybe we'll go on the beach with our Rottweiler. It's like, come on, try it.
Well, there is an issue with.
I also.
Wait, let me finish my sentence. There is an issue with while I can support stop letting people try to dictate your pets and other shit like that. Because the issue with them saying, "Well, your pet's unclean to me. I don't give a shit what's clean to you." However, there's also a huge issue with these entitled dog owners who think they're entitled to take their dogs everywhere, whether it's sanitary or not, or whether they're public or not.
Yeah, it's going to separate issue there. Yeah.
And so it's kind of ties into the same though, because it kind of feeds on each other, unfortunately. Because when you have one person bashing the dogs and the dog owners, they put the pedal to the metal to try to spite them, and it ends up hurting more people.
Yeah.
And so it's a balance line we need to do as a society.
We are a dog-loving culture. The same with the Brits too. That's why I'm trying to. They'll call the cops on me if somebody, they think you're not treating your dog right. They see him kind of looking lonely in the window. They'll call the cops on your ass.
We will call the cops for actually.
There's nothing wrong with the dog. He's just looking out the window. But no, he's not treating his dog right. He's talking about walkies. How does it work?
Captain.
Oh, and by the way, last night, while Steve was arriving, I met up with him in the city and drove him here. As we were leaving the town that I was born in, across the highway in front of me ran from a rancher with the chicken farm, no less,
Uh,
What?
A bright yellow swift fox.
hmm.
It literally ran out of the hen house across the cars.
Oh wow.
Whoop. Hmm.
And I don't know if any of you guys have seen swift foxes. It kind of
No.
looks like if you combined, like, they're smaller than regular foxes. They're about the size of a large tabby. They're
Mhm.
brightish yellow. And if you look at their characteristics, they almost look like a cross between a cat, a fox, and a coyote.
Hmm.
They're really
Bizarre.
pretty.
Whoa.
No, I think the
And they-
Muslims like cats. Yeah.
Not really.
Not really. No, they put up with them.
I'm not a fan of pets in general.
Nah. They're not a fan of much of anything, you know?
I
No
saw,
music, no art, no dancing, no singing, nothing, no pet, nothing. What
Speaking
the
of which,
fuck do
by
you
the
people
way-
like?
Speaking of which, by the way, have you actually heard the underground Iranian metal?
Hmm.
Oh my god, underground
Imagine-
metal from Iran is hardcore shit.
Hmm.
I
Oh,
saw,
we're
Matt,
talking metal now?
Matt,
I mean, I hate to,
Matt,
you know, because the
one
Chubby
sec,
Gamers
one sec,
sweetheart,
Bob.
but,
Matt,
mhm,
have
yeah.
you heard the underground metal from the Iranian movement for music? This is a
Can't
bunch
say
of
I have.
Iranians who don't like the fact that music is illegal in Iran, so they're actually running underground, basically speakeasies for heavy metal bands that they're creating and doing.
There's Din Din. Hold on.
how do they practice? Because there's a lot of noise.
There's a lot of Iranians. That's why you can't.
There's
police
a
them
lot
all.
of Iranians. There's very loud cities, and there's some really deep old buildings that are really solid rock too.
And there's
Yeah,
also a
really
weird
blame you-
thing. The weird thing about Iran, 58% of the population lives in the key 17 cities in the north. And most of the music is coming out of the sparsely populated south. Some of them rarely see a government official or an imam.
Yeah,
The South
you can't really blame the Iranians for being this pissed off with their government because they were captured by Iraq.
Yeah. Here's the thing.
Hey.
Yeah, you're right. A long time ago, I forget exactly when, but the Saudis sat back and watched Turkey and Persia fight each other to near death, and then took them both over. But the caliphate broke up.
It wasn't uncommon back then.
Oh,
But
guys!
after the caliphate broke up, the Persians have always remained a minority in their own country. So a lot of the Persian music influence has come out through, as Eagle pointed out, metal music. So, but I find it interesting that the Persians live in the mountains and in the desert, and the Iranians who live in the city are poorer, and yet, but they'd rather live in air
How did that
conditioning.
happen?
But
because
the
the cost of
Iranian metal
electricity.
goes hard. Iranian metal goes hard.
Yeah, the
Aw.
Iranian elite are all Arabs, and they pretty much lock the Persians out of the economy. And most of the Persians can't afford to live in the cities. And most of the Arabs, they live in air-conditioned apartments, and they've bled the economy dry with public housing and everything else,
Because
and
of course they
electricity
did.
subsidies.
One sec, Kermit. Let him finish. Go ahead, David.
They always blame the crushing economy on sanctions. But the reality is they don't produce that much outside of oil. Most of the population doesn't work. It's all subsidies, They have office jobs. The largest employer is the government, and this is the kind of mentality that you have with Zoran. If you want to know what Zoran is like, just look at the economies of the Middle East and particularly Iran, because that's what he's promising. Okay, government-run shops, government-run housing, and look how corrupt it gets. But that's what they want. You see, I don't get. Nobody's learnt their lesson. Okay, it doesn't matter Zohan, what race or color he is. He has the same smile as Mr. Beast, Jake Paul, and every other con man in history. I mean, Zohan dresses like Barack Obama for a reason.
I will say one positive thing about dealing with all these nuisance streamers is how many of them are ending up in jail in seriously hard countries.
Yeah.
I'm kind of enjoying watching them all end up in jail.
Johnny Somali.
That was a fun.
I wish the people that keep on dunking on. I wish the people that keep on dunking on me on Twitter would end up in jail.
Have they locked up Johnny yet? I haven't seen the latest.
He's back in court. He smirked and is back in jail for contempt of court.
Oh, that son of a bitch.
Good to see you, David.
That seems. I know who he is, but that seems like a overkill for a smirk.
Good to see you, David. I didn't know you came in here, brother. I stepped
Sorry,
away.
bro. Last week I got to interview James over his book.
Did you see that
Celtic
they may
writer,
have?
but he's from the United States, but he's a Celtic
Did you?
writer.
Did you guys see that they may?
You know, Sunday nights are the only time a lot of people are free.
Did you see that they Did you see that I saw today that they may have captured someone in the involved with the Louvre robbery?
2 people have been arrested. One is a suspect and one is helping police. So it looks like they turned on each other.
Oh, we still talking Iranians here? Or?
No.
We skipped
the Louvre.
The Louvre. He's asked about the Louvre. Yes.
That's
I would recommend to all of you, though, if you like hardcore metal, look up a lot of the Iranian underground and start listening to some of it.
The Louvre case is interesting. We know there was an inside man. They interviewed all the staff. Shortly later, they arrested somebody. They changed that from arrest to helping police and made another arrest. Now they're expecting to arrest the buyer. You know, this is all organized crime. You know.
The organized crime here was interesting. That a recent arrest.
Fill me in, guys. What are we talking about?
The Louvre was robbed, and I believe the primary motive is that they need something valuable to secure drug trades because it's getting harder and harder to move money.
Well, they tracked the French crown jewels. I think what they went for.
Yeah.
And what?
So I kind of take this in personally.
But they need something small that's worth a lot of money to secure drug trades, right?
And a Gauguin doesn't really travel well.
Yeah. Well, they're also running out of art because the police because every time there's a raid, first thing they do is lock up all the stolen art and confiscate all the money. So they're running out of money to move. You know, they're little. A lot of people don't know this. With drug trades, the really big ones, they don't move money; they move objects.
Yeah.
All right, they move money from one. They just basically have a ledger.
Even a lot of small ones.
Objects. Yeah.
Even a lot of small ones, they don't usually work with cash or money. They'll buy people's jewelry. They'll buy off people's EBT cards. They'll do stuff like that. They rarely handle money directly.
Yeah.
Oh.
Now, one of the things is, particularly in the 90s, they used to have so much cash. They had billions on hand, and they were getting robbed all the time. But now that the government has got really good at catching them and detecting money, they're trying not to have large concentrations of money.
That's kind of hilarious, actually.
The drug thing. Why Bruce blowing up boats and they not only robbing that they do now actually because the border's closed. They can't get it.
They've always had the legal right to blow up boats.
It is not that close. They're not doing anything to stop most of the traffickers yet. That's a misnomer. It's not happening that much.
Yeah, it's tougher.
The traffickers have not slowed down at all up these highways and kidnapping natives and other shit. It's not slowed down.
No, it is impacted, but it's going to take a lot more before Eagle will say definitely something is happening. And I would agree. there's a lot more that needs to be done
There-
because
Just to bear in mind that when I'm with mom here, I travel the highways that connect the south to I-90 all the time. I deal with these traffickers and they're targeting native and they're traveling all over the country from both Canada and Mexico all the time here.
I'm a firm
And
believer.
It's
To
not
be
stopping.
Hey,
To be fair,
hold on a minute. There's a lot of false Christianity in America, particularly with liberalism, where they say, thou shalt not kill. The actual is, thou shalt not kill the innocent. A trafficker is not the innocent. I will not say anything else. Thank you, YouTube. Go ahead, Kermit.
also, all that stuff is still ramping up, so it could
Joker!
Yep.
so it could get better with could get more impacted with time.
Joker, what's up, brother?
Hey, Joker.
Unfortunately, a lot of the current measures being done aren't hitting the people trafficking and the people smuggling as much as they're hitting innocent people right now. Because
Well,
the people
David-
trafficking know how to avoid all this shit. The innocent people don't really have a way to. They're just trying to get by.
Yeah, the idiots who get caught up in it are the ones who get caught the first and the easiest.
Well,
I
David, that's
wouldn't
why.
call. Wait. I wouldn't call the people getting caught up in a lot of these policies idiots by a long shot.
No, well, I would say they're not functioning well. They have some sort of disorder that they want to.
Not all
Get
of
in on
them,
the action.
probably.
You're not getting what I'm talking about at all. If that's what you're
Okay.
thinking.
Okay.
'Cause I'm talking about
different
there's a
things.
lot of people who are getting caught up in all these extra paperwork and all this other stuff who are people who've come here legally and never committed a crime, people who are native but their identification's always been done through the res and a lot of states don't want to recognize it, stuff like that. People who have not done anything wrong who are getting caught up in this. And I get we're trying to stop one thing, but we have to be careful how we do it also, you know?
Yeah, but there are a lot of people who are using that system to get criminals into the country. And what they do is they hide one criminal amongst 100 job seekers.
Hey, General Sar, what's up, buddy?
I'm not talking about people coming across the border. I'm talking directly about people who either are
okay.
actual residents here who are born and raised here or legal residents
Yeah.
who've been here under licensing for years.
Yeah.
Because it's affecting them too, unfortunately, is what I'm saying.
But here's the
I'm
thing:
not
a lot
getting
of
anything for the people who are, if you're coming in here, whether it's you're coming to the border asking for a refugee status or you're coming in here for the legal system, you should have to be screened. You should have to do more stuff. That's a given. You know?
and a lot of
Especially if you
these
skip
refugees
five
because
or six
of
different
refugees.
countries on the way to get here. There's
Well,
something, that's not
Yeah,
right.
they're welfare seekers. Come on, there's a lot of welfare seekers. Now, here's the thing that really a lot of people haven't caught on. Remember when California promised that pot was going to save their economy? How much are they in debt now? 58 billion.
Actually, pot is about the only thing keeping them halfway afloat right now, though.
Yeah.
Because everything else
No.
in California is tanking.
No, the pot industry's losing money.
Not really. The reason they're saying it's losing money is because when they count the statistics on that, it's not allowed to count statistics on anything but straight THC recreational
No.
only. So
No.
listen. As somebody who deals with it, they're not allowed
Yeah.
to count like medical CBDs and stuff like that as part of the pot industry.
Ah,
So all that stuff
That's what I was
isn't
gonna
counted
say.
in it.
a lot of their pot farms are losing money because they can't, because the California land tax.
Yeah,
Remember,
and that's the thing. The
California's
money that
not being
people
run by
are
the best and
making,
brightest.
the people that are making money in California through the whole pot industry are not making it as growers. They're making it as people selling CBD muscle creams and
But
gummies and
here's
stuff like
the
that,
thing.
not growers.
The allegation is that the ones who are making the money are mixing the legal growing in California with the illegal imported to subsidize, because they
There's
can
been
buy pot in Mexico
Okay.
for half the price.
There's been a few caught doing it, but it's if you're actually selling it in legal shops, it is really hyper scrutinized, and that's nationwide.
But according to NBC,
No.
sales are down 20%. And
You
that
believe
has
the
affected
mainstream
small
media?
farms.
Listen. Wait. Let me explain this from somebody in the country here who
Yeah.
deals with these
Okay.
people a lot more.
Okay, explain.
It is really hyper scrutinized in who you buy for, who the supplier is, how it's produced. You have to prove every stage of it. You have to have documentation of every
Yeah.
stage of it to sell legally in any legal shop in the U.S., and it is not easy to do. However, do we see on occasion shops pop up that clearly are basically they're not going to be there long? That's clearly a front for drug dealers and stuff like that. Yeah, but that's not the majority. And like I said, since they don't
No.
allow them to count some of the
Hold
CBDs
on.
and stuff as part of that trade and other stuff, the numbers you're
Yeah,
citing are
yeah,
much more
okay, but-
complicated than that.
And you're
Hold
citing
on,
mainstream
Kermit.
media
One
sources.
sec. Let David respond.
NBC was only talking about California, and they did
Yeah.
put a rider in saying that it's this is not happening in Colorado or other states. They're just saying due to the lack of enforcement in California in the last 6 months, small farms have been impacted by the influx of what they call laundered leaf. That is when
Because
they bring in the
California's
leaf
being
over
run
the
by
border.
morons.
Yeah.
What I was
Chinese
saying
are
is-
bringing in through Bakersfield tons of marijuana and laundering it into the legal crop.
What I was saying
to
is
hide
the
it.
misnomer, and what they were saying is that that's
Yeah.
not being sold in the legal shops. That's being sold as street drugs.
Yeah,
Because the legal
but
shops are too scrutinized by the federal government.
because it's
Yep.
now cheaper than the legal stuff. The small farms are the most impacted, but the large farms are reporting a 20% decrease in legal sales, and the reason why is pot is getting expensive in California because of the California land tax.
Well, they also missed the point about, the whole thing of legalize it and tax it. It's like, you still got to be able to buy it. You don't jack the prices up so you're like $1,500 for a joint. Are you high?
That's the point.
One sec,
That was
guys.
the point.
One sec, guys. I was starting to respond to that.
Yeah.
Let's also not forget that there's issues with the fact that this is not federally run. This is not federally
No,
done. It's still
this is
technically
state-
federal. Let me finish. It's still technically federally illegal for most of the forms outside of CBD. But there's even 2 states that even restrict CBD in all forms. And so literally I can go to people I know who live in Nebraska where you can't even get medical CBD rubs for your skin. But yet they're a few minutes from the Colorado border where you can go over and do a lot of hard stuff legally.
Yeah.
But that's what people in California are doing. They're
You are-
going to Colorado. They're literally
Applegate.
moving, though. They're not.
You believe it?
In the past, they
Applegate.
didn't move their crop. Now they're
I
moving their
will
farm.
also tell you one more thing about this whole industry is
Yeah.
legalizing it on the res is actually pulling them out of some of the third world poverty. Things have actually
Yeah, I
improved
wasn't
significantly. No, wait,
yeah.
let me finish.
I'm not against that.
Things have actually improved significantly on Pine Ridge in the
Yeah.
last year and a half, to the point where at least the main city now actually has cell signal function and more power and stuff. And
Yeah,
that's
again,
largely because they legalized it and they're growing it out in the desert and selling it to the tourists that are coming through to go to the rest of the state.
And
How
they're not in
convenient.
California.
Bro,
So the white man, the wacky tobacco. We've been
Problem.
Applegate.
Yeah, okay, Kermit.
You believe mainstream media sources?
Kermit, they're not allowed to lie on business news. Trump would stomp them. Okay.
Yeah, that's a misnomer.
business news they're generally better at,
Generally, business news they tend to not lie because their customers would sue the living daylights out
I
of them.
doubt that.
I will say,
don't
let me
doubt
say
that
it this
word.
way, Kermit. That it does still happen, but the fraud is more usually political or racial news than actual businesses. Usually,
The business news is the business news thrives on big companies who pay them for data. Okay.
and that's why I was explaining with what he was talking about. That's technically true, but it's missing a lot of misnomers that also have a lot of things that
Yeah.
are true that are missed in it.
See, there's things that could be true in California and nowhere else in the country.
I
And
can
that's
just tell
the
you from somebody who
Because
has
California's
been-
run by morons.
unfortunately had to make a lot of trips to California. in the last
California
few
has
years.
killed the golden goose with land tax. Okay, it's the
But
final nail on the
I
coffin.
was in the middle of something. Let me say it.
All right.
Unfortunately, as somebody who's had to make a lot of travel to California in the last few years for different things, and who sells and trades a lot with people in California, some of it's true and some of it's hyperbolic on both sides to try to make California either like a hero or a goat or an absolute monster. And the thing is that while a lot of these issues do exist, they're not as directly correlated as they're portrayed, or there's more nuance to it and stuff like that. That's why I was trying to add some of the other nuances in.
I was trying to not go into the hyperbolics, but the speculation, like there is speculation, but the main thing is California under Gavin Newsom since 2017 has
Hey, Chillmonger, what's up, buddy?
into debt, and that nobody.
Their taxes are ridiculous. Their housing is a joke. There's way more illegal shit happening there than possible, and the majority of the money they're making from the pot industry is from medical and CBD and stuff, not the actual weed.
Yeah, but I'm saying that side of the industry is not separated when they're doing the national statistics on sales. Okay, when the business
actually they don't count the CBD as part of the pot industry.
I'm talking about when you have the national sales data for California, and it is down.
It's
Well,
a
the rest of the
patchwork thing, 'cause
country
every
is doing
state does
fine.
it differently. So
My big thing I was saying is that when they talk about pot industry, if it's not THC based, they don't count it in those statistics. CBD is counted as a separate. It's considered a part of the pharmaceutical industry, so it's not counted in the same statistics.
Yeah, but if that's but they never mention whether or not that's doing fine in California or not. But all they're saying
CBD is doing well in California. CBD is doing well in California.
Literally bet the farm on legal pot, and it has not closed the gap on their debt.
Because they insist on spending more than they take in. That's the basic spending problem.
Right. All the money they save on enforcement is now going elsewhere, right? All the money they save on not enforcing one law is now being redirected to all the other laws they've ignored for the last 20, 40 years.
But part of why CBD is doing, but one sec. Part of why CBD is doing well in California compared to a pot itself is because most CBD shops you get nationwide, they're all working through, and they're not even big farms or small farms. It's both, but they're all going to certain certified farms for their main supply that they either use for their gummies or they sell as theirs, because they want the certification easy, and the certification is expensive to earn and do. So they have their set farms they love, and you'll get like everything from based on candy companies to all this other stuff. They all sell the same stuff for CBD overall nationwide. So it's not affecting the California growers at all for CBD.
They sell it the same stuff nationwide.
They got to get that high-speed rail built between LA and San Francisco.
As I said a couple of weeks ago to somebody, I think it was actually here. Don't forget, California spent more on their rail than Japan, and Japan's line is up and running. 9 of them actually, and they're all profitable.
And
that is correct.
California's, it's like huh?
I'm sorry.
I don't think that rail's ever going to happen.
No.
When California started, Japan had one line, the Tokyo Osaka line, and now they've got 9 lines.
Everyone
and California
who keeps
still
talking
has
about
half.
wanting these high-speed rails from coast to coast for travel, it's never going to work. And it's nothing about Musk or any of them. It's never going to work. You cannot feasibly afford to run a rail from California to New York.
Once again,
the terrain between is too large, it's too wild, it's too out of control. It is not feasible. It's not functional. The cost from ticket point to ticket point would be astronomical.
It's a solution to a 19th century problem.
Yes.
They did it back in the day. They had it
Exactly. Back in the day, that was when it worked. But now it's like nobody gives a shit about passenger rail anymore, okay?
Hold on. The reason why passenger rail works in Japan is that they're smaller, okay?
It's population,
and they have more people per train.
It'll work in a small country. It'll work in some European countries.
Yes.
Two things about the Old West.
Yeah.
Two things about the Old West. A, the rail went to every little town. This was not trying to high speed across the country. It was slow speed. Yeah. B, there weren't other means of travel. There weren't roads. There weren't other stuff. So this was the only way. So they had a lot of guaranteed clientele and business. You're not going to get that today. People are not going to want to spend 5 days in a train with a bunch of strangers when they can drive their own damn car and stay in hotels.
Here's the thing. They did a study of the high-speed rail, and it would be astronomical compared to the cost of flight. and flight still gets there an hour ahead.
And
It's got
high-speed
the
rail has
land.
a lot. High-speed rail has a lot more things that can go wrong and cause it to crash you when you're on the ground. Animals, wildlife, natural disasters, and storms have a higher effect on it than flying.
That is true.
The only people who really want high-speed rail, and this has been proven time and time again, is the Pentagon, because it's it's the only way they can move a lot of troops quickly to California between the coasts. But as the United States government said to the Pentagon time and time again, go just build an underground rail. Go ahead. Build it over the next 10, 20 years and stop asking for it.
You don't think
Let me
they
draw a
already done
comparison
it?
here a sec. One sec. Let me draw.
No,
a
they
comparison
only have
here.
one between
Guys,
Washington
guys,
and
guys.
New York.
I waited for a gap. Let me talk a sec.
Yeah. Go,
Let me
go,
draw a
go.
comparison here on this, because this, to me, the high-speed rail is as much fanciful as trying to make every area work with electric cars. It's never going to happen. And the reason is environment in where you're at and amount of population in where you're at. High-speed rail takes a massive amount of people for it to be functional, for it to work, for it to do anything correctly. That's a given. You need a lot of people to be able to travel it with a lot of person, a lot of money. When you go through the whole thing with them trying to say you need like every half hour or so, you need places for this and that for the electric cars. It's like, great. Okay, you tell me where you're going to find an every half hour stop to install expensive systems for electric car charging in South Dakota here. Let me tell you what we have for terrain. We have a desert mountain that freezes extremely and has a lot of terrain that's really insane. We have a painted desert, rural areas that stretch for hundreds of miles with almost no people at all. You have reservations that government and federal government cannot mandate that shit on. You have, where are they going to do it and how are you going to afford it? You're talking about a state where the infrastructure and the people would literally cost more than the entire state's annual income to put that much in because of the size of the state.
It would?
Yes.
Yeah. Again,
because you're talking about a state with less than 1 million people and it's over 400 miles across.
Again, it comes down to people.
I did not know
who
the
do this thing-
length.
No, it comes down to people who sit in an office all day and do this thing called strategic planning. They look at maps. They don't look at they don't actually know the terrain. They don't know the weather. They don't know the seasons. And they actually don't look at the actual use transfer, okay? The reason why, again, Japan and other countries have functioning, profitable rail systems is because they've had them for over a century. In the US, your rail system in the last century has only seen a decline in use. To get people to use rail again, it will take up to a century just to use the current system.
If you go to the UK, you have around 60 million people and about 50,000 square miles. They have docking stations, charging stations. It works, right? Let's do South Dakota here, which is not even the most sparse population state by far. Population versus size. Let me give you this.
Yeah.
Population of South Dakota is just under 1 million. Okay? Now, let's talk about size here. Whereas you go to the UK and the entire country is 50,000 square miles, South Dakota alone is over 77,000 square miles. And it's a much rougher terrain with a lot more environmental impact, a lot more extreme
How do they maintain the
high and
road?
low. Well, that's the thing is when all these people do these surveys, but well, look, some of these states that are like middle of the country, flyover country, or red states, look how much tax money they use. It's like, yes, but when you're talking about that, you're talking about the federal government using a lot of tax money here to build highways so people can use us as a thoroughfare because they're too lazy to find another way.
Another reason why
It's money we're spending. It's money the federal government's spending here to treat us like a speed bump.
Yeah. But here's the thing. You are, with roads in particular, right? You are spending a fortune on roads. And the thing is, I know it's going to be like the same argument. Oh, yes, but with rail. But see, the thing is, another problem with rail is, for rail to work is you have to concentrate people into smallest places, funnel them to rail, and then funnel all the work to the destination. And we have better solutions, right? Distribute distribute the jobs better, particularly with rural areas. Distribute the jobs better. Maintain the roads better. That way, these country towns are no longer speed bumps. But unfortunately, all this planning is done by people in offices who spend most of the time looking for ways of cutting costs so they can raise their wages.
Let's look at it this way. Let's use Montana here. Montana is mostly mountainous. It is extremely cold most of the year. The terrain is very rough and up and down and all this. And even when you cut across the flat part of the state, it's long stretches where there's high winds, high cold, lots of ice, other stuff.
Yeah.
Montana has a population just over 1 million, and it's almost 150,000 square miles.
Salute.
What?
Yeah, it's
That I
big.
did not know.
I went to Job Corps in Montana. I spent time in Missoula and Helena at different times of my life. And those are basically okay, Missoula and Helena I can deal with. Butte I can deal with. Billings, please. Billings, please.
Mm-hmm.
What's wrong with those?
It sucks.
Billings? Well, besides the fact that it smells like a bunch of skunks died in an industrial chemical fire.
Maybe they did.
It is the most convoluted, weird-ass city where one-ways will round you about all over the place with nowhere to turn off and then put you on the highway the wrong direction you just came from. It looks like it was designed by a crack addict who wanted to cause pain to people.
Maybe
And the
it
people
was.
there are rude as shit. Or my sweet mother, who doesn't swear often, Bob, last time we got stuck in Billings, at the top of her lungs from the top of the mountain screams, Billings fucking stinks. And it doesn't smell good either. And flip the people off.
How does anyone live there?
They, a lot of drugs. I mean, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I
right.
mean, how do they get around is my point.
Car.
Not very easily. And then
Car.
Billings is the king of a
Tractor.
small city doing what large cities do that I honestly hate with a passion, which is having one-way roads that change direction for different times of the day.
Far out.
Oh,
Of
yeah.
course.
It must have made some sort of sense back in the day when they did it. Or
No,
the 60s
it's
and
never
they're all
made sense.
gone.
Trust
Or-
me, for
or
somebody whose
someone made
a
family's
lot of
been in
money.
Montana for generations, it's never made sense. Also, this is the thing, is that we had this whole family discussion on this a long time ago, and we basically decided that Billings is a piece of hell that rose to earth and routinely freezes over.
Mhm.
More than likely, someone made a lot of money doing the road stuff.
I know a gal in Missoula. Yeah.
Well, usually, but
Am I wrong?
but also the government, our government helped pay for all the road work. I forget the president, but you know, I think Eagle knows the president I'm
What
talking about,
What do
right?
you hate about the other city,
Calvin
by the
Foods?
way?
Yeah.
Yeah, also I live in a city, and a lot of the roads are like what she says, that there you go down one road and it's like what
Hey,
What the
Furious
hell,
Stan,
why-
what's up, buddy?
Yeah.
you know what I
Go
mean.
ahead.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
even
It's
I
like
mean, look, here's the thing. When I'm with my mom here, I'm rural as shit. I have to go
Yeah.
What
over
about the other
passes.
city that you said you hated?
One sec. I have to go over multiple mountain passes here to get to my birth town, which has like 2,000 people in one grocery store.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm in the middle of nowhere where I'm at here currently. However, when I'm at my house, my husband works and I live in Cedar Rapids, which has a metro area of about 250,000. I
Salute.
lived in Rapid for a while. I've lived in bigger than that. I've traveled to most of the major cities. Thank God, exempting New York. Anyway,
Yeah.
New York sucks.
you cannot
I've
get me
never
into a
been
place
to
that
New
tightly
York.
packed. Period. I will never go to a place
You
that
don't
tightly
wanna
packed. They can
go.
suck this.
yeah, going
I've
to
only
I've-
been there.
I've
was
never-
changing planes in
I've-
JFK one. That's it.
It's bad enough I
I
have to go
never-
to Chicago sometimes.
I've never been to Chicago or New York. I wanted to go to Los Angeles because of Price is Right, but I don't want to. But
I've
Yeah,
been to
because of
LA.
what happened.
I've been to Chicago.
Yeah.
I've been to Dallas.
I've never been. I'm on the East Coast. I've never been past. Yeah. I've never been off the East Coast. Okay, the closest I come from all.
Fully into the East Coast. The closest I came was being
Yeah.
down in Florida briefly. But
You
again,
know-
I was born in South Dakota here, so I mean,
Okay.
my
I,
family's Dakota. I'm a mountain girl. I mean, I'm a hillbilly.
I'm from Virginia. I was born and raised in Virginia, and Virginia has the Blue Ridge Mountains too. So,
Yeah.
Roanoke and all that. I've been there, but that doesn't mean I've lived there. I've lived in the
That's
cities.
good. That's good for you to say.
Richmond and Hampton were where I was
I've
from.
lived everything from cities to extreme rural. When I
Right.
was little, we lived in a tiny
What is-
town next to a
Yeah, and I don't
reservation
mean
that
I
had to
never
deal
lived in the
with.
country.
Yeah.
I don't mean I never lived in the country. I just mean I've lived mostly in the city because I get better with the city than that because I'm a social person. I like going out.
I'm not so much, and I have so much medical issues with cities and stuff. But again, when I say rural, I'm not talking about East Coast rural because that you have a lot more tight packed population in those states. You're not 100 miles out in the middle of nowhere in a town with 30 people usually.
Why is the East Coast like that?
Because they were the first part that was populated when all the white idiots came over here. I mean, so there's higher population densities there.
Yeah. My state, Virginia, is named
after.
after.
Hated.
One sec, Kermit. Let him talk.
No, my family.
My state of birth is one of the 13 colonies, Virginia, and was named after the Queen Elizabeth I.
Well, my family helped out Virginia.
My state of
I am so rural.
My state of birth was English. Wasn't even a colony. They were cities.
When Virginia, the Commonwealth of Virginia,
that switched from
was
England,
a private corporation, not a colony.
Let me explain this a little bit here. When I talk about the rural upbringing and all this stuff, growing up basically very much just near Pine Ridge and dealing with the native stuff in the family there, but also being extremely rural and stuff.
Get away, gotta go, guys. See ya.
Take care, Matt.
Yeah.
There's a town I lived in that's really tiny in Nebraska for a short time. And there's a place outside of it that me and my mom like to call Old Redneck Had Fun. This is literally where a guy running a junkyard for cars took a bunch of the junk cars and built a mock-up with junk cars of Stonehenge. And named it Carhenge.
I heard about that.
This is how redneck my upbringing was. That was very close to me for a portion of my childhood.
The things to do out in the middle of nowhere. It's like, yeah, this plane.
Well, I mean, because my dad moved us.
If you have TV,
When my
it
dad
gets
moved
boring
us from
watching it all the
Virginia-
time.
Yeah. Well, when my dad moved us from Virginia, we moved to Kentucky, and that on the central time zone area of Kentucky.
I've been in Kentucky. I've seen the mountains down there. They're pretty. They're not like the mountains I grew up with. And they don't have as extreme of winters as the mountains I grew up around, but they're pretty. I've been down there.
Well, they're still part of the Blue Ridge Mountains of Virginia because they're the Appalachian Mountains, but there's the Smoky Mountains section. There's a difference, but they're all the same mountain.
Just like I've been to parts of the Ozarks, and I've been through a lot of the South. In fact, I dodged a gator driving the highway through Louisiana.
Yeah.
I travel a lot to do nature photography, so I travel a lot.
Yeah, and when you travel like that, you know more about geography than most people who are like, I don't know the capital of Arizona. Is it Zimbabwe or something? And it's like,
I'm not.
Come on.
I'm not that good with maps, but I'm not that illiterate with maps.
Yeah.
What was that, David?
What my reference was to
2020 until 2022. Most people never heard of Ukraine.
Yeah.
Suddenly they're experts on it, you know?
I did, but
Yeah.
I know about a lot of small countries, partly because I'm obsessed with studying the different metal scene in
Yeah.
every country and how it's adapted music
Yeah.
in that industry.
The what
Oh, you're
industry?
into music too, huh, Eagle?
Oh, I am a big headbanger. I love
She loves music.
Okay. Well, I mean, I'm not a headbanger myself, but I'm a music historian type. You know,
Who
I have a
who
collection of
invent?
records. I have a collection of records starting with my oldest one from 1907.
Mm.
That's
Oh,
nice.
wow.
Good job.
Yeah.
See, I love my
It's
Who
been,
music.
invented metal?
yeah.
Oh, actually, that's a complicated thing because there's always the arguments about white versus black when it comes to rock and metal, but that's
Right.
not actually functionally true. What happened with the whole music industry that created rock, metal, rhythm, blues, and soul music is they're not just distinctly those two that were part of the adaptation of it and creation of it.
Right.
A lot of the early instruments used in what became soul music, jazz, rock, metal, were also a lot of it was also native music. And a lot of the founders
Right.
of the genres are actually Native American.
I know it's probably a stereotype,
Right.
but you hear a lot about the black people doing it.
Well,
A
Because
lot
they're
more
so
than others.
loud
He has
about
a-
it. But here's the thing. Now, here's the thing. There was actually a study done in Chicago with rock and blues, and they found, particularly before the Civil Rights Act, clubs were actively discriminating against white bands because they could get black people for hardly anything.
Right.
Here's
There
the
was a
thing
lo-
I was going to go into with this is if you research a lot of the early backgrounds on rock and metal and
Yeah.
stuff, anime, change that back. That's too flashy. I can't see you guys right anymore. Sorry.
Yeah,
If
no
you research
animation.
a lot of these if you research a lot of these early bands and stuff like that, and they talk about the people who founded these genres, a lot of the first jazz singers were native. Banjo was a African adaptation of a Native American form of guitar. You
Really?
start looking at all this stuff. Yes, you start looking at all
Banjo
this
was
stuff.
Native
It's
American,
not.
yeah.
It's not black versus white in this music. This was native
Right.
music that was adapted by the black community in the days of
It,
the
Right.
old
seems,
days,
it seems
and then was adapted by a
could
lot of
see
the
that.
Celtic and a lot of the persecution
Yeah.
towards whites would join into the communities,
Yeah.
adapt with it,
Yeah.
and then
It's-
they
you
mix
hear
back and
more.
forth with both.
Yeah, hold
And
on.
if you ask them
Come
who
on,
their
let me-
influences are, a lot of them had a lot of native artists too.
You
Hold
hear
on.
more about the
Yeah.
blacks
Yeah.
though.
Yes,
Look,
because
come
Well,
it's
it better isn't.
the
intentional.
loudest.
It's
Okay, they
intentional.
claim anybody. They claim Native Americans. They claim Hawaiians. They claim a lot of the
It's-
Samoan
Right.
It's
music.
also an
claimed
intentional.
everything.
One sec.
Hey,
I've been trying to answer this for a while, guys.
Yeah.
It's
Don't make me
intentional.
break
They are
out the
trying to
gavel.
make race white versus black. They're trying to make everything about
Right.
white versus black. They're trying to discredit the things that other communities have done. It's also part of why they push the whole FDA stuff to not count any form of natural healing as medicine, is because that is another part of discrediting all of these races and communities that are not part of the
Yeah.
white versus black. There's a
Hog-
systemic effort to make everything about white people or black people and nobody in
Yeah.
between.
Right.
It was well documented.
And it's not to
That
say that
Honky
black people
Tonk-
didn't do anything. It's just that
No.
they weren't the
No, it's just they weren't
they,
the only ones.
they
in the
weren't
mix.
they weren't
Yeah.
the originators. You know
And
they
the thing is
it
that
was-
if you
it
really
was-
want to take the music
Yeah.
at its roots and go into rock and metal
Yeah.
and soul and jazz and all that, it's not a black genre, it's not a white genre, it's not a native genre.
Right.
It is all three played a part in creating what it has
Yeah,
become.
yeah. Hold
Really?
on.
Right,
You
exactly.
cannot
It is
credit
a pretty
one without
American
crediting the other.
genre. That's what I
Right.
would.
Is it?
Yeah, it
If
is.
you're a Puritan, hold on. If you're a music Puritan and actually look at the notes,
Mhm.
Honky Tonk comes out of the early days of the upright piano, which is an American thing.
America is literally the world's melting pot, or it
Yeah,
was.
but see,
At least it used to
the
be.
piano is not African or native. But the thing is, if you look at it,
It's European.
Honky Tonk's notes came out of the Western. Same
Right.
with the country music, and the Western
Right.
or country music is definitely heavily influenced by natives. right?
Right, because before it was called country music, it was one of its nicknames was White Man's Blues, and
Yeah,
Which is really
and white
interesting
man's
because
and
bluegrass and a lot of what country music is directly started
right,
with the southern tribes and the tribal belt of
Mhm.
Louisiana and New Orleans.
exactly.
and a lot of
I mean,
bars.
the,
Here's the
Reba
thing: this
McEntire
is
on
well
and
documented. A lot of bars, particularly
the
in the South, would hire white-looking natives because they could pay them less.
right.
Or they would
Like
hire really dark natives and play them off as black.
Mhm.
Yeah,
And in
right,
and pay
fact,
them
how many
yeah.
people here realize that Hendrix was more native than he was black?
He was three-quarter
a
Native
little bit.
American,
I
wasn't he?
didn't
Cherokee
I
or
He was
didn't know,
born in
but I don't doubt it.
yeah,
I
he was
didn't know
born and
that,
raised
but
on
it doesn't
Reds.
surprise me.
In fact,
Yeah,
his
same here.
sister publicly has spoken out repeatedly about the fact that they would actually blacken his portrait in sales
Yeah.
posters and
Oh,
stuff.
I was going to say that.
Yeah, they
If you look
darkened
at
yeah,
his
that
recent,
makes sense.
if you look at his recent re-release, they did a anniversary re-release, and
Mhm.
you compare it to his was it called the White Album or the New York album?
Electric
The
Awakening.
white
or
one
what?
with his profile on it.
I don't know.
They intentionally blackened him to make him look like
Yeah,
he was just
he
black
had
and
a
not
gold.
native.
He had a gold
Right.
album, Hendrix, and that one they blackened the portrait and re-released it as something else.
Just watch his
And that-
performance at Woodstock.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah,
No, they didn't sometimes play natives. Until recent history, 95% of people who were native on TV were Italian.
Yeah,
95%.
Oh,
Why
yeah.
is that?
Because
So
because they
couldn't
looked
black-
ethnic,
TV
didn't have to make them up as
TV
much.
and
Because
They already had the
it
brown
was
eyes.
easy. Wait. Because Italians were not paid as much in Hollywood, so they could pay them less.
right.
They didn't
that's
want to hire
correct.
natives at all because they didn't want to treat us like humans. And they didn't, and most of us wouldn't go along with the ridiculous, stereotypical racist shit they wanted to put in it. And so they just hired
Right.
Italians and painted them a bit redder to make them look more native and accented the cheekbones.
Yeah.
I did not
Well,
know
that
that,
and the
but that doesn't
if you
surprise
look at the
me.
black and white films, they
Jay
still
Silverheels took a
still
lot
had
of
white
people
people
crap. for that.
playing Native Americans.
Did
You
you
know,
guys
a lot
and
of
ever
them were
see
Italian.
the?
Yeah,
Did
That's
you guys ever see?
hilarious.
Wait.
One time,
Did you guys ever? One sec. Did you guys ever see the movie that they
Order.
did for Dudley Do Right?
Mm.
Dudley Do
They actually
Dudley
did this
Do Right.
intentionally, with it because they did it in the late '90s with Brendan Fraser and the guys who did George of the Jungle.
Yeah.
They actually did a whole part of it
Oh, okay.
playing on the old like F Troop style native jokes. And at the end, have her going, I thought Native North Americans could run all day. Oh, yeah, right. Like we're really Indians from an Italian guy playing him.
The thing is, why they cancelled F Troop, here's the irony. The reason why they cancelled F Troop is because see, a lot of the writers on F Troop had actually served in the army, and a lot of the jokes were downright, is that the army started to get upset how absurd they were looking. But
Well, how
a
many?
lot,
how
don't
many
forget, a lot of the
F Troop
writers on
run?
F
I
Troop
love
served. These
the
are all
ironic
things.
thing about F Troop is how many native jokes it had. It is literally one of the most beloved shows to the Native American population of the old sitcoms.
There
It
Yeah,
was one of my
because-
dad's
but-
favorite shows. I have the box set of it.
I saw
yeah,
a
but-
mo-
Got it.
I saw a movie
I grabbed it
Where
when I had a
they-
chance.
where they were making fun of American history, and then there was this native that they had that was part of their group, and he kept getting bad feelings about how his people were gonna get screwed over, and then
Yeah.
I
Well,
believe he
history,
lost
let's
an
look at
arm.
history.
That's history.
Yeah, that's just
I mean, how many people today act surprised when they find out that Redbone was native? It's like the name is Redbone for fuck's sake.
Did you guys not see the midnight special when they were on?
Here's the thing. You
guys
asked,
One guy in full
Right.
regalia doing a bell dance. Come on.
the thing is, if you look at history as a whole, it is nothing but some asshole screwing some other asshole
find that.
over.
Again, I still love the original West Side Story, but you still got to remember they
Find
still
that.
darkened some of their cast members because
Yeah.
they didn't quite
Did
have
you-
enough.
Yeah.
There was also another joke
Well,
where
But
they
see, the thing about West Side Story is that it is actually based on a stabbing in an alleyway of between rivals, who actually had more in common as migrants than and it was, I believe, Cubans and Latinos in the original. But it is based on a true story about a stabbing of a girl in an alley by rival gangs getting a fight, and during the fight the girl gets stabbed. They're fighting over a girl.
How do words get moved from one culture to the other? How stereotypically is the word ghetto used for Black communities now? The word started with the Jewish communities.
Yep.
And they even joked about it in Jefferson. They even joked about it in Jefferson's, where George jokes about stealing the word ghetto from the Jews.
Yeah.
Plus the fact that there's a lot of white ghetto areas too. You could.
Ghetto is not a racial thing. It just means
ghetto.
People are over there.
Ghetto was a word.
Yeah.
I saw
from
another...
England for poor community. Was it in England? No. I think it was Italian, and it. Hold on.
I mean, it has an H in it.
It spread through the Slavic community, right? Particularly in Poland, because ghetto.
Yeah, there were no blacks in the Warsaw Ghetto. I guarantee.
Poor town. Yeah. It just means it's a poor town. It's a poor neighborhood. That's what a ghetto is.
Let me get this straight to people out there who don't understand. Because we deal with this all the time with this stuff. People don't understand that these communities all do have issues that are legitimate. That includes poor white, poor Black.
Yeah.
Every community has legitimate issues that they suffer that other people don't. There are real issues with how the reservations are run, with the fact that we're treated as halfway citizens and other stuff like that. And the fact that we're not allowed to defend our own land. We're not allowed to take people to court for the crimes they commit on it and stuff like that. There's so much issues
in
every community, but you cannot address the issues in any community while pretending that other communities don't also have things that they suffer that other people don't. Every community suffers something somebody else doesn't.
Is the court changing it anytime soon?
Not anytime soon. They
don't want people to be able to defend themselves. The reason why they don't want native rights in America is so that Europe can't have native rights.
No, I won't say that. This goes a lot further back than what's happening right now in Europe.
Anyway,
I heard this from a human rights lawyer who said that they've been working on these cases now for over 20 years, that the governments do not want to break the status quo from the UN on human rights, because if they start allowing human rights the explosion of cases, particularly in Europe, you'll have in Romania.
It'll get through eventually.
Wait. No. Let's be honest here. It's not because of Europe on that. This is a misnomer. Yes, do some people in both countries want to prop up the wage systems running off each other? Yes, but that's not this issue. This has gone on long before that.
Yeah, I didn't say it was. I didn't say it was new. I mean, Romania and the Gypsies goes back over 100 years. But it's
these
left them for anyone with any doubts about Redbone.
These cases will eventually get through. It always happens.
Yeah, I doubt it. But anyway.
Yeah.
That
Redbone is a native act. Here's how they open their shit on the Midnight Special.
In fact, one of their songs was used in Guardians of the Galaxy.
Yep.
Okay, now I know who they are.
Oh, so that's them. Oh, shit.
Yeah.
We're taking it back for being offensive.
Kill it.
Okay, let's pull that there.
Sorry. That part will get us flagged, that's Redbone.
You guys got me flagged.
I take that back with being offensive,
and that was not fun.
Yeah. Sorry.
But you know what?
Also, hold on. Very important. They've changed the time. You've got to be under 3 seconds for fair use.
That was almost 3 seconds.
I still don't understand.
The actual song itself was like that's not that good.
I'm just saying.
And also,
a lot of people don't know this.
I still don't. Being a content creator that's not even on the program, I still don't understand how they can get small content creators who ain't even making money off playing that stuff.
Thank you, General
Yeah,
Sorrow.
It's all
Oh,
automated.
don't
be
They're
idiots.
flagging videos of mine from 5 years ago that aren't making a dime.
Look,
Yeah.
Like, what are you
Look,
trying
guys,
to accomplish there?
let's
Enjoy
be
your nickel
honest,
from 5 years ago.
YouTube
I
is
can't-
throwing mud at the wall to see what sticks, but they're doing anything they can to protect Mr. Beast and and others from losing popularity, which means making sure
I
other
can't-
channels can't grow.
I can't get monetized because some of my videos are actual music I have in my collection, and they're in the late 30s, and I think public
Well, there-
domain is like 32 or
Well,
something
there have
now.
been singers who've
maybe
been flagged for
33.
performing their
Yeah.
own material.
Oh, I know
Right.
several
You
who
try to
have.
claim it. Like, this is my song. What
I
the
know
fuck are you
several
talking
who have.
Yeah.
And by the way, to anybody who's wondering about the native music, what happened to the native chick when you turned that part on? What was I sitting here doing?
She was headbanging.
Yeah.
She was
When
having
I said
fun.
if she's
Oh,
headbanging,
yes.
you know it's
Yeah.
legit.
No, yeah,
Yes.
that particular drum is
Like,
still
Trevor
called
was
a
like, this is
tom-tom, by the way.
racist. She's like, no, it's not. This is legit.
If there wasn't an audience or cameras,
The thing is that native music is far more entrenched in the music scene than most people realize. It's
Yeah.
Oh,
a
yeah.
huge thing.
really?
And it's in so
No.
many of the genres that make up American
lot.
music scene.
What's
Yeah,
that documentary?
a lot
Rumble?
of your-
Or,
A lot of your favorite
Is there
beats
any? Is there
are
any?
not black.
You do know.
They're African. They're not African American. They're not. They're
Is
not
there any
European. They are Native American.
Is there
You
any
can look it
genres
up.
that
A
didn't-
lot of your beats.
Is there any genres that didn't start native?
Of course.
maybe
Classic.
polka.
Yeah,
There's songs that
classical
started all
music.
over the world.
I think polka's
Yeah.
probably on.
But more,
Polka is,
but
European.
natives got into all of it eventually, right?
But
Well,
see,
because-
jazz is a
And
mixture.
every part of the world is into every genre. That's the thing, is because music
Right.
is the heartbeat of the soul. So when you hear a genre and you like it, you adapt.
Yeah.
You do parts of it. You
Yes.
communicate with it. You
Yeah, exactly. Well, that's
Yeah.
part of
It's
being
not
an artist.
appropriation,
that
it's
you apply that
appreciation.
to it. Yeah.
Remember,
Yeah.
jazz has a lot of brass instruments. Brass instruments started in Spain.
Depends on the
This
jazz.
is this is
Dixieland,
why
no out of
I say. This is why I say. Are there things I would say classify as actual appropriation of culture to mutilate it and abuse it?
Yeah.
Yes. Do I think that adapting music or clothing or honoring it or stuff is that? No. In fact, I say this cultural appreciation. It is.
Yeah.
I love this. I want to incorporate this into who I am. I want to incorporate this into my life.
Yeah.
You know.
Music is a
America was
universal
good at doing
language.
that.
You know,
So
there's
it's
one
the
gal way back, for I think for prom, someone had a kind of a Mandarin style dress there.
No, no,
my
near.
God, that's offensive. The local
America
ladies,
back
this
in
is
the day
great.
was
You're
very
great.
good
We
at
love it.
uh,
Yes. Let people know
doing
about it.
and melting everything together.
Hold up, Kermit. Actually, America overall was better at that for a while than people thought. The thing is that it's never been good at giving all the people that they're melting together credit.
No,
That's what
they
we're
Right.
don't.
That's why
country.
right now you have
Well,
a dozen black supremacy groups on Facebook posting all this garbage day in, day out, how they invented country music.
No,
They even
Neary.
claiming the
Thor's
Wait,
not
they
in the
themselves?
raised in the
They
hallway.
claim the
Appropriation is trying
banjo
to claim
is
it for your stuff.
African.
And, yeah.
They claim
Are
the
they them-
biwa, which is
are
actually
they-
Indian.
Are they themselves claiming that they invented it? Their group?
Yeah, they're claiming
Yeah.
it's African.
I
Yes.
saw. I was
That's
on.
something.
I was on. I was on
Actually, I
X
could go
one
get
time.
him.
I was on X one time, and someone said that the violin was invented by some African somewhere. Like,
They
Like,
claim
no,
Mozart
no.
is a Mozart because his grandfather was a Moor, right?
right?
Which is it means he's African American. Like, how does that happen? That's how
Right,
bad these
exactly.
groups are,
It's
man.
like the people playing the blacks built
Yeah.
Stonehenge. What?
Yeah.
What?
And I'm
No,
like,
I mean,
the
hands.
people don't understand that there's no difference between the fiddle and the violin. The only difference is
Listen-
the genre of music you're playing.
Uh,
I
know?
imagine.
the fiddle and violin is very tricky.
I
Um,
ima-
Yeah.
it's the
same
hair
instrument, doesn't
of
matter how you
the
play it.
strings.
I imagine,
Okay.
guys.
Right.
I imagine the
But
music.
the instrument
all
itself
the
is
music
not
that-
different.
No, But it's
Guys.
the strings that are different. The violin has a fine string, whereas the fiddle has a coarse string.
Can I please talk?
Okay.
I think nowadays it's like
That's
whatever.
it.
You're playing
Yeah.
progressive
Oh,
fiddle,
okay,
playing
Kurt,
your
we gotta wait for people to finish their sentences, or they'll keep trying to finish. That's part of the problem we're having here with it. It's not that anybody's trying to interrupt each other. You guys just get excited. So go ahead, say what you want to do real quick, Kurt.
I was gonna say, as long as we've been around, all the genres have probably been in. Have been in all over the world in different forms and names.
The trumpet
Yes and no.
started as a Celtic hunting horn. The Greeks turned it into an instrument. The Romans turned it into a actual speaker for announcing the first hearing trumpet as well.
And if you look at flutes have existed in almost every culture around the world in some form or another. But there's a reason why with one of the bands I follow with Brûlé, they don't actually have the female playing a tribal flute in it. They have her playing a steel flute. It's not because they're trying to not use native instruments. It's because in my culture, in the Sioux culture, the flute was a mating instrument specifically only played by the males to try to woo a woman.
Yeah.
So women in the tribe trying to honor our culture traditionally will not play the native flutes. They will play
an interesting thing.
And it's supposed to be a family. It's supposed to be a family show, for Christ's sake. Come on.
There probably have been some version of the guitar around the world too.
Well,
Yes.
The history of
Completely, banjo, all of it. There's stringed instruments that existed in every culture range. The thing is, music adapts
And wind instruments
universally.
too, right?
The guitar is an adaptation of the bass, which is not an ancient instrument, but but they
I thought it was.
Let
I thought it
One
was
sec,
a
guys.
lute.
1 sec.
No,
But
the lute
that's
is
the
the
thing.
oldest version.
Technically, a lute is actually closer to a harp than a guitar, but that's a whole other discussion.
Yeah, the lute is
But
actually,
music has adapted in
harp.
multiple places simultaneously with the same styles of instruments, slightly different.
Hold on.
Which is why it's hard to give any one group credit for a genre, because every genre of music is an adaptation of multiple musical existences before it, of cultural and religious and other stuff, ethnic and stuff like that. And there's nothing in the music genres that have been adapted in Native and Black communities that does not borrow from Nordic and Celtic also.
No, the
Celtic
Celtic lute comes from the lyre, which is Greek, and the harp also comes from the lyre, which is Greek. But but every culture has, except Africans, have independently made modern instruments. Africa, other than the African drum, the skinning of these to make out of a skin, that's modern, not ancient. And Africans use pretty much the hollowed out log. And you know what? They didn't even hollow out the log. They waited for termites to do it.
What's the
hi, Kitty.
What's the oldest song that we're still playing or singing?
Yeah.
Oh God, that's hard to say, because there's songs and music that have been in the lexicon of culture for generations. In fact, one of the bands that I got really into over the last few decades was Medieval Babes, which was based in taking all these different medieval and older songs from different cultures together and doing almost semi-modern versions of them, with really emphasizing those old cultural.
Cool, Jane.
And I love that kind of stuff. And I love it. And the thing is, one of the girls who left that band was also the one who started the metal band Pythia. So she left that going, I need to do something a little different. So she left like this like Gregorian chant style, soft, ethereal music, and she started a metal band.
But see, you go back, right? The kettle drum, particularly the kettle drum, wasn't used for was not an instrument of music for entertainment. It was a marching, and it was to set the beat for a march.
Where do you think native drums came from? We used them to signal war, so our guys would attack each other.
I'm saying independent verified that those two cultures never came into contact with each other. So that shows
How do we know that?
creation.
Be sure to like the stream for Baby
How-
Yes
Thor
and no.
and send a
Here's
super
the-
chat.
How
Here's
do
the
it?
thing: I wonder how many of
Okay.
these cultures actually interacted
I'm
longer
joking,
back in history
Thor.
before
They
we started
like-
tracking it. Because
Well,
if you
we
know
can't
about
be-
one
Uh-oh.
sec, because if you
Yeah.
know what the Lakota medicine wheel is, it is
Yeah.
also known as the 4 colors of man. It is black, red,
Mm.
yellow, white. They are positioned on the wheel in the same places where those racial colors are positioned on the globe.
What
And
they
it
are?
literally is described. It is literally described as the 4 faces of man, and that we're
I
not a
was
perfect
gonna
creation
say-
without unifying the colors together. This has existed for thousands of years.
I was going to
Yeah.
say there is
Tra-
a theory known as the traveler
Mhm.
theory that there were people who had traveled the world in the ancient past,
That wouldn't surprise me.
but
The origins of the acoustic guitar go back to ancient Egypt. Okay.
how much
do?
knowledge they transferred between cultures is immeasurable. You cannot say
Right.
that a Roman drum definitely made its way to North America or the other way around,
No.
because we don't know how they traveled, when they
The
traveled.
thing is, a
Like
drum
bows
is
and
a
arrows,
natural.
also just-
It was a natural development in caveman
Yeah.
to create a drum. It was a
Yeah.
percussion
Right.
sound you could use to signal each
Oh,
other.
I'm just
It
talking
goes
about
back
the
to
overlapping
caveman
of
days
knowledge.
everywhere. You know,
Yeah, there is overlapping of knowledge around the world.
Mhm.
How much of it came from outside is immeasurable. We
and
only
we have
know.
no way of knowing which side actually originated this stuff.
Yeah.
So we can't sit there and say one person gets all the credit. What we
Yeah.
need to just accept as people and as a
They're-
community
They've
globally
discovered
is that everybody's played a part in developing culture, music,
Rome
It's
tra-
like the
instruments,
Cornish.
life.
Rome.
Hold on,
Rome
Kermit.
And we all
traded
have
with
parts.
the world.
Yeah, it's
One
like the
sec,
Cornish
Kermit, you just
pasty.
interrupted me like 4 times.
Yeah, hold on, Kermit.
It's like Jamal Kinte did that best
So
we can.
yes, we
Tell 'em.
all have played a
Yeah.
part in creating what's become cultural, musical,
Right.
ethnic, historical, mythology, religion. All of these things would not
Yeah.
exist for pretty much any culture without the influence other cultures have also had on them. We can't sit
Right.
here and say one culture is more important than another. We've all played a part.
Other cultures probably did, but we know. I believe there's evidence that Rome traded with the world.
Well, we know.
Uh,
that.
Well,
to an
what they
extent.
called
The
the
known
world
world.
in that era was the known world, which was basically Europe.
No,
A
they went
few
to
no-
China.
here's- Hold on,
They found
Kermit.
coins in
Yeah,
China.
they did some more. Yeah, they've done some overland,
Yes.
overland stuff.
Hold on,
So,
Kermit.
no. But
There was Roman outposts in the Middle East on the edge of
And the
Saudi
Mi-
Arabia
Mhm.
and that were in contact with the Chinese. But here's the thing.
But they weren't there directly.
No, those were Persians.
Mhm.
The Persians traveled between the two. And the
Yeah.
Romans kept the existence of countries outside of the Roman Empire from the majority of people, which is why the majority of Roman historians didn't even know about what was beyond their borders.
Why did they do that?
Because Rome no longer wanted to expand. Rome was dying. They knew it, and they didn't know how to fix it. And they were spending enormous amount of time and money on trying to keep the empire from collapsing.
Is that why
shit.
U.S. is considered
Two mil-
Roman
Two
type?
U.S. aircraft go down
Well,
in the
actually,
South
the
China
US
Sea.
Yeah, the US is based on the Roman Republic, which is actually based on the Greek Republic, as written by it's Plato
Yeah.
or Aristotle.
There's
But
a lot of the Enlightenment.
thing is-
you know.
the thing is, if you read the Greek Republic, it's only 3/4 long. Okay, the last part was deliberately left out, left blank, because as I said, utopian means nowhere. Okay, the
Did anyone wonder where some of the stuff came from?
No, the history isn't written yet. Okay, that's the point. Okay, they don't know how the Republic was going to turn out. They never finished it. They never got to fix the problem with the Republic. And that's
Did you-
why they do compare it to America,
Did
because
you-
America is trying to solve the problem of the Republic.
You
What
got a
happens
fan
when you
bought
get
it
a
last night,
minority?
Or the cat doing something weird.
Yeah. What happens when the minority makes trouble? We're seeing this now. What happens when you rely on 60
There was
votes or you know,
Okay.
or
Two-
what happens when the majority wants to steal from the minority? where you have in New York. The majority of people want to steal from the taxpayers, and in New York, the taxpayers are a minority.
Two people.
The taxpayers in New York are leaving.
Yeah.
It's like
Two
try
people.
it
That's
now,
the
asshole.
problem with the
Guys.
Republic. They've never solved those issues.
Applegate.
Yeah.
I was gonna say there's news that popped up that U.S. aircraft went down in the South China Sea.
Let me check that here.
Oof.
Yeah.
So what we're trying to get at with this whole conversation is that it's been a lot more complex than a lot of people like to believe, because they try to paint things as black versus white, America versus Europe, and stuff like that.
Yeah.
It's not that simple.
Yeah.
The overlap of history, the complexity of how we've shared cultures and religions and mythology is extremely complex, and it's not easy to just sum up. What you need to understand is the human development is the key, and it's how our human minds try to communicate the things we're seeing, experiencing, or finding.
I believe
Okay,
that
let me check here.
I believe that the Vikings made it to and lived in America or North America for a while.
They'll be
Well,
called
that's
Vinland.
kind
But let me give you guys an example here, because you're talking about what they were trying to build in the past and people trying to act like it was completed. It goes to the same thing with all the doomsdayers and how they were trying to go, well, the Mayan calendar only goes to this time. It's like, well, they were building this calendar thousands of years ago. They had to have a point where they quit just trying to make it go on forever. That doesn't prove anything, you know? Except for that's where their cutoff was, and we'll build it more when we get closer, right? And it's ridiculous. People act like these groups could foresee everything, and it's like, no, we're just human. We're just human.
Here's the thing:
Some
the founders.
hold on, and them did. There was only some.
Kermit.
Hold on, Kermit.
1 sec.
The founders were asked this very question, and they said they relied on the goodness of mankind to win in the end. They knew.
What do we
or
have?
hoped
A republic, if you can keep it.
that the problems of the republic would always be overcome by the majority.
Yes.
By the
Dr.
majority being
Franklin's a little
good.
more cynical.
Yeah.
Do you think
All
we're
right,
moving on
regarding
into
this
the
thing in the
Republic?
South China Sea, before anyone goes off, oh my God, they're at the war of China. No. From ABC News in Chicago, they're coming out of, but Navy helicopter and a fighter jet, both conducting routine operations from the USS Nimitz, went down in South China Sea about 30 minutes apart. Sunday, U.S. Pacific Fleet said in a statement, U.S. Navy MH-60R Seahawk helicopter went down at about 2:45 p.m. local time. All 3 crew members are safely recovered. And following the incident, at 3:15, an FA-18F Super Hornet fighter assigned to the also went down the waters, South China Sea, while conducting routine operations. Both crew members ejected and were also safely recovered. So, all personnel are safe.
No bad weather.
Cause of both incidents, currently in investigation.
Yeah.
Probably something stupid.
Right now,
Usually is.
wind is low, the temperature is medium, there is high visibility. These are definitely accidents.
Yeah.
So before anybody goes off
Yeah.
the deep
Are
end,
we sure China
just got
didn't
hit
have
by
a hand in
clickbait.
There
it?
was a
again.
long-standing military saying, "Shit happens." Okay.
yeah.
Yeah.
But there's also a long Navy tradition. Shit happens a lot in the Navy.
Yeah.
Hey, I got a military saying too. It's snafu.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. The true
And
meaning.
then,
No,
But
situation arm all fucked up. Yeah.
but
Yeah,
but didn't the Vikings in North America for a while?
I'm sure the Vikings had a similar.
What?
system.
Greenland,
Yes,
and they're still
no,
there.
yes and no. Let me explain. The Greenland and Iceland is a different thing, because it's part of this area, but it's not North America directly. It's islands off the coast of it. The whole
Exactly.
thing with whether they were in actual North America or not, they were, but they got settlement with the natives, and they basically intermingled with the natives and became part of one of the tribes.
Yeah.
Yeah,
There's also the
indications-
Minoan.
But they
There's
lived in
also
the
the
There's some
Minoan
archaeology
settlement.
indicate they made it as
Yeah.
far as current day Minnesota and something. So.
They have, Minnesota
Yeah.
Vikings have had that.
Yeah,
They
that's-
did
yeah.
actually find DNA in Minnesota.
Yeah, the Minnesota, a lot of the tribes in Minnesota
you
have
think that-
Viking DNA in
Do you
them.
think the Vikings made it further and we just didn't find their stuff?
No,
No, they actually crossed.
going-
Okay, here's the thing, Kermit.
no, they stayed there. They mingled.
No, they set up settlements.
chose
Yeah,
that place
hold
to
on.
stay.
But no, I think Kermit's referring to those who went further. Yes, they did. There was Leif Erikson's group did not stay. They crossed. They dragged their boats across America and left. But a handful did remain behind in Minnesota. That was always considered a myth until it was proven by DNA recently.
What?
But let's
Did-
also get
Do you
one
think they
other
went
thing.
further than Minnesota?
One sec.
Yes,
Kermit,
they
I was
did,
starting to
but they
comment.
didn't
One-
stay.
Guys, I was starting to comment. I waited.
Yeah.
But let's also get this abundantly clear also. The whole argument that people love to have is, well, who discovered America? None of you white people. You all came after us.
Nope.
Okay?
I didn't.
Even,
Yeah,
even,
all right.
even
Moving
the
on.
guy-
There were. Kermit asked the question. Yes, they
Yeah.
did cross America. Okay. Only a handful stayed. There's also the Minnesota Minoans. Not Minnesota Minoans. What's the Massachusetts, is it?
That's Hawaii. Yeah.
No, Massachusetts. In Massachusetts. Northeast.
That makes a little
above New
less
York.
sense.
Minoans from ancient times, of ancient Greece, made it. And there was also Egyptians who made it. But none
How
of them
would they-
ever returned. Eric Levinson's expedition, out of the 3 ships, only one returned. You know,
Isn't there evidence that, or something that
China
China
in
landed
14
in the West Coast?
yeah, 1425. 1425. China mapped the world. They landed in several places, and allegedly, they considered North America so savage that they actually blacked out the land and never returned.
Well, that's their problem. They
Mm.
weren't that savage. I'm sorry.
Yeah, for really.
It kind of goes
But
into
it was
why
still the only
we have
country,
a-
okay? China was looking for new spice trade routes, and yeah, they wrote off Australia, New Zealand, and many other countries that they came across.
No, we'll get to it. Okay, my family was part of that, so I got but
No, look at it this way. When I sit here and I comment on this, you have to understand I'm taking this from a perspective of, yes, I am a Native woman. I also have direct family lineage to a lot of the founding fathers and the Mayflower. So I am both Pilgrim and Native.
Oh, cool.
So
you're not absolved of guilt either on this, okay?
actually, a lot of the guilt they try to portray on the Pilgrims is actually false. They're blaming them for the ships that arrived later.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that would be my family.
Yeah,
No,
those
no,
assholes.
here's
I
the
mean,
problem.
And probably some part
We
of my
didn't come
family.
over here for a religious praise. We came here for
Who's-
money, goddammit. We were in Virginia. That was
Honestly,
fuck you.
Yeah.
Hey, can I ask a question?
You take your
We
Puritan thing and
probably-
shove it up your roundhead ass, okay?
hold on, both of you. What was that, Jeremiah?
I wanted to ask a question, okay?
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Italian, they're white, right?
Depends on
are
who you're
Yeah.
asking.
They are
But
technically part of the tribes that make what's considered white, which would be Caucasian, Anglo-Saxon,
Mhm.
Mediterranean, and all that. Are
Right.
still considered white races, but they're not
I don't-
really. Look at them; they're
They're
not
European.
Italian-
white, really.
Yeah,
Hold on.
I understand.
Italian is a
I'm
mix.
just asking.
Yeah.
I'm just
Hold on.
asking
Italian-
because the point was.
Mm.
I'm just asking because the point was America. The word comes from the Italian explorer Amerigo
Amerigo
That's-
Vespucci.
Vespucci. Yeah.
He was the one who beat Columbus.
Yeah, Columbus kind of fell out of
Right.
favor at that point. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
He also
Okay,
did
the
horrible
Italian
things to the
people-
natives, supposedly.
Hold on. The Italian
No,
people.
that's not supposed to. There is documentation
Yeah.
of that. But anyway,
The
go ahead. David.
native Italians are known as Etruscans, but nobody of Etruscan
Etruscans.
blood, I mean pure Etruscan blood, exists because they mix with so many people over the years,
Oh yeah.
and they are actually darker than they are than they used to be. There used to be a lot more redheads and that in Italian because they mixed with the Celts, they mixed with the Greeks, they mixed
Oh,
with
okay.
North
They took
Africa.
anything that
Well,
moved. Yeah.
It's like
Yeah.
people claiming that
Sometimes
they're.
it wasn't willingly.
Wait, Perfect.
Sure.
You just interrupted
Yeah.
me again. You've got to stop doing that. It's like people claiming that they're full blood of Filipino or Mexican. It's like those tribes literally existed from a bunch of people from different places coming there and merging together and colonizing what was already there before them. There's no such thing as a full blood. There's no such thing as anywhere in the world.
I believe
one sec, I'm
the
almost
majority
done.
of Filipinos are
One
Spanish.
sec. I'm almost. There's
Yep.
no such thing as full blood anywhere in the world, I believe. But there literally are cultures and ethnicities that were created by mixing many ethnicities together into one. Filipino and Mexican are among them. And so, yes, technically everyone Mexican is at least part Native American, but they're not. They're also the offspring of the colonizers. So
Filipinos, a lot of Spanish. That's why everyone's got a Spanish surname now.
The 70% of Filipinos are related to the 3 Spanish ships.
Not necessarily voluntarily.
I would say that all of us probably have some distant relations to all the ships coming in before the revolution.
Yeah,
and
hold
after.
on. You ever
there's
heard
a possibility.
Hold on. You ever heard the statement "nailing a girl"? Okay,
Of
you
course.
believe it or not, that comes from Spanish sailors because in the old days, Spanish sailors didn't have money. The only way they could pay for prostitutions was a nail.
So they gave them nails?
Yep, because ships used to carry tons of nails for repairs.
Well, you got to remember, in the old days, a lot of the nails were actually a blend of steel and silver to try to prevent it from tarnishing. So they were actually worth a lot of money.
Yep, a nail would get you a woman for a month.
You
One
could-
nail.
That's crazy, but cool at the
She can
same
turn right
time.
around, turn that nail into cash. So yeah.
Yeah,
That's right.
really.
That's right. Nailing a woman came from the prostitution trade that started in the
Confucius,
14th
he said it
century,
takes
by the
many
way.
nails to build a crib, but only one screw to fill it.
Yep. The first, no.
That's
When
true.
when the Portuguese arrived in South America, they found the natives were not only willing to trade food, they were willing to trade women for the metal nails. That's where it all started. And soon they became huge ports across South America, full of ships going there just for the women.
Right.
Well, it's also
Well, you also have to realize that this is one of the things we all suffer with, no matter which part of the world we're from. If you're Native American, they act like we're all we got 2 points of view. It's either the noble savage or the savage point of view, where every tribe is guilty of every tribe's sins, or every tribe is admonished and free of those sins, and they didn't exist. It's like, no, not every tribe had slavery. Not every tribe traded women, but there were different things each tribe did that was
I'm just
wrong.
saying,
Different things each tribe did that was good. The same for Europe. The
Mo-
human sacrifices,
Right.
cannibalism, and stuff only occurred in a few tribes in the different parts of the world. But whole swaths of civilization are blamed for it, like it was a common thing.
Most of North, I bet you most of the tribes in North America weren't guilt free of the of messing with the Europeans and vice versa.
Yeah, but I'm just saying
Considering how long a trip is to get from Europe
ship,
over to the States, they're going to be pretty horny sailors on the presume.
Yeah.
And back in the days, they're
natives
with each other. So
yeah, where the Spanish and Portuguese built ports is because when they landed, the natives were willing to trade them gold and women for nails, for fresh water, because they had a water problem. Okay, South America had a huge water problem. Most of their waterways were contaminated with human waste.
You also have to realize that
Plain
North
water
American
was a
tribes
problem.
and South. You also have to realize North American tribes and South American tribes have never gotten
Different.
along. We have extremely
Right.
different cultures, extremely different views on women and personal rights and ownership and stuff like that.
Yeah.
We've never gotten along. And North American tribes, we look at Southern tribes like they're the savage monsters, honestly, usually. And they look at us like we're the puritanical people.
Ego.
And we've always had this battle between us, this differential viewpoint between us.
Yeah.
And so when people talk about natives and they start going on about, well, then this tribe, they start talking about things that happened with Mayan and Incan and Southern tribes. I'm sitting there going, okay, but that has nothing to do with me. Trust
Yeah,
me.
it's
Our tribes did not get along.
it's
You
like
know, my
it's like
my
the Mexicans
parent, my
today claiming southern. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I was gonna.
I was
I
going
was,
to say my grandmother on
can I
my
speak
father's side.
next?
She, I guess, but
Yeah.
it's up to you. But anyways, my grandmother on my father's side, she would always tell us we're Indian related, and we always thought she meant Cherokee, and she said Cherokee or something. But my uncle did his blood test and found out we're Inca related.
Yeah,
I mean,
I was going to say.
to be fair, most people in America, if your family's been here a few generations, you have some Cherokee mixed in. They were the free love hippies of the natives. They slept with everybody.
Okay.
Yeah. No, a
Well,
lot of
because
people, particularly
my
in Texas, a lot
I'm
of
trying.
like Mexicans in
One
Texas.
one sec. Kermit was waiting.
So go ahead, Kermit.
I was gonna say that most tribes in North America did mess with the Europeans at some point, and the Europeans messed with them at some point, didn't they?
Human nature, we fuck with everything.
When you say mess with, I mean, first of all, I'm not going to say either side was innocent, but I'm sorry. When you're the ones defending your homeland and people are invading, you have a lot more grace for the things you do than the people invading.
Yeah.
Right.
So when you raise, and I'm not saying my people did not do things that were wrong in that time.
Right.
There is a reason why we're a warrior tribe. Okay, you got to understand. It's a point of pride to be the Fighting Sioux. It's a point of pride to be a warrior tribe. We were offended if you tell us we're not savage. We're not going to take that lying down. We are savage. We're a warrior tribe. We're nomadic.
Yeah.
And Eagle, don't forget that most people think of Pocahontas and what happened there, and that's the Powhatan tribe. Yeah.
And Pocahontas died at 21.
Do we really want to go on a thing with Pocahontas right now?
No, we don't. We don't.
Well,
That's a bad topic. Kermit.
I know of it because I'm a Virginian, and we know a lot more about it than people like Disney and all.
Yeah,
Yeah,
we'll leave it
she
at that
did.
and move on.
Mm-hmm.
Now, a lot of
They
Mexicans.
act like everyone native is like one tribe or the other. And
Yeah,
they did. I'll cite the whole thing that Marvel pulled with they're trying to make their native version of Captain America and literally looked like you rolled like the most stereotypical, ridiculous stereotypes of like 20 tribes together into one.
Yeah.
And none of the tribe's art style or clothing style that was represented in him was even the tribe that they claimed that he was from, because they claimed he was Kickapoo. And it was written by somebody who said, well, I'm native. It's like, okay, but you're actually mostly Hispanic with a little bit of native, and you don't know native culture, and you're trying to write this, and you're a piece of shit. You're actually a piece of shit.
Right.
You know? It's like...
Let me apologize.
I can't remember when it was.
Do not represent that guy.
A lot of Mexicans, particularly in the 70s, used to claim they were Native American, and particularly in Texas. Now, when they brought in DNA testing, that a lot of Mexicans, particularly in Texas, found out that they're not only not Mexican, they're Mayans, but a lot of people don't know this about Mexico. Most Mexicans are not even are Spanish. They're not even got any native blood in them.
Well, actually, they do have, and this is the thing, the DNA test can only go so far. They have to have certain families to base it on. When you have all these lost tribes that there's nobody to test the DNA on, you can't get a family lineage to test to find. So you're not going to find it people.
When somebody comes up 90% Spanish.
I'm not saying that, but I'm saying there's everybody in Mexico is going to have trace amounts of those original tribes in them, because there's a lot of tribes that were lost that we can't test that are an absolute part of that
I'm
culture.
just saying, a lot of them are not native to.
I heard.
Well, again, this is part of the whole thing of, because I haven't heard that had like a half or quarter Cherokee great grandma. So it's like, okay, no.
I heard
this is my genetic thing right here. It's mostly English.
I heard
a little bit of
I heard that the
Scottish and
Aztecs came from the plains or somewhere, like, or north of Texas.
No.
Aztecs are from the south. The Toltecs
north of the Rio Grande. I mean,
no. Aztecs
Was it
came
the
from the south.
Mhm.
Yeah,
No.
so
Mayans
did the
are further
Mayans.
south.
Mayans, Mexico. The only natives that are from Mexico
I thought they did.
are the Comanche. The others all came up from the south.
Actually, technically, Southerners still technically Native American, but they're not the same ethnicity at the same time. So it's a whole differential between them. So it's a lot more complex than that. But no, most of those tribes that got adopted into or colonized into the Hispanic South America were never from up here. No.
No.
I thought
I believe they call them Mesoamericans or Middle Americans. Are all from either the land bridge or from north.
How
like
can
Uruguay
we prove that?
Actually, that's
DNA.
also that's actually a misnomer too. The land bridge is only proven to a few tribes, and those tribes know that they have Asian roots. There's a lot of tribes that there's no evidence they came from anywhere else. There's evidence they mingled with tribes.
I'm talking about the South American land bridge.
Yeah, I'm saying even in South America, it's also partly a misnomer because even all of those aren't all proven.
No, I'm just saying there
are.
You should listen to Eagle. She knows what she's talking about.
Kermit, let him talk to him. He does too.
Yeah, I said they've done DNA and they've only been able to prove some theories. Other theories are still, which has led to believe that the out of Africa myth is debunked because they cannot prove a single lineage for all of humanity. They can only prove a single lineage for some parts of humanity.
Yes.
They recently found only 13% of Africans have Neanderthal DNA, which means the Neanderthals had to be separate from the Cro-Magnon completely.
Well, when they tested DNA on these traditional caveman bones from different parts of the world, what they found is Cro-Magnon, Neanderthal, and all those are completely separate species DNA.
Yep, and that means out of Africa is completely debunked. Mm-hmm. But what the Africans do these days, they no longer use the out of Africa theory. They use the Bible and say that everybody's a descendant of Noah, and because black is the majority gene. No, we've now proven, but it's not widely accepted, that recessive genes take over, which means that, recessive traits, right? How do recessive traits? That means black is not a dominant gene. Yeah. All these arguments about genetics and the black this and black must be superior, this whole idea of superior genes is a problem because it doesn't explain recessive genes, and you can't say, well, you got XX, XY, YX, and YY, right? So where's the dominant gene? If there was one overall dominant gene, that doesn't explain, and then they go into mutations and every other argument. And the problem is the scientists doesn't seem to be interested in science anymore, No.
Here's the thing with that whole thing, and I'll use the North American land bridge stuff for the beginning of this. South American is, again, complicated also because neither of them are as proven as they acted like they were for so long. But in North America, we know certain tribes do have African roots. Certain tribes do have Asian roots. There's a few that are clearly known that they came here from Europe long ago as lost tribes of Europe.
Yep.
But there's also a lot of tribes here, including Lakota, that there's no evidence we migrated here from anywhere.
Yeah.
There's no evidence we did not start here.
No, and that's what I'm saying. That has combined with the bones they found in South America, predating, they found bones in Greece as well.
Just because there's no evidence doesn't mean it didn't happen.
No, Kermit, they have bones that don't trace to any African DNA, which means out of Africa is debunked.
Is it possible, no, not the Africa part, but is it possible at some point in history, long ago, when the continents were dividing, we came here? Yes. Is it also possible we originated here and we actually are a separate origin of life from Asia and Europe? Yes.
They're saying
both are possible.
they're saying both are likely. They're saying that yes, there were people who arose in North and South America, and in Siberia, and in Indochina, and in Europe, and in Africa at different points.
Because that's
But
what they're
also,
finding is there's
They
far more
wouldn't
different
rise around the
migration.
same time.
But the theory
Yes.
of out of Africa has debunked because the DNA in Africans in the migration period of 20,000 to 50,000 does not appear in anywhere other than a few tribes
Can I
in Indonesia and America.
also
which
point
is-
out the whole out of Africa thing is weird also because if they actually truly believe that all life originated in Africa, then that would mean that all life is black and there's nobody superior. So their whole argument as black supremacists using that is a joke anyways.
Yeah, they're saying we're aliens or mutants. You
It's
know?
a growth from Africa, from black liberation something or other. So
Yeah, the Black
Cleopatra's
Liberation Army.
back. I don't know what they even said. No, Cleopatra was
Yeah,
Greek.
a,
Okay.
a lot of the propaganda comes from a group known as the
Oh.
Black Liberation Army, which is the militant branch of the Nation of Islam.
It's the Fiver movement specifically. It's not even just the Nation of Islam. It's specifically trying to bring on the end days by creating a purified black race.
Yeah.
Mm.
And I've dealt with some of them in real life. They're nutcases. Anyway.
Most of those groups are.
Yeah, definitely. But it's like this stuff is just, it's what it is. We mutate, we develop, we rise in multiple places, we fall in multiple places. It's okay to acknowledge. It's like a lot of people on the right, what drives us nuts is they're so determined that we had to have come here from somewhere else. Every tribe had to have come here from somewhere else, whether there's evidence of it or not. And I'm sitting there going, you're just not seeing it. And I don't think it, for most people, I don't think it's based in bigotry, but it can lead to it if they're not paying attention to what they believe.
But didn't they find bones in the hold on? Didn't they find bones in the Lakota plains that predate Greece?
Yeah, and they sit there and go, well, the current tribe here doesn't have the DNA that matches that. Okay, well, there's a reason for that. The current tribe here, we traveled the continent and came back after a very long travel and intermingling with multiple other tribes, so we're not the same anymore, you know?
No, but the thing is, you do have traces to the Lakota bones, and the Lakota bones, I believe, are 75,000 or 115,000, I forget which, but it predates the African bones out of the Nile Valley, which means out of Africa could not have mass migrated to the rest of the world because they found Neanderthal DNA only in the 13%, not in the South Saharan, which means the South Saharans never traveled outside of Africa until the slave trade.
Just because they did we don't have the evidence doesn't mean some groups didn't.
But we have theories that
prove
the theory. We have evidence against that theory.
One sec. One sec. Kermit, stop. I think I get what you're both trying to argue, and I can explain it a bit. Some groups did migrate from different areas. They did move into places where different tribe belts are. They did become one of them. They mingled with the current tribes that were there. Blackfoot and Blackfeet, they have African roots. They also are very reincarnation based and very based in African ideals and beliefs. However, the majority of native tribes didn't, and we were here before them.
Yes. Now, there's a theory called the Indonesian Sea Bridge, Kermit, which I was getting to. The Indonesian Sea Bridge is when Africans moved to Indonesia by boats from Madagascar. And the Madagascan and the Indonesians had actually traveled back to Madagascar. At some point, some of them crossed to South America and North America, but they never returned.
Do you know how long the journey that would be?
That's been
how
proven
many wouldn't
to occur.
return?
Yeah.
But the thing is, those DNA are found in Pacific strands, which means they are not originators. When those Africans came to North and South America, there were people already there. Otherwise, they wouldn't have mixed DNA.
Just because we don't have evidence
If they were originators, you would find it in everybody in North America. every tribe would have the originating DNA. They don't.
Yeah, that's the thing. Because you find traces of DNA to almost every part of the world in almost every native, because some tribes came here and migrated in, and
which
we
means
intermingled with them through history.
Yeah, which means there's some European, some African, some Chinese or Siberian, whichever you want to call it, or Mongolian. But there's also that black square which they can't answer because it doesn't fit with their outer African model, and they don't want to answer that question because the answer to that question would mean those, not just the Laotians, but others originated in America.
Isn't
also one sec. There's also a movement of them trying to claim that all Native Americans all came from the two land bridges, and they all have Asian roots and stuff, and there's no evidence of that either.
Nope, you'd have Siberian DNA in every native, and you don't, which means those are not originators as well. Which means they found people to mix with.
Yeah.
Otherwise, they would just be Siberians.
From Genghis Khan, don't they have? Isn't most of Europe, Asia,
Hey, for 5,600 years, Japanese, Mongolian, and Chinese fishing boats have been washing up in Alaska. Some survivors probably made it.
Also, let's be abundantly clear. Yeah, let's also be abundantly clear. Japanese, Chinese, and Mongolian are the same original race that split.
That doesn't surprise me.
They're actually,
and they don't like each other.
No. Here's the thing.
Yeah. They've been killing each other for many years.
Mostly Japan.
Yeah, but the thing is, the Mongols split from the Vit. It's believed that the Vit are the originating Cro-Magnon in Southeast Asia. Mongolia, basically, it's called the Valley of Man. People aren't allowed to go there anymore. They found one of the oldest bones in the world there, which started the whole breakdown of the other Africa theory. I think Cambridge still teaches out of Africa. I'm not sure about any others, but I do know that in Harvard there's a big debate going on whether or not out of Africa should be tossed out because of the more and more bones are turning up. It's not an anomaly.
But don't they say the Mongols made themselves across Asia?
That was Genghis Khan specifically.
It was Genghis Khan. Here's the thing. They've identified now over 1 million originator DNAs, which means about 1 million to 2 million people simultaneously appeared between 115,000 and 50,000 years ago over that time period. And they bred like rabbits. But here's the thing. The majority of them were women, by the way. So a handful of men spread their DNA.
But don't they have the DNA or whatever, markers or whatever of Mongolia?
Yeah, they're all close. They're all close to Chinese and Koreans. So is half of Japan.
Well, that in China also was the Qin dynasty taking over the whole region.
Yeah, the original Japanese are known as Ino, and there are not many left, and they actually occupied parts of Philippines and Taiwan.
Right.
Why aren't there many left?
Because they've interbred.
Yeah. DNA does that when you interbreed with other people, you know.
Half the Okanagan Islands have American DNA in them. Wonder how that happened.
Again, horny GIs. They've been there a while. You know, it's either that or they start getting freaky with each other. You know? And that's against regulations.
We have to dismiss half the army. Why? Well, DNA came back on all these orphaned babies. They're not orphans.
What do we do then?
Nothing.
What can you do?
Get your ass
Well,
to the
let me-
chapel.
Let me
What
see
the
if I
army
got-
usually does, they
time to
tick
get-
a box on
time
your
to
file
get
and you
the-
never get promoted to officer. Isn't that
So-
right? Isn't that what they usually
The
do?
officer, I'm sure the officers looked the other way or participated.
So let me see
Yeah,
if I
I'm
got
just
it
saying.
straight.
Those who've left babies all around the place have their
So let me-
do not promote on their file.
So let me see if I got this straight. So modern
Not
science is
back in the
saying
day, they didn't.
Kermit, 1
Kermit?
second. MGTOW, go ahead.
Go, Mick.
let me see if I got this straight following you guys' conversation. So you're saying now the modern science and evidence is saying that there's not a common ancestor with every human being?
Correct.
Okay. Yeah, that's
They're
what I
saying
was.
there's over
if
a
you go back-
million originating DNA. That is when they break down DNA and spread
And-
across all the groups that they go, you know, how they go backwards, right? Take out the modern
Right.
DNA and go back, right? Until they've only got,
Yeah.
they can't find one strand. They can find a million plus, but they can't find one out of that group. They can't break it down. They cannot go across that group and say, oh, redheads came from this, blondes. No. Every trait has an originator.
But don't a lot of traits aren't they
That's how they
environmental
came about.
factors?
The originator's mixed. That's how you get the traits coming.
Aren't some
it
of
depends
There's like,
when
there's
they
like
move.
9
No,
different
no,
species
no,
of
no,
humans
no,
that have
no.
gone extinct.
Applegate.
Yeah.
Don't some of the aren't some of the traits from environmental factors?
That is still yet to be known whether or not viruses and other or what we ate did, but there is proof that food may have contributed to height, but also hygiene and other
Weather
factors.
played a part in skin and hair development, though.
But the
That's
key
what I
development
mean.
is who survived past 18.
Mhm.
Weather.
That was the key.
That, I'm talking about all the traits, not just food and whatnot.
Yeah, all the traits may
They are
have.
environment. All the
Let
all
him
the
answer.
traits.
Let him answer, Kermit.
Okay, you asked a question about the environmental impact. They have no formula. They only have theories.
Ah, okay.
I don't know how you would formulate.
Hey guys,
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Hey, Shiny.
And the reason why I believe they only have theories is because there are too many factors. You know, you need a you need a ginormous supercomputer to break it all down and say, "Oh yeah, this affected this and this affected this, but these didn't." You
Too
know,
many.
It's gonna be,
Yeah.
But didn't
Your
some,
TARDIS.
Too many complex variables moving at one
Yeah.
time. Yeah.
but didn't some traits appear more often in some areas?
mostly due to survival, which is why in the Middle East they bred early because most people didn't survive past 18.
yep.
And unfortunately, it's
Yeah.
not because of the lack of food.
You basically need your TARDIS to go back and find out for sure.
Yeah.
Well,
Oh,
guys, I'm gonna give you a PC update. Well, I figured out it was my CPU and the motherboard got fried.
Yeah.
Bummer.
If a computer's malfunctioning, something is definitely cooked. Yeah.
Oh yeah. I build PCs for. I'm supposed to build PCs for my living, but I've got A+ certified and don't have anyone to give me the job. But I know what is what, you know.
I've got a
I
cooked
take apart
PC. It has a Type
PCs.
6 socket, and they don't make Type 6 CPUs anymore. They make Type 7 and 8. So I can't replace the CPU. But if I replace the CPU, as the guy said, when a CPU cooks, often so does the little IC in your power regulator, which means it'll cook the next CPU and the next one and the next one. So once in
that case, I would say get your new motherboard.
This is my new PC now, anyway.
Yep. Pretty much.
That might be cheaper.
So they get that problem.
Yeah.
fixed, they're gonna keep doing
I
it.
wish I could rip this processor out of this laptop I'm using and get another one.
Yeah.
crap.
Okay.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, with laptops, they're so well balanced, you can't replace the CPU.
But anyways,
Really?
Yeah.
but anyways,
How
I
easy
got,
is
I
it?
got an old laptop I killed by spilling some Coke on it. And I wished I could, they take an entire root canal.
That's a nice case, dude.
yeah. But basically, right now, it's not operated at the moment since it's missing a cooler.
Oh man.
Oh.
Do not operate without one.
No.
Do operate.
And
Do not operate
How-
an i3 or higher wighout a cooling system. You'll regret it.
No, you
Yeah.
won't.
What kind of cooler do you need?
well, I'm not sure. It's like a better type of cooler because the thing is, it needs to handle enough. But sadly, I'm forced to use Windows 11, which I don't even like, to be honest.
Oh,
I
I
don't think
get
anybody
that.
does. Actually.
I don't like Windows 11 either.
I'm still on 10,
I'm a-
thankfully. 'Cause my PC.
But besides, I'm
today
not
yet,
on a
so-
Windows 11 computer because I'm on my Steam Deck. Can you see? Connected.
Oh, okay, got it.
Okay. Cool.
You know,
I don't have a Steam Deck neither. I built my own computer and I have Linux on mine.
Hey,
Yeah.
what happened? I heard over the weekend that Xbox is shutting down Xbox production.
Whoa!
I haven't heard that.
See,
Been
the
hearing
problem
something
Yeah.
specifically.
with Xbox right now, it is too much. Of course, Microsoft coming in right now. There are so many talks about increasing the dev kits now, which is like no developer is going to spend that much money for that. Games are taking too long to come out. Like, there's no Fable game. That game is now just vaporware at this point.
Yeah.
Scamware, more
Man,
like
yeah.
it. Suck investors dry and
And
string them along.
until when we get Steam OS, we won't worry about having Windows 11.
Okay.
Yep. Like we have to have.
Well,
like,
I guess
No, yeah.
I have to look
Xbox
into
is-
that. About
Yeah, Xbox is
Steam.
becoming a software. Apparently, Xbox is going to be called Xbox Software now, or they're looking at rebranding. But apparently, Xbox is going to be reduced to an app on your PC.
Yeah.
Sorry, PC or PlayStation. That's it. It's going to be an app.
I was beginning. Do you remember when we had that stream not long ago, Anime and Joker, and I asked the question on here, how long was it going to be before console games crapped out to PC?
Oh my god! I gotta go find that clip now. I need to go find it.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna say this.
That's a legit question now.
Because right now, it's just
It's
Nintendo
legit.
and Sony.
Like I said, look. Like I said,
Big
look,
dicks.
and I've been watching it for years now. Look, the modding community on PC has been getting so much better to the point to where these gaming companies are going after them, like literally, legally.
Yeah. And here's the thing I'm gonna say.
Hey.
Nintendo had finally lost the lawsuit.
Wait, what?
What? Is the world ending? Emanate? Is the sun coming up on the wrong horizon?
I think it is. And I think Sarah Mars just reincarnated and opened fire on things.
Yeah,
Do the
which is more likely true. Anime Night married Sailor Mars.
Applegate.
Or Nintendo lost a lawsuit.
Apple.
Hey,
I'm gonna
I
say
would
this.
gladly marry Sailor Mars. Hey, I would.
Apple.
Okay. Time out.
All right. Let's
Let Kermit
let's see, go ahead, Kermit. Go ahead, ask your question
Do they-
real quick.
Do the companies actually have legal standing to go after modders?
They do.
No.
They do, yeah.
They do under European
yes and
copyright
no.
law.
Well,
Some
here's
copyright
yes.
law.
I would
Here-
say yes. It's in the middle of both because it just like depends on
If
what
you sell
mods
it,
there are and
Yeah.
what they're doing.
some
it
of
just
you-
depends on
sell
the
it, they can't
situation.
go after you.
Okay. So I follow the GTA 5 modded community religiously. Like it's my favorite modding community ever.
Okay.
The problem they're running into is when you start modding in licensed vehicles like Ford and Dodge and Chevy, and then you mod in like maybe celebrities or
Some
things of that
guns,
nature, and then you're so what the problem comes in is when you're a gamer making like money off of YouTube with those mods. So basically, it's kind of like I don't know if you would call it like a loophole of advertising that they're not getting paid for. So
Yeah.
they're cracking down on these modders because they're using licensed, skins and
Without
people
permission,
and
yeah. See, here's the thing.
Well, that
Nexus
makes sense. That makes sense because if you got a person like a celebrity in your mod, then you're more likely to get backlash from the person's managers and stuff.
Unauthorized use
See,
of
here's the
likeness.
problem. A lot of modders started on Doom and earlier games, right? Where the licensing was not as verbose as, say, the Microsoft agreement or Take-Two. With Take-Two, you can mod, you just have to get permission. Some companies like Bethesda rely on the modders, but again, you need permission.
So what happened was with GTA 5, they've got what's called 5M servers.
Yeah.
And basically, they bought 5M. So the people at Rockstar literally own the 5M RP servers and the people that do it. But they're so damn crooked that, some of those people have left and tried to start their own projects again. And so it's just a loophole. So what they've done now is for GTA 6 coming out, they're going to have GTA 6 and Rockstar going to have their own modded, branding community servers. They're going to be over. So it's basically these companies are catching on to what people are doing. They're getting ahead of the curve and they're making their own versions of it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, guys. I think I'm going to recommend something, and I'm recommending this to Anime too. I think we've had enough of the intense discussions for the day. Let's go into the next ranking system we were talking about doing. How about?
Yes.
Which one?
Okay.
Which one you got, Anime?
Well, let's find out.
Just to patch out their games because they're just too. It's the darn Gamebryo engine. It's a mess of itself, but they're.
Anime, which is the next one you had for us to rank our favorite one?
Sorry. Anime, was that Sailor Mars?
No, that was Mika. Yeah. Real quick.
You had your thumb over the important
She's
part.
She's so hot. He's stuttering.
Yeah.
There's some a running gag that Fraser Hines and Patrick Troughton.
Yeah. I had a bunch of stuff from Comic-Con I was going to show off, but that came up.
Look at the size of those things. Yes, Jamie, they're quite large.
Let's see.
Let's start.
Let's answer.
Come on.
Patience. Come on.
Interrupting. Period, Kermit. We've had enough interruptions today.
Not the only.
Actually, trying to help co-host here.
Not the only.
I'm trying to be patient, but you're really not listening well today.
I can barely talk.
Go.
Woo! I just got a storm warning on my phone again. It's coming on lunchtime, and I'm going to do my meds. I got to go take my meds. I might as well say goodbye to you all.
Good night, Applegate.
David, thank you for the history and everything. I appreciate your insight. Very knowledgeable stuff.
To you about that
stuff,
David.
It's what's weird.
I enjoyed it too.
You know what's really weird, right? 50 years ago, people swore up and down. Until DNA testing come in, people swore up and down, various things. We still haven't got all the answers, folks. We're still.
We may never.
Some things that you brought up, Kermit, we may never know, but it may turn out. But there's definitely enough evidence to say that we didn't originate from one place at one time, and those. And I think the further we get away from ancient history and stop bringing up all the ancient past and say, can we actually come up with modern solutions and say, right, because I'm sure Eagle knows how many natives want to kick out. You know, you got the nativist movement in Portland right now. You know, you've got New York wanting to turn New York into a cosmopolitan city and kick out all the white people. You know, it's like no, but you know, you've got a new Indians are becoming the new Indians are becoming the new imperialist movement. Look who's leading the nativist movement in Portland. It's an Indian woman of all, and I'm not saying Native American. I'm saying she's from India.
Yeah. Well, people forget that imperialism as a word and as a culture actually started in Asia.
Yeah. The Mongols invading. Well, actually, some say it was the invasions of Greek by the Persians that kicked off but the actual first recorded invasion was the Semite invasion of Babylon and the genocide of the Aramites.
Yeah.
The first recorded slavery was came out of the wars between Nubia and Egypt.
Right.
There is David Attenborough when you need him.
But
hey, everybody, say hi to Panther.
Oh, Panther.
Hey, Panther.
Before I go, we've got to get away from this reliving the past.
Hi, Panther.
You know, because if you keep reliving the past, you're going to start repeating it, I think.
Here's your treat.
If you don't know the past, then you will too.
Which is why they're trying to rewrite the past.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
And blame it on our white people.
Yeah,
Let's be a little clear. There's a lot we can blame you white people for in the Americas.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, definitely we can blame white people for the Vanilla Ice. Can we all agree on that?
For what now?
The thing is,
for Vanilla Ice.
I have called
yeah.
so many people out in my own community because whether or not we like how things happen, whether or not we have legitimate ground to complain about what's still being done to us and stuff, is not the debate. We cannot simply say that people should be uprooted or moved out or treated like they did something wrong because they were born to a family that did wrong either, or because they were born in a country that was colonized in the past or stuff, because now you're blaming people for race and you're trying to strip them of the only home or financial existence they have. That's also wrong. They're not to blame for the past.
Yeah.
Right.
But here's
Remember
the thing.
John Cleese. When can I sue the Romans for reparations? Okay.
Yeah. Before I go,
I wanted to apologize for my behavior.
Yeah, there's definitely a need, particularly Native communities, for more preventative medicine, and I think that's where we really need to start. Once you improve the health, you improve the lives, you get more solutions, more cooperation.
But we can't become the enemies we've held in the past. We cannot harbor the resentments of the past or blame people for the acts of their ancestors. It is a dangerous, slippery slope that will leave no one untarnished. We all have monsters in our family past somewhere. We cannot allow ourselves to hate people on things they cannot control. Nobody can control who they're born to. You cannot hate people because of who their parents or their ancestors were, or you will become the monster that you oppose.
I want to say that. I want to say that makes sense because also, I mean, I believe in the Word of God. Okay, I'm not pushing it, but I'm just going to say that "Judge not, lest ye be judged" is my favorite verses. Yeah, because in Matthew chapter 7.
Yeah. And before I go, Luke also said to buy a sword, so there's no way Jesus was a gun grabber. Bye.
Oh, I'm so glad my parents aren't home. They would have, that door would have busted down and be like, "What? Who said that?"
Right. But you get what I'm saying is that you have a point, Eagle, because that's what I believe, and it's really hard because. Even in my own family, they're like, well, we did have slaves. We were Democrats. And I was like, well, I'm glad I'm not them. I'm not them. I don't believe in slavery, and I
know my family.
don't condone it. You know what I'm saying?
I am directly tied to Wounded Knee survivors, to the Trail of
Right.
Tears, to a lot of this stuff. I am also directly tied to Billy the Kid and Benedict Arnold.
Okay, cool.
So, I mean, there's
like I said, I've seen my family's tax records, okay, and it listed along with the
Right.
livestock was the slave. So, okay,
Right.
so
The point is that you don't blame me for
lineage is pure.
right. You don't blame me for what my ancestors did. You don't blame Eagle for what her ancestors did. You look at the future, not the past, and only learn from the past so you don't
Learn from
do
the
it again.
past. Try to honor the
Yeah.
good people that have existed in your family and learn the
Right,
lessons from the bad.
exactly.
You can't
That's why.
dwell on the past so much. How many
Yeah.
kids have had to completely change their identities, go into hiding because their parents turned out to be predators or serial killers or something
Yeah.
like that? How many kids have been
Exactly.
destroyed for
Probably
something
more
that they
often
could
than you
not
want to think.
control? Way more often than people want to think. And the thing is,
Oh, yeah.
those kids did nothing wrong. This isn't like
Right.
some magic gene that people carry where if you're a monster, your kids are going to be a monster. That's not real.
Right.
Just like they're
No.
having more and more the claim that if you're victimized or abused, you're going to also abuse is absolutely false most of the time. Most people who go through that stuff are
Right.
actually more protective of other people. Are there some people who will internalize it and want to spread that pain onto somebody else? Absolutely. But you can't just judge
Yeah.
people who've been treated that way under this lens of some people might.
Eagle, I
Right.
wanted to apologize
Exactly.
for my behavior today.
It's okay. Just spend some time figuring things out because you're acting more like you used to and you're not listening to cues as much. And you
besides,
could
we're
just
not
be
done
having
yet.
a bad day, but it frustrates us.
Misbehave.
It
Yeah.
was a bad day.
Sometimes, and I'm saying this with love and respect, if you're having a bad day or people keep having to tell you, let me finish, it's sometimes a good idea just to spend some time by yourself and figure out why you're having those issues. There's days I skip
Yeah.
the street because my issues or my tics are so bad, I can't help but make everything worse for everybody else.
Yeah.
So just
You got
something you
you
need
got
to
tics?
work on down the road.
I was on.
That's what the spasms you keep seeing are. It's more sedated today than
Oh,
normal. I do have
I
Tourette's.
seem to be having a hard
Okay, I
time
must not be paying attention because
finishing a thought
I don't see them as
today.
well because they're not that you know.
My
I have my own issues. I have epilepsy and cerebral palsy. So
I grew up with
yeah.
a very rare form of seizures, but luckily actually healed for me, which it usually doesn't. So
Right.
I'll
Well,
take
I'm.
that as a victory.
I
was
was.
having
I was born with. I was born with my umbilical cord wrapped around my neck. They took me out with forceps, and I had my seizures since birth. So I take
Mine
medication to
started-
control them. So
They
yeah.
believed that I had basically a more mild form of this, and it got
Yeah.
set off by a severe allergic reaction that I had to a tainted shot. And
Right.
so I went really severe, and my first real memory is waking in the hospital on the old metal examining tables after
Oh
a massive
yeah, I
seizure knocked
remember.
me out for hours. And I was like
Yeah.
4-ish years old at the time.
Yeah.
So
I
yeah, that
kind
whole
of.
thing.
I kind of
And the
think.
probes in the 80s and 90s when they did these brain scans were so bad. That glue was so horrible then.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, I was born in
I've been having
'77, so you know.
I've been having problems getting thoughts out tonight because so many
Yeah.
interruptions.
And some of those were also
Yeah.
sometimes you just jumped in too fast and people needed to finish. And that's why I said, I think, Kermit, for
Yeah.
your sake, I think you need to spend a little time in the quiet because you're acting like you're in sensory overload and not following cues well. And I'm going to do this as well as I can to try to help you so you can communicate
I
better
also
next time.
haven't getting. I also didn't get much sleep.
That
Get some
might
rest,
help.
okay?
Hurt.
Go get some
You
rest.
need that.
I'll be.
We
I will be.
want you to be healthy before we
I
want
will
you to
be
hang
fine.
out.
I promise.
Better be healthy.
I will be fine. I promise.
But yeah,
A
I went
person's health is
through.
more important than being a part of things.
Yeah.
Yes, I went through very rare seizure disorder, which at the time was Rasmussen trait seizure disorders. Now I cannot pronounce the name. They've changed to the epistasia of whatever, but it's still Rasmussen seizures. Rasmussen syndrome is one of the things it's known as. It is a very rare one and extremely
Hold on one
aggressive.
second. Go
I'm
ahead.
sorry.
Go ahead. Go continue.
Yeah. So it was an extremely rare one, extremely aggressive. There's only been about 70 cases of it diagnosed in the U.S.
Oh, okay.
So that's what I went through as a kid.
Read that.
I have grand mal seizures.
Okay.
I have grand mal seizures. It is really, if I fall, I seize up and I unconscious and what do they call that? Where you're moving around, forget.
There's a few different things it could be, including like
convulsion. Convulsion. Yeah, I do that. And I've done it in Best Buy and everywhere else. It's why people in my high school days called me retarded, because I was different.
Careful with that word on streams, though. By the way.
Yeah, don't.
Yeah, I know. I only say I don't say it often. But a lot of
this is a monetized channel, and YouTube's really strict with that.
I get that. I get that. My issue is that I've been on other channels and they've always said it, and it's like it's getting used to it, and it's like
I
bad
get that.
thing.
Just things you might want to.
I understand what you're saying. I didn't say it again.
I have been called so many things over the years between being pale and native and having these conditions, and I didn't even know why I was this pale most of my childhood. It wasn't until my 30s I was diagnosed with a form of albinism. So I mean,
okay,
yeah.
Because the type I have was not discovered
that's
until
what
2000.
I've been called, and it really hurt me that I've been called that, and it's not that it hurt me physically, but it hurt me emotionally and socially, because I have social issues. Yeah.
The bullying and abuse that disabled kids and neurodivergent kids go through is actually really insane. And I've been there. I've done that. I've gotten the racial abuse from both sides, to native, to be white, to pale and albino, to be treated with respect from fellow minorities, all that stuff.
Yeah.
It sucks because it's nothing we can control. It's nothing we can do, and we don't deserve to be treated that way. But it is so epidemic.
Yeah,
it is.
In my situation, that like these people, like who these haters I have been going against me, including one VTuber went on the betrayal against me because they think I'm being rude or whatever, which I'm not. Is because here's the thing, like, from these haters I have, and one VTuber, she thinks I'm basically, I'm basically like that, but they don't know very well that I have speech issues, and at the same time, I have a lack of social skills, which they're being ableist in a way.
Right.
I'm just saying.
Yeah, it's true. I'm not saying you're wrong. I just
more on this. Human beings are not nice people.
Yep.
Right.
On that
haven't
note,
been since the invention.
On that note, what do you after anime?
All right. On that note, let's have some fun and de-stress for a little bit before we go.
Is this horror based on this one?
It's just the Resident Evil series, but it's the gaming series.
Did you read my?
Yeah. Let me talk to anime for the moment. I do still have a lot to get done in this room because Steve just arrived. We have to get things ready for him to be able to sign in and work in the morning. So I should probably get going pretty soon. I was feeling quite sick this afternoon. That's why I was late. I kind of passed out for a couple hours. And my husband didn't have the heart.
I was late for work.
I'm glad to have seen you, Eagle, because it's fun being in these panels.
Well, it was nice to meet you, and you seem very nice. So hopefully you'll be back again. And this is a very good group in anime, and the guys here have been very good.
I apologize.
One sec.
To you,
I've been
Jeremy.
very good. Let her finish. Anime and the guys here have been very good to being protective of me and my issues and being respectful of me even when I'm ticking or spasming or having things. And that's also why I tend to sometimes almost be a little bit of a doormat to some people when they're having outbursts, because I know mine, I can't control it often, so I tend to be sometimes too forgiving of those. But I do my best with it. But Anime has been a solid friend who's protected me with my issues from the beginning, and he's seen me even before things got worse a couple of years ago, back when we first started to know each other years ago, have issues where I couldn't stop spasming or ticking, and we had to end streams and stuff back then. So the fact that I have a friend who's seen all that and has been there for me the whole time means the world. So on the note I'm heading out, I wanted to make sure my final note was a thank you to Anime and the guys for supporting me for what has been about 6 years now of my insane issues and crazy outbursts and spasms and penis juice and everything else under the sun. And that one I'll explain next time. That's a long story on that. So I want to thank you, Anime, for all of that. From the bottom
I've
of my
done
heart.
an entire stream without doing that, I think.
Take care, guys.
Take care.
Take it.
Later, Rosetta.
Alrighty.
You're talking about Resident Evil, right?
Yeah, here we go. This is the games. I
know
think
Biohazard.
something a little fun, a little different, and one that I
Very.
think hopefully does not cause World War III.
Well, maybe the Game Boy Color game would.
All I know is the movies, and not even that.
Well, good thing I play the game, so we should be fine.
Yes.
Yeah.
Let's see. We have the first Resident Evil game for the PlayStation. Now, keep in mind there is some in here that do kind of repeat, but that's okay. We can make this work. But the first one is the PlayStation version of the first Resident Evil game.
So that would be the PlayStation DualShock, aka the Director's Cut.
Yep.
Such a legendary game.
Well, if it goes anywhere, I'd put it A or S.
I probably would put
probably
the original.
A
Okay,
tier,
come on. Wait, where are all the panelists? 'Cause we gotta do like we did last time. So
yeah. All right. So Joker,
show
what
the panels? Show the actual panel, like the actual panel.
I think I'm gonna get leave for this.
Alrighty.
I may or may not be back.
All right.
Okay.
Good night if I am not.
Nice meeting you, Kermit.
All right.
Alrighty. So we're gonna go around the horn a little bit. Captain, I know you've seen the movies, but I will let you. I will give you the pass baton and let
I
you
have
sit this.
no freaking clue. Yeah.
Alrighty. I will let you sit this one out in all fairness. So it's just gonna be MGTOW, Joker,
everybody
Jeremiah. Okay, so here's the thing. Captain Bob has respectfully decided to sit out. So the people who are participating are myself, MGTOW, Sound Joker, Jeremiah, and Shiny. And
Sounds
of
good
course,
to me.
chat is very welcome to put their 2 cents in and everything.
Yeah.
As I was saying, it's the Resident Evil game, the director's cut, which I think we all enjoy because of the DualShock and everything. So, let's see.
There's also the DualShock version that's basically the same thing, but you get the director's cut, but it does add a few things. The original soundtrack in the original game is one thing, but it's very iconic. The DualShock version goes away from the usual stuff, but tries to mimic everything with the orchestral sound. So it's completely fine. There are tracks that work. But for the original experience, what they based this game off of, like all those indie horror, it truly did capture that moment of being in a place you're not supposed to be in, while also giving us that iconic zombie shot where you have no idea what these things are until it's like, oh. Now, has the original game aged the best? Both yes, and sadly, kind of not. But it's also a great way because again, we'll get to the remake version later, but for something that started the time for the survival horror stuff, before we even got the big ones, this was something special. So I would probably put this in an A tier. So that's my
Okay, we have a vote for A tier. Okay, MGTOW, it is your turn. Go ahead, buddy.
I'm trying to remember, did the PlayStation era have sandbox style games yet? Because I know Driver 2 was sandbox, but was the
I would say
if this is the same Resident Evil, if it's the same Resident Evil, yeah, where you can freely control the character, or was this one of the early games where you were on fixed angles and you could move them?
This would be the tank controls camera angles. So
that's the one I was thinking.
So 1, 2, and 3 are that. Then 4, including all the rest of the main lines, would be over the shoulder, third person view. Code Veronica will also be tank controls, and then I haven't played all of them, but that's about the ones that I do know. So yeah.
So Joker basically summed it up, but yeah, this game had a lot of sequels, so yeah, it's definitely A tier for me.
Shiny,
we have two for A tier. We have 2 for A tier. Up next is
have you
Jeremiah.
played the games for Resident Evil? We're starting with the first game.
Oh wait, hold on.
First game, it's okay.
Where would you put it? For a ranking. Or you can pass.
Well, I'll go with the other guys. What they saying?
Okay, so 3 for A
tier?
then.
Okay, yeah. Jeremiah, I am so sorry. Go right ahead.
Yeah, sorry, buddy.
Well, I was gonna say if it wasn't A tier, it was gonna be S tier because it's the first game. I was like OG over anything else. Even if it's not the OG, it's still the first game, so it's still technically the OG. So you know what I mean? But I'd say A tier for definite.
Yeah, for its time, it definitely had a lot of good uncertainty. The atmosphere of the game was great.
All right,
Yeah.
so everybody is going for A tier. All right.
Right.
Now, now for Resident Evil 2 for the PS1. All right, let's see. Wait, let's get this in order. Let's get this in order. And
there we go.
Hang on 1 second. There we go. Okay, now we're in perfect order here. Okay, so Joker, go ahead.
I should be a pop.
Joker, go right ahead with Resident Evil 2.
So, instead of being in a creepy mansion, now you're in actual Raccoon City itself, along with the police station. They expanded more on that survival part that made the original so creepy. The puzzles got better, along with the actual story. Acting got better, so no more master of lockpicks lines. Love those moments, but what could have been with the 2.5 or 1.5 version of RE2 would have been something interesting by Hideki Kamiya, but with them fully resetting the game, which thankfully they did, we got ourselves the sequel that's even better than the original. We're talking about more scares. This introduced Ada Wong of all people into this game. We got Claire Redfield and this Leon, the iconic shoulder pads of the time and everything. This is such a legendary game that would I give it the S tier? I want to, but I'll still give it a strong A. But because it just works. Did everything the original did much better, improved upon everything. So it was it's a great game. So everyone deserves to play the original at least once. And again, we'll talk about the successful that was the remake. So I'm gonna say S for now, but then I might change it after Midtown. So.
Oh, dude, the fact alone that it has Ada Wong in it. one of my all-time favorite game characters. Just because of how sexy she is, dude. Like, she's so sexy.
Not to mention 2 routes. They gave you 2 routes to play, and they made it perfect. Both of them.
Oh, absolutely. And plus, like he said, legendary game. Yeah, I would say strong A tier, man.
Yeah.
Because I don't really remember that one. So that's why I don't really have much to say. But yeah.
Okay, then. So we got 1S, 1A. Again, Shiny, you can pass if you want to, but it's okay.
Yeah. Well, whatever the guy says. I don't pay too much attention to what's going on.
Well,
alrighty. Let's see, Jeremiah,
we
go
got,
ahead.
Yeah. I didn't know Wong was in there. She is a good character. I know her from 4, but it. I mean, it is a continuation, and it is better. It has improvements, I'd say probably A tier as well.
So let's see. That's 2 for A, 1 for S. In that order?
Yep, and you're allowed to give your opinion too, right? So, yep.
Well, this is actually the first Resident Evil game I have played as a child. But I do remember the only thing I vividly remember from that is walking down the hallway, and there was like all sorts of debris on the floor, and then Leon getting his neck bitten and everything in the game over screen. That is the one. Those are the two that burn in my mind the most from childhood. But I do remember physically playing it because we were at a friend's. We were at my mom's friend's house up north in Michigan at the time. We were at the cabin, and that's when we played. That's what we were playing.
Oh, yeah.
So in essence, given that it improved on a lot of things, and the setting really took off, and we were introduced to sexy Asian mama Ada Wong.
Yeah,
I will go S.
Okay.
Alrighty. Now, here's the next one. Resident Evil 3 Nemesis for the PS1, not the remake yet. We'll get to that. But this is the original, the PS1 version, if you will. So, Joker, go right ahead.
Okay, well, you got to remember. Here's the thing: this game wasn't even meant to have the number on it. It was just meant to be Resident Evil Nemesis. It wasn't even meant to have a 3. So that's your little history for today. They only put the 3 on for North America releases instead of Japanese.
Oh yeah, Japan would have just Nemesis.
Yep, Nemesis.
So yeah.
But the thing is, for how quickly these games came out at the time, this was in development immediately after 2. Had a lot of different. At least Kamiya was working on his project for whatever that was going to be under Kamiya. But then Alla and Treventa, people went to do their own things with Resident Evil, one of them being Code Veronica, which we'll get to later. But 3 is technically speaking a sequel, prequel, because it is a sequel to Resident Evil 1. You're back with wonderful Jill Sandwich herself, Jill Valentine. But instead of being within the actual raccoons, you actually get to explore the city. And this is why we say that how fast this game came out. It didn't have time for create all different environments, create a bunch of new things to go around with. No, they had to work with what they had, and they made an iconic intro and an iconic villain. You get to see what happened to Jill afterwards, and because this is also one of those early games that had choices, which led to endless replay value. You could take on Nemesis right away if you want to, but wastes all that ammo, he just gets right back up, and lo and behold, instead of going through an area that you would have no nemesis, now you have to deal with nemesis throughout the entire section. That's not just in one part, that's in all parts. So it's like, ooh, so think carefully, friends, on what you do here and there. Even some areas that you don't have nemesis, you might have the area change layout a bit with some of the enemies you get to encounter. But what makes it so great is the man, the myth himself, who got ruined in the remake, Nemesis. This is where the stalker type enemy comes into place. Your Nemesis, your Lady Dimitrescu, Mr. X, and so on and so forth. Nemesis is the OG, and my God, is he scary with such an iconic design. He starts off big, massive, scary, intimidating. But the fun part with it versus the remake, he doesn't go out in just one grenade. It'll take everything you got to take him out. But unlike the others, he can enter the safe room. The music can play that, oh, I'm safe. But once the music stops, you're like, why did it stop? He's right in there with you. That's what makes him scary. They thought outside the box and made him intimidating. I'm giving this S tier because it deserves it. A game that was meant to be more of the spinoff became such a legendary game that could.
Alrighty, we got a vote for S tier. Alrighty, Outlaw, go ahead with your opinion on Resident Evil Nemesis.
See, I got to pass because I don't remember playing that one either.
Oh, okay, that's fine.
Okay, I can respect that.
Yeah.
Let's see. Jeremiah, go right ahead.
Well, I think I watched Dan play it, and it was pretty fun looking game and everything. I just, as I've said before, a lot of these games, until 4, I really didn't get into Resident Evil. I knew about it, I've seen it, but it's like I was more heavy onto the Final Fantasy games and the Castlevania and all that, But it does look good and everything. I'd give it at least an A tier.
Alrighty. Shiny, go ahead.
So what is it?
Resident Evil 3 Nemesis for the PS1.
PS1. I'm gonna say either an A or an S, but morely A.
Alrighty, we have a 1S and 3 A's. Alrighty then, here we go. Alright. Resident Evil Code Veronica X.
Yep, the secret Resident Evil game.
Alright, Joker, take it away, buddy.
Okay, so this is kind of like, technically speaking, at the end of 2, Leon's like, all right, we'll take care of Umbrella. Yeah, when you get to 4, there's like no Umbrella no more, so you want to know what everybody was doing? This is kind of that answer to it, although that's just me. Do I still like this game? It's still classic tank controlled. It still has that wonderful, beautiful atmosphere you do love. You're kind of like on an island now. I would like to say I still don't like the side character in this game because his actor is hamming it up unintentionally. Like, Daddy, like, are we all gonna ignore the daddy line he says in this damn game? Daddy? No, but I still enjoyed it. I do hope for a proper remake that's not by the Remake 3 team, Capcom. Learn your lesson and do it justice. I'd probably give this a good B because if you still want to finish that original storyline that we're going for before we got to the major jump and change of the story with 4 going onwards along with the rest of the spinoff. This is a good conclusion, but I think it could be just a little better. Puzzles are still good, even though I don't like a couple of them in the game. Storyline's a little weaker, in my opinion. I don't know what they changed over the years, but I still give it a solid B because it's fair enough. It gets the job done.
Hell yeah.
Alrighty, so that was a B ranking. Alrighty, Outlaw, go ahead.
I gotta pass because this is not one I played either. Sadly.
Okay. Shiny, how about you, buddy? Oh, he's away. Okay. We'll pass him for now. Jeremiah, go ahead. Ooh, you're buddy?
Well, yeah, I'm okay. I just, I it's one of those games, I didn't get into again, but if what's his name? The first one, said was
Joker.
Yeah,
Yep.
yeah, Joker. Yeah, I would say he has some good points, and probably put it with his
B.
opinion.
So I put
Yeah.
in B.
Yeah. Sorry, I just forget details and.
No, you're
No,
okay.
it's fine. You're
okay.
fine, brother. You're fine.
Yeah.
Fine.
You get what I mean.
Yeah. So it was a rank B. Alrighty. So this one, Resident Evil Survivor.
I'm gonna pass on this one. I have yet to play it yet, so I have no idea what the story is even about for this one.
Yeah. I wouldn't
Okay,
even
so
know.
we're all in agreement on the pass. Okay, we'll play at
Yeah,
D tier.
yeah.
We'll play at D tier for now.
The Game Boy.
Oh
this
no!
This would be the F tier, so this would be a D automatically. Because who would play such an inferior version? We have to call it sometimes. Sometimes you get the inferior version for no damn reason. But this is the old saying goes of if we have Resident Evil at home and you pick the Game Boy version. Oh, I apologize for those who have the Game Boy version who like it, but I can call a spade, but come on. Do better. You owe yourself to play the original or one of the better remakes out there.
I saw that logo there with the Game Boy Color, and I knew it was crap.
A horror game is meant to be experienced on a television, not a fucking handheld Game Boy.
Right.
So,
We would get in the future. We would get better versions of horror, eventually making to either like mobile or like 3DS versions, Vitas, you name it. But it would be years before someone finally cracked the code.
Oh yeah.
You could already go ahead and put that shitty multiplayer game already versus an F tier because it's a fun novelty for a while, but no, thank you. I prefer stuff that's an actual Resident Evil title, not clone.
Yeah.
Alrighty, we got Resident Evil: The Umbrella Chronicles.
I've heard of that.
The Umbrella Chronicles. This is one sadly I heard about, but have yet to play yet. So that's a slightly pass on me.
Alrighty,
Yeah,
played this.
I'd agree to that.
Nope.
Okay,
Not
so no one's.
brother.
Apparently, it's a retelling. So, okay, so if you
Alrighty. Uh-oh. We
I could have
lost
swore
Joker.
that was
Yeah, we got
first.
Alrighty, so
Did
real
Joker.
quick,
Did Joker become a Macintosh?
I do not know. Alright, so we'll put that in D. Well, actually, let's rename this Never Played. We'll rename it Never
Right.
Played. Just for the sake of argument.
Right.
Hey, are
Okay, sorry
Joker?
about that. I think I lost Wi-Fi
You're
connection there
good.
for a sec. So I think
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
looking
It
right now. This
happens.
looks to be those rail shooters. So this is a on rails light gun shooter. That's kind of like a retelling of 1, 2, and 3. So not a bad idea, but it's also kind of like those gun shooters. So it's like they kind of depend. So we'll
Well,
put that in a next plate.
what system was it on?
It was on for the Wii and PlayStation 3.
Ah,
Oh,
that
okay.
explains it.
Yeah.
Alrighty.
Yeah, it does.
Resident Evil Operation Raccoon City. This one I have yet to play, so I don't have an opinion on it.
Nope.
I have played this one. The concept is there, kind of like going in, being like an umbrella corporation, and kind of getting all the survivors and whatnot in there. It could be better executed. So sadly for me, it's kind of an F. It's like not worth the money if you cut. But this is also during those weird the late 2000s, early 2010s, that they were trying to westernize a lot of Japanese games, or despite already being a Western game that a Japanese developer made, it's there but could be so much better. So I'm gonna give it an F. So
Alrighty. Resident Evil 0.
Ah.
Joker, go ahead.
Ooh. Okay, good old RE0. I'm gonna be honest with you. I actually really like this one. I do consider it to be maybe overlooked than 4, because I get it. 4 was the big one, and it's like, oh my god, move on already from 4. But it did tell you how certain characters got to be where they were be, how the T virus kind of broke out from aside from that small little clip you got within the original. It was a great way to get it's kind of where it's that game where they knew that, all right, this is the last game we're going to have on this old engine, on these old hardware systems out there, before we get the big leap with the PS2, GameCube, and like the Xbox titles that would later come. I honestly like the story for this one because I like going back and forth between the bridge. So you have to kind of get both characters to exactly kind of where you need to be. So you still had to make a choice between who do I pick first to play as, but here's the thing, you're on the opposite side and you have to keep on switching back and forth. So I love that game mechanic they brought back from Resident Evil 2, but decided to go full blown with it. I love the train setting. Not too many games take place on a train these days, so it make it almost the big setting until you get to the more traditional Resident Evil style. We'll see. Hell, you even see a prototype Nemesis in here. So for those who are wondering, Nemesis was built here until they moved them to where Umbrella is nowadays. There are some characters I still would love to see come back, from this game. Obviously, of course, that being Billy Cohen, because what happened to Billy after this game, nobody knows. Nobody knows. Well, we know where Rebecca is because he's in RE5 for that last part of the game.
Mm-hmm.
But honestly, I want to see Billy again. I want to go back to cool settings like the train, which we honestly would get later in a lot of the other games with 4, 5, and where they've been at 6 is the more Michael Bayham versions of these cities. But this felt like that traditional survival horror that we finally got before we kind of got more to the John Woo style of action cheesy horror that is known as Resident Evil 4. So I'll give this a solid A because don't overlook 0. Go play it. It's a great game. Go play it.
Yeah.
Interesting. MGTOW.
Yeah, go ahead and skip me, brother. I don't have anything on this one.
Already shiny. Oh, is he not here?
I think
Oh, he
We have the
He
same
was.
problem I had.
He
Oh.
was. I don't know if he is anymore.
Uh-oh. Alrighty, Jeremiah, go ahead.
Well, I actually saw Zero, but I wasn't thinking of getting it, so I did pass on it, and I did go to 4. But but I mean, a good game is a good game. It at least deserves at least a B, if not A. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So
So we have 2 for A.
sure.
I guess so.
Alrighty.
Okay.
Very good. Oh, I had this backwards. My bad. There we go. Okay. The first Resident Evil Revelations. Hopefully I'm going in order with this.
Trying to remember.
So Revelations 1. Ooh. Okay. I know I played 2. Do I remember the first one a whole lot? This is kind of like taking place a little bit after 4. So, while considered to be a spin-off, tongue twister, Jill is back. After all this time, after number 3, which was back in the 90s, Jill came back. It's like, thank you for bringing back her. This is also was on the original 3DS, which I would say that it would take us years later to get a proper Resident Evil game on the 3DS. Do they make it work, though? Half the time. Because it's still a 3DS tile. It's going to be limited by the technology on there. But they still make it work.
Yeah.
They got some of the horror elements right. They got some of the atmosphere correct. Was I hoping for like an amazing story? Yeah. I guess you could say the choices here or some stuff that there is here, like it's fun, it's all right, it's very much like a good idea, but I'll probably give it a C because I still enjoy this, but it depends on which version you're going for. They have remastered for modern consoles, so you can play it on that way, but I think Revelations 2 is the better choice, so I'll give it the C for the original Revelations because it's a good attempt that they made for a smaller title on a smaller system. You will see the much better version later in the line.
Alrighty, MGTOW.
I want to say I remember this one, but I don't know if it's the one I'm thinking of or not. Is this the one? No, this ain't the PS3 version with Jill Valentine, is it?
No, this is later.
Okay,
that one came later.
Okay, I don't remember this one then.
Okay, so Jeremiah, go ahead.
Well, I'd have to be with your friend here, and I'd be like, I never got into it because after the PlayStation 2, I stopped with PlayStation because it got too expensive, and I wanted the original PlayStation 3 because it was backwards compatible, but I still can't afford it,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Fair
so.
enough. Alrighty, now on to Resident Evil 2 Revelations.
Now, unlike the original Revelations, which was all in one go, this time around, Capcom was trying to bring back the Resident Evil franchise, which is a good thing. So they opt for this one to make it more episodic, depending on what you choose and do in the game. The game will kind of affect the storyline in the later episodes. So they kind of took the visual novel Telltale Games approach, where they'll release an episode bi-monthly while still developing the game and kind of get out the door. So I like this approach for it because it felt like I was playing like my own little horror show or horror movie I was watching. Like, and there are a fair amount of episodes. Like, granted, by episodes I mean there are 4 episodes, so at a fair amount of a decent length to go to. But it's not just Jill who's bad. I mean, yeah, speak, Jokers, speak. It's not Claire this time who's around. Barry is back. Oh, lo and behold, a great revolver. Barry is back because his daughter Maury is here as well. So you get to play both as Barry after the outbreak and Claire during the outbreak. So you kind of have to figure out exactly what happened to the island with Barry and then what happened during the events with Claire. So we kind of like going again back and forth between the 2 time periods and where exactly everybody meets up. Now this time they're not on 3DS, so it's actually much more of the proper over-the-shoulder Resident Evil style game. It still has that little bit of that action left from 6 still in here, because you gotta remember they were bringing Resident Evil back, and they still have a little bit of action, but there are choices in here, so I like it. So I'll give this one a Beast, because I think it's better than Revelations, though that's just me. It's a little bit more better than Revelations 1 was, because I think they fixed most of my issues. It could still be a bit better, so we're kind of in between B or C right now for me. So, although I'm a little more soft with Revelations 2 than I am with 1, so.
Nice. Very, very nice. Outlaw, your opinion.
I don't have one. Not this one.
All right, Jeremiah, your opinion.
My opinion? Well, I'm with him. I don't have really one.
Alrighty, so it'll be a B.
Okay.
Resident Evil
Resistance F, because this is again one of those darn live service ones, so automatic F. Is it a cool idea you could play as some of your iconic villains from Resident Evil? I mean, both yes. The multiplayer aspect sucked because if you were just a villain, everybody just camped outside the door where the players respond in from, and you couldn't do any of the tasks you were meant to do. Would Reverse learn from all this crap? Yes, but Reverse is Reverse, and they shut down the servers for everything. So, good luck trying to play this. It was not very fun. It was bad, and you know you're bad when you're making everybody's worst game of the year list. So, sorry.
Alrighty, Resident
Enough said
Evil
about
3.
that. Get out my memory.
Resident Evil 3, Resident Evil The Mercenaries 3D.
I'm gonna say never play because I never played this one. So pass.
Pass.
Alright, everybody's passed. Alright, everybody passed
Oh
on this.
my god, it's the most overhyped Resident Evil game of all time. You're gonna have to give this the S tier because, like I said,
yeah, we're gonna have a lot of people angry if we don't have it up there.
Actually, I would say okay.
As much as I call this the most overhyped Resident Evil game of all time, I will still say this: without this title and maybe a couple of others, especially this title, you would not have the third person over the shoulder. Yes, they were coming around at this time period as well, but this is the one that kind of did the whole thing first-ish. Don't kind of get me on that. They still allowed you to move in third person, but to shoot, you still had to do the darn tank controls. Whatever the other versions of these games were going to be like, all the different prototypes, they look so cool, and I would love to play any one of those versions. But I'm going to give this the S tier because it's legendary. It's iconic. It's literally on every goddamn system imaginable. It's the one that people look to the most that truly did put Resident Evil on the map for the new generations. And we slowly started to get the movies. We slowly did. Between like 3 and 4, we slowly got the movies to come out. That I do have a guilty pleasure for a couple of them. And it's the last time I'll give him his flowers. Well, the original Leon actor before he sadly passed away in the last several years, which is the last time you ever hear his voice as the iconic character. And he was the iconic, what are you buying?
Now,
It's an iconic story. Go in, save the president's daughter, fighting all the Spanish zombies. We all know the chainsaw fight. We all know the knife fight.
Oh, yeah.
Ada Wong, McTown's waifu, along with my waifu. That iconic red dress returns. Thank you very much.
With
Yeah.
the sexy legs showing.
Look,
Don't
you
forget.
can't. Okay,
And don't
look.
forget, like I said, this is also John Woo style, with all the backflips, the kicks, the cheesy dialogue. Look, it's big cheese. We know these lines. We know these areas. It's iconic for a reason. That's why I'm giving it the S tier.
You cannot have a better looking female character. I mean, tell me stockings don't work on these women. All I'm saying, man.
So MGTOW, where would you put it?
Oh yeah, he said everything I would have said about it. Yeah, totally.
Oh,
We're
right.
in agreement.
Jeremiah, go ahead. The floor is yours, buddy.
Well, as I said, I started sort of with this game. I mean, I played it and everything, but I know a lot of people say, "Oh, I like the GameCube version over the Wii," because I didn't like the Wii remote control, style. And I'm like, I liked it that way because I liked how you could actually shoot and everything, and you didn't have to, anyways. But I liked the game because of everything. But I would have at least said A tier because of the fact that it's been so popular that I'm not one to give anything a perfect score because no one's perfect.
Fair.
Even the
Fair
most perfect thing is still not perfect. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
A fair point. Fair argument.
That's a very fair argument. I like that one. Where would you put it, Jeremiah?
He did say A tier.
He did say A tier. Okay. Alrighty,
Yeah.
A tier. Fair.
You kind of
fair
got
point.
2 for S, 1 for A. Don't forget you got your opinion as well.
I had a fantastic time with Resident Evil 4. My roommate plays the hell out of it. I could hear it sometimes in her room whenever I walk in the hallway to go get something to drink, and she screams, "You fucking chainsaw motherfucker!" Oh, she gets so mad at that part. But definitely, as for all the right reasons, it brought back to form, because we had the 3D over the shoulder. Thank you, Metal Gear 2. We had the over the shoulder already, but it was done in a way where it's like, okay, let's give this a try. They tried out different things and somehow it worked. Because on paper, people would just look at you like you're a fucking idiot and go, "That'll never work," but then it does. And then I like the Chicago typewriter. I like that one. That's my go-to gun. That is my go-to gun all day, every day. But with all due respect to the history and the staying power, it still holds up. It still holds up, which is a shocker given how long ago this was. This was in 2004, mind you. This was in 2004. And here we are so many years later. And it still
And
makes
it's still
the others look
for
like
the
crap.
game to be making it.
Yeah.
I forgot to mention.
Oh, go ahead.
To mention something.
Yeah, go ahead.
My favorite thing about the game also was getting the infinite rocket launcher.
You could just cheese the entire game with like the typewriter or the rocket launcher and call it a day. But now here's a game. Now Resident Evil 5, and dare I say, the game that Capcom does not have the balls to remake, they will never do it because of
They
reasons.
do. They just don't want to.
You know it's coming. It's the biggest
Here's the
elephant
thing.
in the
I will
fucking
give.
room.
I'll probably give Resident Evil 5 a good solid B, almost a. I think it does get, kind of like with 6 and a few others that, but here's the thing. It's not the fact that it's an African setting. No, even the actor who played one of the African characters came out. He's like, it's been everywhere. It's been in Antarctica. It's been North America. It's been in Spain when we were in 4. And he's absolutely right. So killing zombies these are zombies. They're infected. But I'll give it a good high B at least. Because in my opinion, it brought back Chris. We got a new setting, new location. Albert Wesker returned back for his final huzzah ever, unless they do something with the canon, they bring him back. But I really did enjoy this. This starts to get more into that, again, heavy action sequence. It gets more into heavy action than survival horror, which sadly was very missing in this game. It's one of those stories that I do find myself smiling and giggling, all the way through, just because it's how I think they knew what they were doing. Yes, it's not exactly what I wanted, but I'm going to say this. Don't care, didn't ask. This is my game. This is one of my all-time favorite guilty pleasures. It's one of those good games out there that I'm like, it's good. It's good, man. Like it's a good fun time.
Alrighty. MGTOW, your thoughts.
Oh, dude, he said everything I would have said. Yeah, I love these newer ones, man.
Alrighty, what rating would you put it at?
Where'd he put it at?
He said B.
B.
Yeah.
Jeremiah, how about you, buddy?
Well, since I had a Wii and no PlayStation or anything, it's kind of like, kind of sucks we didn't get this game.
That is very true. It could have worked as a Wii game. It could have worked.
Yeah. I thought there was a demo of it, but I swore there was, but there's people like, you must be thinking wrong or something. I'm like, okay, whatever.
It is on the Switch, so if you want the Switch, go for
it. Yeah.
All right, now here's where it literally here's where the franchise really crashed right into a brick wall of mediocrity.
And it's not their fault. Like, they did set out to make the most Resident Evil 6 dubbed the Resident Evil directed by Michael Bay, because there's a lot of action here. There is just so much action. I think even Michael Bay blushed at a few points, going, huh? And to be fair, once they went more action, so did the movies, which suffer heavily, because the first movie was the closest you're going to get to an actual horror game. Then they went more action, because the games went more action. Is the story nonsense? Yes. There's a plot to this, but characters just show up, go away. I like that they divide this into 3 stories, at least. They have that with again, Jack Miller is supposed to be the late son of Albert Wesker, which I'm not even going to get to that, because even my brain still work. Again, Chris and his partner, which is Pierce, they're kind of more like the military faction, which, again, Michael Bay. So this is where you're going to do the most heavy action, fighting all the big giant monsters. And I still don't know why. Also, why is Leon Kennedy with a Secret Service agent who shot the president? How did the president get turned into a zombie again? Did they ever explain that? How he got turned into a zombie? with
I
the
don't think
C
they did.
virus.
I don't think they did.
Ada Wong is somehow in this, but you have to play her campaign in the DLC to figure out how she got here. Also, when you're playing as, again, Leon, you rescue her. My brain hurts with this story because it feels like the story was third, the characters were second, and the action was first. That's how at least I describe when I play. It's one of the things that is probably the reason why the main title stopped for a while, and they had to reevaluate what the fuck did we do with Resident Evil. Now, is this better than most of the games we played? Yeah, definitely better than Revelations. And I don't know about some of the rail shooters or others, but it is not an F. I'll give this a B because if you want dumb, fun enjoyment, this is the Resident Evil title you go for. Not the story, not even the characters. You want dumb, fun action, this is it. And I mean, it's just non-stop, almost non-stop for some of them.
Exactly that.
Yeah.
MGTOW, how about you?
I kept laughing when I said, this is the Michael Bay version. And I think
it sounds to me like this was the game where the line was crossed and it started becoming more of a cash grab than, more of a passion story from the sounds of how
I remember seeing this on Spike TV, actually, back in the good old days when they used to still stream a show, E3, on TV. So it's like, what is this? It's kind of cool, actually.
I remember when this particular Resident Evil came out, they really hyped it up, and a lot of people wanted to play it, and then it was kind of like,
It's like that meme, like the hype for the game, then the actual game.
Yeah, it was like, it's kind of underwhelming.
Classify that, but yeah, Outlaw, where would you rank this?
That one would probably be a C.
Okay, Jeremiah.
I kind of fell off after 4, but and the fifth one, you know what I said about that, and then 6. Again, no PlayStation or Xbox really, so I didn't know. I was out of it. But from what I hear from you two, I would have liked playing it because Michael Bay movies were over the top when it comes to the action and everything, and I love action. I love comedy too, but action movies are pretty cool when they're all explodey and everything, But but at the same time, if nothing else, I'd be with them with a B or C tier.
What?
What?
Hold on.
Because it's a game, and the first rule about playing a game is it fun?
Admittedly, it is
action.
fun.
Yeah, action and everything is bonus and everything, but is it fun? Is it fun killing these monsters? Is it the story never really mattered in video games until a certain time, So even if you're not playing for the story, it's probably a good at least C, if not B, So I'd probably say B then.
Alrighty, we got 2 Bs. Alrighty, my take real quick is I have played this game, and I'm like, oh my god, did they give Michael Bay the fucking director chair and everything, like free reign of the whole fucking game? Because that's what it felt like.
It just feels like it was Michael Bay size. The term Bay hand does get overused a lot, but clearly this one was made for Western, like I said, it's that weird time for gaming where things are becoming more Western than ever, especially for the Japanese devs trying to cater towards us. But if you really want us, just make a damn good game that will capture your audience. That's what a lot of them had to learn in the future to understand it. But back to you, Anime Knight.
Exactly that. Well, exactly that. You are correct. The tragedy in the whole thing is, of all the stories, Leon's is actually the closest we ever got to going back to the original, like to the original formula. It was the closest it's ever been. And then after seeing Shirley and Jake and Chris and everybody, it's like, where do you follow the timeline? And they never explain what happened to the president. Oh, I just shot the president. Why? Well, he was turned into a zombie. Okay, and how did he turn into a zombie? We don't know.
I think it was like he got infected with the C virus, and that's a thing for a lot of people. But isn't it called the T virus? There's a T virus. There's a C virus. There's like different mutations of this, and then I do see you, Village. I do see you, 8. I do see you, 8. I do see you, 7. So we'll get there. But back to you, Anime Knight.
Oh no, I was finished. So up first is Resident Evil Village. No, wait, okay. Wait, I have these backwards.
It goes 7, then Village. So all right. Resident Evil 7 Biohazard. What can be said about this game that has been said already? The Resident Evil game that got me to Resident Evil. The Resident Evil game that went back to classic survival horror. Hallelujah! They remember the route. Not the first time Resident Evil has gone FPS. Some of the light gun games we do talk about are in FPS mode, but they're light guns on rails. This is the first true Resident Evil that truly went into first-person view mode. This is also the first game to utilize a new engine called the RE engine, or Reach for the Moon, which is called for Resident Evil, for the game engine. Talk about, well, and this is probably the first time they actually had a Western writer to write for the series. For the first time, instead of the Japanese writers. So very much more, again, westernized. We're in Louisiana instead of the multiple locations you will visit throughout the games, like the Umbrella Lab underneath Raccoon City or the Spencer Mansion. We're back to that mansion type feeling. We're in this one house, this one setting in Louisiana, in the bayous, and yet it's very creepy. It's very eerie. I remember playing the demo constantly when they were given the updates through the weeks and months of waiting. And talk about, they brought back the heebie-jeebies. They brought back the actual scares. The Baker family are wonderfully performed by their actors and by their respective motion capture actors. Jack is still, again, a stalker. So they brought back the classic stalker. The son, I can't remember the son's name. He was very creepy, almost a very like Riddler, Joker, kind of Victor Zsasz type of villain. So I always liked that. The mom was always scary with the bees and everything. So very scary. But what made this work is that it was like, we're sorry about 6. We're sorry going into the action. We'll give you what you want now. And it worked. It won a lot of fans back over. The first Resident Evil title to also support VR support. So playing this in VR was a very scary experience. I would say the VR worked very well in the kitchen, say some of the other areas. The puzzles were a little bit too simplified for this, but I had a lot of fun memories with playing this game. I played this game on all 3 modes, normal, hard, and easy, just to see how fast I could complete the game. So it's very classic feeling, and not to mention lore dump. This is the game that finally pushed the story forward, because we finally had a new protagonist with the Winter family. So with Ethan Winter, Ethan was a coward, but I kind of like his character development going through this game. He was willing to do everything to rescue his girlfriend and to save her. And the fact that we find out that, hey, the Bakers kind of knew somebody that made the Spencer Mansion, that made their house. This is also where, again, we're not just with Umbrella anymore, with this new group that had like the mold and everything. So again, it's not just one thing. There's multiple things. And yes, after waiting years and years, we see Chris return at the end of the game, saving you. It's like it's Redfield, it's Chris. Like, holy dude, what happened to you? And lo and behold, my favorite twist in this game is, look at the helicopter. It says Umbrella, but blue Umbrella. So there is a different blue Umbrella now. This is the one that split off from Umbrella and are actually the good guys this time around. That was like the biggest twist. I was like, oh my god. The DLCs are very wonderful to play. They're all like different like band footage across, like, the campaign, whether they be, you being trapped with a reporter from the demo called Clancy, being stuck in just a simple title called The Room, and you have to escape it from the mom because you've made too much noise. She'll be like, what's up there? But because she's still old, even with the mode, she'll go like, oh, my back. So you have to put everything back in order the way it was. And if you're not, even there's one mistake, she'll go like, that painting wasn't over there. She was the mom was even scarier this time around. Like, I'll admit, the actress had range. And then you had like stuff with like they played like Five Finger Roulette for another one. And then a third one was the like Not a Hero DLC, which was supposed to be for free. It eventually was free, but it just took too long to come out. But you finally got to see the end of the Baker family. But most importantly, what the hell Chris is doing with Blue Umbrella. So with all that being said, I'll give it a good A because this is a return to form for Resident Evil. It's what we waited for, what fans have waited for, and what got me into Resident Evil to say, hey, that remake game that's coming out soon, I have to check it out.
All right. Outlaw, go ahead, buddy.
Is this the one with the two protagonists, like the male and the female?
No, this is just Ethan. So Ethan's the only one, and it's in the first-person view mode entirely.
Okay.
And
then it's not the one that I'm thinking of, so I don't have an opinion on it. I'm trying to think of that Resident Evil that's got the blonde female in the pleated skirt.
That'll be Ashley.
Mm-hmm.
That would be Ashley.
What's the other one? Because Jill Sandwich is blue with a brown skirt.
Yeah. Trying to think of this Resident Evil that is.
All right.
Jill was in 3. I see you 3 remake. I see you over there. I'm about to rage, and we're not there yet.
Yeah. Alrighty.
Okay. Jeremy, your thoughts on RE7?
Who?
Resident Evil 7.
I'm Jeremiah.
Have you played the number of Jeremiah? Okay.
I'm Jeremiah.
I'm thinking about
I'm
my
Jeremy.
high school, my school friend. Sorry about that, Jeremiah. Sorry. I'm thinking about my friend whose name is Jeremiah, but we always call him Jeremy. Sorry about that. Force of habit.
I don't go for that. I'm not a germaphobe.
Look at that. He's got the jokes. Jeremiah, your opinions.
Well, I don't know. I mean, the only thing I know about it is has the subtitle of Biohazard, right?
Yep. This is number Resident Evil 7. This is years after 6. And they brought it back to that survival horror element and first person perspective.
Right. And I heard about it, and all through this series I've always preferred the Japanese title over the English title.
I know it's weird because Biohazard's a Japanese title, but it's called Resident Evil 7 Biohazard. I know it's a weird thing.
That's why
it's weird.
That's why this is like, dude, weird, But anyways, can't blame companies, I guess, huh? Yeah, for not knowing their own product. Anyways, so it's I would have to go with the other guys that, especially if they don't know what it is, because I've never played it myself. Because again, systems that came out on,
Alrighty then.
All right. Resident Evil Village with the lady with the dummy mommy.
The one that made everybody so
simping
for.
Oh my God, this is the one.
No, McTown, you're going last.
This is the one.
Okay, let's start with Anime Night first, because let's see.
I had the stupidest goofy smile when I saw Big Titty
We're not
Wonderland.
talking about Lady Demetrescu. We're talking about the actual game.
I'm sorry, but Lady Dominesque would probably kick my ass with those stilettos.
Stop coming over there, McTown.
This is the
Hey, Big Angry Phil, what's up, buddy?
This is probably
I can hear him. I can hear him already.
No, go ahead, Joker. This is probably the best one in my opinion, for obvious reasons. Go ahead.
Okay, I'll go first. I'll delay this by 3 hours, so he's holding it in for 3 hours. Besides from everybody simping, because everyone's like, tall woman. This being an actual continuation to Ethan Winter Story set a few years after 7, it did make sense to kind of keep him, because in the original game, Ethan, to the original writers and team, they have stated that he was meant to be killed off actually in 7. Ethan was meant to die in 7 and never return, but as they were developing 7, they kind of liked the guy, so they kind of kept him. And I'm glad they also continued the story, because after 7, you're probably wondering, okay, what's with all the mold? What's with Mia? What's up with Ethan? Why can't he reattach things to his arms, even though they're all cut off? But I thought the original team, the original cast, do not have superpowers. Let's make that clear. They do. You could literally be Claire, Leon, and Jill in a fight, all of them. Ethan, you still can, but this kind of explains the things why he has the things that he has a little bit. Also, we're mostly in Europe this time around, and a beautiful village that went to shit years ago. I have to say, the villains here are iconic. Yes, for how tall they were, but also for how well they were voice acted. Their costumes are iconic. I do not go to a convention without seeing a Lady Demetrescu, without seeing the sisters. So they are iconic for that reason. If you see the tall lady, you're going to see her sisters there. Yeah. I love how both of the demos kind of gave you to explore both the village and the castle for a while. Again, Trescu is a stalker. The boss battles are memorable enough. I love the beautiful locations. The score was more creepier this time around, but also at the same time, while less heebie-jeebies, it still retained that momentum from Resident Evil 7, from Resident Evil 2 Remake, that this is it. This is our time to shine. Ethan's story came to a proper conclusion here, and with the DLC they kind of had with his daughter, it did close the chapters that we needed to. And of course, Chris has returned, but less utilized. That's my one downside with Village, that Chris was advertised, but he wasn't in the game fully. Also, how is Lady Demetrescu taller than Chris? Like, Chris is a tall dude for crying out, and she's taller than him? Like,
so
what?
Reading the bios of her character, what is she, a vampire?
She's a vampire, but she kept on growing. That's what
So
what Heisenberg said made a joke. Oh, keep on growing, you.
yeah, so basically, yeah, that's how she's bigger. She drinks people's blood, and then just I guess gets bigger. Was it the
And she's
DLC?
taller than Chris.
Was it the DLC in this game where you play a level where you're in the mansion and you have these mannequins that freeze in place if you look away? That's okay. That's this game. Okay. Okay, so this game actually kind of gave me the creeps in other senses watching people play it. I thought it was actually a really good game. The premise was good. Like you said, Joker, you pretty much summed it up. And of course, I'm going to be biased no matter what because, she's a giantess. I love giantesses.
But we're not just talking about the giants. We're talking about all the other villains because every villain is like, even the lead antagonist, Mother Miranda, she was underutilized. To be fair, they all are underutilized in certain areas. But the reason why I remember this game so much, it's the fetus monster. Oh my god!
Oh yeah,
that came out of nowhere in that section, the dollhouse came out of nowhere, and I wish I had my mic on. I did, but it was muted. Looking back at the footage, because when I saw that thing, I was like, "What the?"
Now I've watched a little bit of the playthrough of this game, and the way that they stick their hooks in his arms and stuff and drags him, that's just gruesome, man.
It's brutal, and I love the fact they went with that direction. I wish they went more, but
yeah,
I'll still give this a good A because I think this is still a great game to play, and it continued the momentum when we get to the remakes.
I'm biased, man. Yeah, it's A for me
because he's got his tall giant waifu, and he's a giant man. Of course, he's gonna watch it and play something with a giant.
I love the premise. You get bigger the more people's blood you eat. You get bigger the more people's blood you eat. That's kind of nice. I'm just gonna say.
Guys, look at his profile pic. It's just his giant waifu.
But yeah, this was one Resident Evil where I remember
to Resident Evil.
But aside from that, this was actually the first Resident Evil I remember watching a playthrough and getting kind of creeped out at like some of the levels and the other minor characters, like those mannequins. Oh, that was terrifying. Their eyes glowing in the dark when they freeze in place. That's terrifying. This game basically was like, Outlaw, what's your nightmares? Oh, you hate mannequins? Oh, you're gonna love this game, dude.
Also, I was gonna say, oh my god, what was his name? The guy who's like now the new merchant. Was it Dutch? No, it was. What was his name? Yeah, hold on a second. I got it right here.
I may or may not have also looked up modders who have turned these characters giant size. Maybe
the Duke, the actually drops a reference to RE4. If you buy stuff from him, one of his lines would go, "What are you buying?" Just something that an old friend used to say. I'm like, oh, so the stranger and the Duke knew each other at one point. It's kind of cool, actually.
Interesting.
So it does give you more hints of where things are going from. I did like the Lycans. There's some cool stuff in here, and it was a great game. So
the story was it? Which one was Jill Valentine in? Was that 4?
Jill Valentine was in Jill, as in Jill Sandwich. She was in the very first Resident Evil game and Resident Evil 3 Nemesis.
It might be the one I'm thinking of, the third one, where it's 3D and you can control her out of the apartment and run down like through the back alleys, and it might be the one I'm thinking of. You run through all of the streets blocked off with cars and stuff, and then that.
Well. I'm already raging right now. So all right, we got to move on. Anybody else have to get their opinion? Because internet knows the clip to play when we get to it.
Yep. All right. So let's
The
here.
first remake to Resident Evil. The
I think
remake to
that
the PS2 and GameCube.
This game I remember playing on a GameCube,
Because it's the first remake.
and I had legitimate fun. I had legitimate fun on it. It was, and I played the original PS1. Good God, I'm like, hello, and but I actually beat this one. This one I actually completed, and I hate that it's where the crows are overhead. It's that room. No room
And
in
this
any
is the
and no
2002
room in
version.
no room in any Resident Evil game gave me more stress than that room.
Oh, the crow room was simple. Come on, do better.
Well, at the time I was playing, I was so stressed out. Now I could beat it without a problem. But back then, I can safely say I give it a solid A for actually keeping what made it good, and I like creepy cutscene. They actually did good on.
Okay, so you wonder what made the remake so special? They update the graphics, they updated the character models. This will also be the one character model that would have the iconic Julia Voth, the I can't pronounce this. The Canadian actress would be the model for Jill all the way up to Resident Evil 3 remake, and literally we call her the Jill model, or because she's literally the character. They model the character after her. So hooray! Huzzah! Now that doesn't mean I don't like the new model for the remake. I think the new model for the remake is very pretty, very gorgeous. Well, again, we'll get to that. But what made the remake so special? It kept everything faithful to a T. All the scenarios were intact for routes A and B. They also added in, again, our wonderful the female protagonist from Zero in this as well. For the Chris, again, she was right there for the original, but now she's in her prophet attire, so it makes sense. They also added a new enemy type for the zombies. Some of them will come back even when you do kill them, and they'll make them much more harder to kill. And the only way to kill them if you get them down on the floor and finally ignite them. But here's the catch. It's classic survival horror. So do you do it now or do it later? Or do you take the risk and be like, nah, he's not going to get back up again. But he could get back up and be much harder to kill, making you waste more resources. Classic survival horror. So the hallway scene with the dog, here's the thing to remember. In the original, when you got to the hallway and got to that window, the zombie's dog jumped out. Scary. In the remake, if this was your first time playing it, they didn't do that until you're way back. And unfortunately, I didn't know that, so, oh my God! Wasn't expecting that at all. Awesome moment. That was awesome. That was beautiful. And that's why I want to give this the S tier, because it's the remake that was done right and what future remakes should do. Final Fantasy 7. All right, McTown, you're up.
You know, it's funny. Well,
I mean, it's just the original game, but remake.
Yeah, I don't remember it, so I don't really have an opinion on it. But as long as it did a better job than the original, like brought back all the classic elements and was able to, update it, make the characters look a lot better and the gameplay a lot better, then yeah, I'll give it a solid B.
Okay. One S, one B.
Jeremiah, go ahead.
Well, I'm not much on remakes after everything that we've been through, especially Disney. You know, so I mean, if I was going to put remakes on anything, it would be F tier. But if it's a good game, I'd put it probably above that because of the, you know, you get what I mean?
Okay, we can tell.
So we'll
Yes.
put it at a solid A.
All right,
Yeah.
tying with the that's fair.
All right, now this right here, I have streamed this game before. I beaten it on the live stream, and yes, I have I have legitimately almost shit my pants on live stream. I legitimately almost did that, and let's just say, thank God my underwear thanked me for not doing so because of how scary this game was in all the right reasons. It brought back what made Resident Evil 2 great. It brought back horror, which was lacking so badly. It's unapologetic. It's supposed to be in your face. The return of Mr. X in the big way, the biggest way possible. And the Lickers. Who could forget the Lickers? They
don't get me
were,
started on those
they were
guys.
terrifying. They were terrifying as fuck. Like, you didn't know where they were going to come from. They're like,
Again,
where?
X was a proper stalker now. I didn't like how they changed one of the side characters, even though he's a minor one. This guy, he's supposed to be a perv and not this guy who is more heroic. So screw you. But here's the thing: everything that Ammonite said is true. But this is where we go from 3D, traditional survival horror with the fixed camera angles. This one finally took advantage of the classic third-person over-the-shoulder camera that we are known today. But what also made this game even harder than the original, zombies don't go out with the usual shoot them in the leg and then the head. No, these guys actually, with the upgraded engine, animation, models, physics, and everything, they're much harder to kill now. So this is what made them scary, even more than the original, because they don't just go down in one hit. It might take you multiple hits with your darn pea shooter. Even with that shotgun at close range, you might go, dead? Why are they getting back up? That's what made it scary. And you know what made it harder? Depending on which route you did first, whoever was at the gate outside had everything to deal with. X, the walkers, the lickers, all in one go. Because you didn't board up any of the windows. You forgot to kill some of the lickers. Or they just respawned. So congratulations, you made the second playthrough harder. God, my Leon walkthrough was a nightmare to go through on some of the difficulties. Because I had to do quick. Although, in my opinion, it made more sense for Leon to find his uniform in the locker room and not by the one of the officers. But this is a classic game that truly did get the update the graphics, modernize the gameplay, but keep the spirit alive. Ada Wong came back yet again in another beautiful entrance that, oh boy, why aren't you voiced by that actress again? You got even to play as Ada Wong just for a little bit too. So I know me and McTown were happy about that moment before I went away. Mr. X was very scary to play, to come across all the way through, and most importantly, they made a classic game for a new generation. That should be the gold standard for remake.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Plus, Hunk made an appearance too, with his DLC, and also the hilarious Tofu Squad. Now that was a lot of fun to play.
The boss is even harder than the original, in my opinion. You're facing him of all things, and even more scarier than the original model.
So, in fairness, I put Resident Evil 2 Remake at the S tier for those reasons. Because it was a perfect return to form. They nailed down everything.
Came that right after Resident Evil 7.
Yep. And then they're like, we gotta do it. MGTOW,
Everybody
go
kept
ahead.
saying RE2, which is one. To be fair, they already did RE1 like 2 different times. So take your pick which one you want. So I don't want them to do a third remake of RE1 because then it'll just be over the shoulder. Give me, like, come on, like, we need to move on.
I mean,
Unfortunately,
you guys pretty much said everything I was going to. Pretty much. Yeah, I agree with him.
Well, I like that comment about Final Fantasy VII because that's true. It's so many remakes and side stories that are made under a new game. Oh, it's Final Fantasy VII, yeah, but it's Final Fantasy VII: Cloud's Revenge of whatever. It's like, what the hell? I mean, can't you? I haven't even played the original, and you're making remakes at your ass, and it's like, So, yeah.
Okay.
I'm okay.
All right. Okay. Okay. Now.
But as far as Resident Evil, yeah, additions and all that are good and all that. The only thing I thought of when what you said about Resident Evil itself was the this game is the tofu thing. Reminded me of Doug. Remember the cartoon Doug?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Before I think it was even the episode before Disney took it over. They had an episode with the band that had a song called "Killer Tofu."
Yeah. Ooh wee. Yeah, I remember.
Yeah.
I like that song. I need more allowance, your lady.
Yeah.
Alrighty. Go ahead.
The beat, was it the
Where
Beats or the
we? Oh, go ahead.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
No, I was just saying, was that the Beats or the Beatles? I can't remember.
I think it was the Beats.
It was like, yeah, it was the Beats because they were a vegetable related group. They were going for a Beatles type of group, but without the Beatles name per se. More like they're into veggies and stuff. So the Killer Tofu was their favorite song, and their favorite food is tofu and stuff. It's like crazy. It was a good time though. Patty mayonnaise.
Alrighty, so it's in the S tier. We're all in agreement on that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh God. The game I've been dreading the most. All you have to do is just scroll down, and he's gonna slowly play The Kid Next Door after he's done with his.
I see you down there.
No. Play The Kid Next. I'll tell you why after you play the clip.
You came from bad. Now you've made me very. Yeah, forget
it. Kids Next Door was a good cartoon too.
Yeah.
I think I almost made Joker fell over when he saw that be in the S tier. he almost fell over. Uh-oh. He's trying. Go ahead, Joker. Take it away.
Everything that I said about Resident Evil 2 Remake is the opposite in Resident Evil 3 Remake. Everything that I talked about in Resident Evil 3 Nemesis is the opposite in Resident Evil 3 Remake. They turned the best stalker in the best franchise possible, the one that gave us these enemies, and made him a wimp. It takes one grenade on any difficulty to just throw it at Nemesis, and it's like, oh, I'm gone. See you later. I'm like, huh? No. That's not how it's supposed to happen. Oh, you want to see an outbreak? Well, you get the shitty live action version of that no one asked for. You want Jill to look cool and everything? Well, she's got a nice model and design now, and I like Jill, but everything here is just boring. Instead of exploring a nice sandbox area of Raccoon City, and depending on your choices where you go could affect the storyline. It's all linear. It's all one beat. You can't make any meaningful decision choices like the original you could. This one is what we call, this is what you don't do to a classic title. And the people making this didn't get the memo and just butchered every single thing about this game. Instead of being scared and terrifying, this made Resident Evil 6 action look like a masterclass. Now everything is just the shitty bayham of that. Oh, you want to be chased by Nemesis? All right, here we go. He'll slowly chase you around with his rocket launcher or flamethrower. I'm like, come on, you're Nemesis. You're supposed to be scary. No, he'll just slowly get there while you order a Midtown. I got a giant waifu over here at Comic-Con. You're gonna come down, right? You're gonna come down, right?
Oh yeah.
And I got someone who can animate your character now, so we'll get an animated series going, written by me and Phoenix and Vaughn. So you want that?
Oh,
it's gonna take you about a day to get down here. Okay.
Oh, definitely.
Oh, hi Nemesis. You're gonna take about a day. Okay. No. We got about 2 days before Nemesis gets here, so take your time. Also, that's what this game did. They took the most terrifying villain possible and just went, I don't care. What's the scene? What's the line? No one cares. And also, this new form, imagine missing a grenade launcher that could help you win the battle. Yeah, they have the audacity to put a brand new weapon in the game, the grenade launcher, in here, and it's easily missable. Sure, you can find the key and get it, but if you miss this weapon, unless you remember your save point, good luck fighting the new version of Nemesis, because you got to play Seeker Mines just to get this guy to come down to the wall or the buildings, and you can find him that way. You want meaningful choices that I could attack Nemesis now and maybe have him chase me later? No, again, all it takes was a grenade and he's gone throughout the entire level from what I can remember. It's just terrible. The music sucks. The gameplay is terrible than the original. No meaningful choices, and everything about this is just rush. Where 2 remake was done faithfully, 3 was hazily put together, while the A team was over there with RE4. And no wonder why this game felt rushed and terrible. It's just not Resident Evil 3 Nemesis. This is literally the we don't care effort Resident Evil 3, because Capcom is still a business and they saw money. So they hazily put a team together just to give you 3 for nostalgic. Hell, it's not even good nostalgic baiting. It's terrible nostalgic. This is what I don't want for remakes. And it should be an example of what not to do. So people, learn from this. Don't do this. All right, I'm done now.
I don't. I got to say something, okay, Joker.
Okay.
You make good point, but they didn't learn because they did similar things prior to this, like Mega Man 3.
Well, those are different games and different series as well.
Yeah, but I'm saying that the idea is still there. The idea that they rushed it and everything. They didn't debug it or anything. They just rushed it out, and it has bugs in it because of it. It. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
Same principle. They didn't learn from then, and they're not And they're probably not going to learn from this game that you just ranted about.
Yeah, because because like I said, at the end of the day, Capcom is a business and to make money. So if they see money, they just won't care.
Amen.
Outlaw, do you have an opinion on this?
I don't think he does because
No, he's got it, man.
Yeah,
Got
this
it,
is
man.
the one. This is the one game where you took everything that made the PS1 legendary,
Yeah,
and turned it into something not even oh, what's the one company? It's just, it's like it was made for 12, like for toddlers. That's it. One fucking grenade, and the main bad guy is gone throughout the entire game, and doesn't show up until the till the ending, almost to the end. They did not learn at all, because that's what makes Mr. X so great, because he was used in very specific times and had very memorable moments, and also had a really good boss fight. This, however, was not that, because
and
it's just
Nemesis was
like
the OG. X
it's
became
like,
the new Nemesis, sadly.
yes, and that's what's so embarrassing. You're supposed to be the predecessor. No, you're supposed to be the successor to Mr. X. You're supposed to be the successor, you dingus. But no, you're just a little fucking twat from Resident Evil 4, and not even the good one. That's how it is. So basically, this, in general, Resident Evil 3 Remake belongs in the fucking trash. Jordan fades back, and that's the game.
yeah.
Alrighty,
I
on
can't
to
disagree with
the
you.
lesser known titles, actually. We're on to the lesser known titles.
Yeah.
Oh boy, here we go.
Let's see, we got Resident Evil Dead Aim.
I have no idea what this is.
Their logos look like their box arts look like, especially the one you picked and the other two. They look like Final Fantasy type of box arts. You know, a sword.
I can't believe. Let's see.
Yeah.
Resident Evil Outbreak. This one I had little experience with, but it's mostly forgettable. It's good, but I lost interest. I mean, it was awesome. It was an on-rail side-scroller shooter, which you can thank House of the Dead and the other games. But I think everybody in the majority in here probably never played these two. Nope, my bad.
Nope.
And we
I
have.
Okay, Resident Evil Code Veronica. This was Survivor 2 Code Veronica. This is basically just a retelling of Code Veronica, actually, in rail shooter format. So if you've never played the original, this is actually kind of a good alternative. You'll still go to the same story beats with some differences here and there. As a rail shooter, I'll give it a good, but since this was definitely obscured and a little bit, and unless you had like a Wii at the time, you might miss this out. So a C tier is a nice place to put it.
Okay.
Kind of wish it was a proper remake of the first game, or of Code Veronica, or I think it would take that well. They kind of like that stuff as
Yeah.
well. You kind of see different characters here and there. They kind of do different scenarios from the mainline game, so it's kind of like a bridge version of this actually. So it's like not bad actually, but kind of cool idea. Wish they did more with their rail shooters.
Yep. And we have Umbrella Corps.
That is an F. Remember how I said they were trying to figure out Resident Evil? Yeah, let's make it an Umbrella Corps video game. Now this sounds awesome. Instead, it's multiplayer focus with very little zombies. And the controls are horrible. The gameplay was dull and boring. Only a few modes. This is what they put the Resident Evil title on. If I'm thinking about a Resident Evil Corpse game, what I would have done, I would at least try to build up a mystery on how are they still around and why is Blue Umbrella Corp around. That sounds like a cool idea. Now let's make a multiplayer shooter only game. That's poorly made. Remember how I said Capcom didn't learn? This is it right here.
Yeah.
Well, guys, this is the official Knights of the Anime Table Resident Evil tier list. This was a lot of fun to put together. Man, the F tier really tied with the A tier and the never played. Holy shit. I feel bad for the S tier and the B tier and the C tier. Holy crap.
Well, B's got a fair amount that I would still say that I'm still surprised to see here. Like, yeah, I still like 5 and 6. I mean, I play them as often, but I still enjoy them for what they were.
Yeah.
But I don't think we will ever get to the greatness that was the Resident Evil 2 remake. I don't think we'll ever get back to it. Now, there's a new one coming out.
There's like Resident Evil 4 remake, but if I had to pick where 4 would be, give it a good A because like it's still good. But it's Resident Evil 4, so no, my opinions about that.
For those watching who want to play Resident Evil, this is where we would probably recommend what games to play, what games to skip. and if you take everything from S to C, that is basically the most recommended of the ones to play as. Because in the F tier, don't bother. Don't bother with the F tier. Unless if you really hate your life and are insanely bored and want to get angry at something, I definitely recommend the F tier. I definitely recommend the F tier if you really want to get angry at something. But I had a great time tonight, guys. We are gonna get out of here. Thanks to Trollmonger, thanks to Jeremiah, MGTOW, Joker, Shiny Evie, thank you again. Captain Bob, thank you again. Trollmonger, Big Angry Phil, Neri, Bullet Silence.
Guys. Once I get my my PC back, my new when I get back running with a new PC, well, I am gonna be updating about the purchase I made for the PC builds because I have to do like pay off the the loans I had for the PC build, to be honest.
Yeah.
Which is
Hope
important.
it goes well for you, dude.
Yeah.
But also thank you to Neri, thank you to Sarah Out Loud George, David Applegate, Eagle Rider, Lydian. So many of you showed up. Holy crap. Thank you all again. California Ford, Vanessa Kitty, MGTOW, and Batty Commander. We're all going to get out of here. Tune in tomorrow night. I'll be playing Spider-Man Friend or Foe. Check out everybody's channels. And stay safe, everybody. But have a fantastic Halloween week. Go eat some candy. Go scare a few neighbors. And be sure to leave candy for the kids. Because we got to keep that tradition alive. We have to.
Yeah. And if you're going to one of those houses where the bowls is out there, be a civilized human being. Don't take the whole fucking bowl, you barbarian.
Just take one, please.
For real.
To be honest, I'm just saying, just keep kids on the line first before anyone else.
Yeah. Like,
by the way,
because you didn't get your Snickers bar with your fry doesn't mean you have to license act like a jackass. Okay, come on.
Yeah, you see my name in chats all the time with my short name on there, JESCIS. That's actually my my full name in a shortened form for JESCIS is Jeremiah Scott Norris.
Okay, that makes sense. Also, big thank you to
Yeah.
Furious Dan for coming on over. Jeremiah, thank you again for hanging out with us. Would love to have you back.
Oh yeah.
We're gonna get out of here, guys.
I'm
Take
getting ready
care,
to fight my
everybody.
Fortnite